Lost your eye, but here comes North Bellmore up the ladder. A methodical run. They make it to the top. They'll get a time.
All right, they hit the sixes. Opening shot, 697. North Babylon's going to come through the lights. They're going to run next.
You know, just quick, North Bellmore leading off and hosting this drill, Paul. I mentioned to you earlier, was 1 year ago today, North Bellmore in this Merrick Four Towns facility, the first drill back from COVID. Yeah. They were willing to make it happen. Here comes North Babylon Tail Draggers. First man on, he struggles a little bit. Now he's got it going on. One step at a time.
Oh, Chris, it's on. Chris, it's on.
Now it's on.
North Babylon working their way to the top.
Oh, Chris, the red button's on.
Not their best effort, but it's a team that's working hard.
Yeah, I still think they're looking for their first time of the year.
Yeah,
well, they got some more letters there. OT.
Off 20 feet.
Yep, give or take. Right. Hicksville Hicks coming out for their first shot of the year.
Chris, I'm just told we're still not broadcasting. Joe on the track is not getting the radio feed. Okay, just letting you know.
Need any of the buttons, Chris? Let me know. Turn the red off. Red off, blue's on. Red off, blue on.
All right, here come the Hicksville Hicks. They can put up a 6.
Yeah.
With that experience. First man on, second man on, third man mounts. Doesn't have a lot of ladder. Gets to the top.
Yeah. 697, the North Bellmore that first run.
Quick miss by the second man. Nice recovery.
727. Half in, half.
All right, Farmerville on the line. Here we go.
Yep.
Here come the bandits.
I think, well, Farmerville, did they have the C truck today?
Yes, they do.
All right. They have
Motors back, and they run all 8 today.
Brand new B truck last week, going to run all 8 today. That'll boost their spirits, and of course,
giving us all the background information. Thank you, Billy.
Farmerville
takes off.
Still has his knee pads on.
Got him from Jay Podolsky.
Third man, little stutter when he got Justin. On 440 on the mount.
Little shout out to Justin on his 30th birthday today.
Ah. I can't wait till it's my 30th birthday.
Any day now, Paul, any day.
I thought Justin was older than 30.
Me too. Actually, today, shout out to my daughter, Allie. It's her birthday.
All right.
19.
Oh.
And she experienced every second of it last night till 2 in the morning. She will be cleaning the bathroom this morning.
Whoa. I guess my invitation got lost in the mail.
I take that back. She'll get up this afternoon. She'll be cleaning it this afternoon.
Right.
Comes West Save. There's a strong start. Oh, second man slips up in the middle. Third man mounted 421. $9.49. I guess we're not getting the PA across at this point. Working out some technical difficulties.
Copac Yellowbird's looking at a 697 by that North Bellmore, that first shot of the day. I was going to say earlier, I mean, out of all the drills we go to, the winning victorious team trophy that's given out.
It's the best trophy there is.
Shanty there. I love it.
Definitely the most unique.
All right, Copac on the line. They had a really nice run going last week, and Dirty Mike forgets to touch the top run.
Oh, boy.
Chris Brandt not here today either. He's at a Harry Potter convention up in Connecticut.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
For real?
I'm going to not believe that. I don't want to believe it.
That's worse than getting married.
Wait a second.
It's either that or he's at a Pride rally, one or the others. I'm not sure.
469 mount for the third man.
I think they're the same place.
771 for the Copac Yellowbirds.
He's not at a Harry Potter convention, is he? Because it just ruined my entire image of him. I got to look closer at his tattoos. Are they all like sorcerers and stuff?
Right. 771. Yeah. Chris Brandt out here is really going to hurt them today, the Copac Yellowbirds.
Billy really doing the digging down in the pits if somebody admitted to that.
All right, Westbury.
Here we go. Turtles on the line. Have been working at it hard.
Yeah,
trying to crack into the
Get
sixes in practice.
everything except for getting the trucks inspected.
Little Joe Bird reading up front. My nephew Brian in the middle, and Danny Driscoll Jr. in the rear. Big Dan driving the bus today.
Looks like Reardon got out a little early on that. Man, third guy booking.
Pulled up quite a bit at the bottom, though. 425 still on the mountain. Turtles finished the run.
In turtle fashion.
962 for the Turtles.
Islip Wolves coming to the line. Missing Tommy G today.
Yeah, a couple guys out here.
Yeah.
No Nick Patch, no
Nick
Tommy
Patch,
G.
Nick Patch at a bachelorette party.
Nick Patch, yeah, he had to. He actually won the race against Kennedy. I mean,
I know.
it smoked him.
Yeah. So now he feels entitled. He can show up when he wants.
Yeah.
And Tommy G, I guess, had to use his plane tickets before they ran out and decided to do it during the drill.
Nice
drill
job.
season.
That's good. Wolves with a nice shot last week. Good for 4 points. 650 last week.
Honey, when do those tickets last till? Monday. Oh, we better miss the drill.
All right, Jeffy coming in first. He's up and out.
Josh is on.
Josh is right there.
Yeah.
Great job
That's
filling
gonna
in.
Top that 697, I bet.
435 on. Josh had to pull back a little bit, looked like, but they'll be in the sixes. 687.
Good
Slide
number
into first place there.
Well, no Tommy G. You could see that there.
Yeah.
You know, Jeffy doing a nice job, but just not the same speed as Tommy G up front. And here the Frogs. They got their same team as last week. Shoes just said, I don't feel like it.
Really?
He wasn't here last week and just opted out of the three-man contest today. I don't know. As I was there, he said, I'm not doing it.
Speaking of shoes, I still see Geddish limping around.
Oh, he's got the boot off today.
Non-racing injury.
Yep, non-racing injury.
Good news is the nose is here, and he's
Yep.
getting around on his own really good.
I saw him with some Sveka in the parking lot.
Yeah.
He's walking no problem.
That's the miracle drug.
It is.
He'll be dancing for you later.
Those Swedish know how to do it.
And they're off.
Here come the Frogs. Mix of purple and green. Third man stumbles a little bit.
There we go.
It's going to hit the eights.
No heavy.
873. 873 for the Frogs.
Halfway through, we have 2 6s and 3 7s on the board.
As Manhasset comes to the line right here, this is our, like I said earlier, this is our first co-county point or so. A real good assortment. In and outs on my mic, but
Yeah.
besides that, a lot of Nassau and Suffolk.
So to explain that, Paul, it counts for both Nassau and Suffolk. If you want to be county point champ, you probably should be here.
Correct.
Ooh, third man gets out way late. They left him on the line.
He's still on the line. I might reverse the order of those three.
Yeah.
They probably squished the guy. They didn't even give me a roster for that event.
So
Is East Islip here?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Not running 3 men?
Benny the Jet not here today.
all right.
Not
So
here.
Central Islip Hobos on the line. What a show the Hobos put on last week. If you weren't paying attention, folks, big win out in Lindenhurst.
Yet not here today?
Not here. No ladders today for
Oh, my Lord.
East Iceland.
They love this hose track, but boy, that's got to be rough not running ladders and your main guy.
And
Missing a lot of teams missing bodies today. I don't get it.
Ladder climbers.
And again,
What's going on? They're on strike.
the Hobos last week going 15 for 15 coming out of ladders. See if they can get it started.
Wasted no time with a great start by the Hobos. All 3 climbers on. Eric Miller on his way up.
Ooh.
Second man misses probably around his 3rd step.
Ooh, Arnett.
Eric mounting at 416 after the good start from Willie in his goofy hat. Apropos. 843 for the Hobos with that slip.
You think about the weekend of the Saturday that he had last week,
Wow.
Yeah, that's it.
and then
It's a hell of a
8.
yeah,
hell of a first drill out of the box.
you're probably going to say that slip's okay.
So listen, this contest is kind of played right in for North
Suck
Lindy
it.
Yeah, it is.
to pull in 5 points here.
Yeah.
They ran a real nice week with their updated 3-male out of team. Right there for them.
Yeah, North Lenny was happy with their drill last week. I mean,
26 points. Nice day.
They scored all day.
yep.
Third man gets out just a tick late. On the whole, might not hurt him, though, because this was from one ladder miss. Second man misses. Second miss. He had a quick recovery, but then had miss. All right, this contest is
So
Yeah.
third man Kevin Kinley on at 4:23, but to no avail. North Lindy getting an 8:19 if you're keeping.
But we said
score.
the cold track would have an effect.
On the runners.
Yeah.
All right, Hagerman out here. We didn't see them last week.
No,
this contest is a far cry from the 3-man ladder contest we saw last week.
It's affecting sneakers more than maybe it's going to affect the trucks.
Yeah, they needed just a complete contest right here. 687, 697, 713, 727, 771. 771 Kopech hanging in there right now. Hagerman just about ready to go.
Hagerman couldn't get out last week, but see what they got to show us after a strong year last year.
And they're off. First man maybe out just
Yeah.
about a half step early. Toes the first rung, slow.
That
Now-
put the second guy in peril and the third as well, and they're going to have a non-scoring time.
Aaron.
This was a
Aaron gets married last week. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Had a baby last week.
989 for the Hagerman
you got to be able to
Gamblers.
schedule those babies a little
Which
better.
is, we didn't see him last week, and Robert Tascio had something else going on, but
Yeah.
good to see them out here today. I'll tell you this: if you're a lead team here, this event fell right in your lap. Just put up your shot.
I agree with you. North
You-
America could be one of those
Seven-
teams.
seven
Oyster
now.
Bay could be one of those teams.
Oyster
West
Bay,
Hempstead,
yep.
Lindenhurst.
687 isn't a whole hell of a lot.
Nope. Hey, and you know how much the 5 points out of the gate means, right?
And that's
1 point out of the
That
gate means a lot.
687 wouldn't have scored last week.
Right.
Right now we're at the end of the contest, and it's holding first.
And some of the teams that finished up top last week not in the money here in 3-man.
All right.
This is like
All right.
Lindenhurst weather, though, today.
North America, all 3 climbers on the ladder. They're
They are
AJ
really
finishes.
436 mount. They climbed tight all the way, but they made it. This should be a scoring run.
Time for North America, 7.36.
736.
just outside there.
Is
Winning.
it?
Yeah,
I think
isn't
so.
it?
No, that's
No,
it. That's
that's
15.
727's fifth. Not according to the scoreboard.
22. Oyster Bay.
Darwinville 713.
713.
Oh, Kopech 721.
Hicksville 727.
71 for Kopech.
No,
the
71. Yeah.
71.
Yeah.
All right, so the scoreboard might be wrong then, and
Scoreboard's wrong.
All right, Teddy's boys up.
Eddie's boys are off.
Look at Rath attack that ladder.
Did a little
Second,
prayer.
third man got a nice little climb going.
Oyster Bay taking
It's going
advantage.
to be a 6.
Wrath barely getting that rung in the last
Yep.
second.
Didn't get the full prayer in. Shalom.
Shalom.
Time for Oyster Bay, 6.96.
Oh, they squeezed North Bellmore, and you hear a little gasp
Wrath
from
has
the
to
North
have
Bellmore
Yeah,
crowd.
they're right
Yeah,
below
it's in
us
the temple
here.
after that run.
Come on. Run a 90. Don't just squeeze me.
687 sitting first place.
Yeah, this is the West Hempstead. I don't know. Is this different third man?
They got a couple guys give a little different here today.
Check.
Cody Mara hurt.
It's got to be some big convention up there in Connecticut.
Harry Potter everywhere. And here go the Westerners. We got all 3 climbers on.
It's
Smooth.
going to be nice.
Not super fast, but might be a
428 mount. It's going to be a low 7.
Time for West Hempstead, 7.04.
Huh? It's going to score.
Fourth place for the 705.
They come in 5th place last week at the home drill, but they have a great opportunity. I tell you what, video of the week. Video of the week is Brody hit the hydrant pump.
What a
That was
shot.
insane.
That was
insane.
super scoop, I think is the
That
new
was
word.
whoever filmed that got just the perfect
Stan
angle,
had
the perfect shot. Oh yeah, it was on the GoPro, right?
And he had it on
Unbelievable.
stop
Yeah,
motion.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
You
It's
can't
really-
push water much more than that. You can't push
Oh.
water much more than that. That was
Right?
pretty cool.
No, I've never seen someone that far out still get it on with the water on.
That was
already.
really
That's
cool.
because they didn't take videos of me back in the day.
Yeah, well, no, not water on your chest, water in the hole.
That's
Here comes
mustard
the-
on the chest.
Here
Here
come
we
the
go.
snails. Because that attack.
Oh, he-
I
Oh,
know.
Then as he grabs, as he got in, he got the ladder. Beat him money.
So 687 by Islip. They said Tommy G take another week.
yeah.
7.65.
765 the final run for
687.
Lindenhurst. That'll
And then
conclude
696 Oyster Bay squeaking 4. North Belmore's with 697.
2 for West
704 West Hempstead, 713 Farmingville. Those are, boy, we got lucky there. They gave us a chance. Let's go. They gave us a chance.
So as you said, North Bellmore getting inched out by a 1/100th for a point there. We'll see if that looms large later in the day.
Hey, keep garking, Chris. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah,
Are we
Gerard,
on? Are we on? Because we
Yeah,
can
we're
talk
on. We're on. Good.
Are we
Good
on?
shot. We were at the Islander game.
People
don't
can hear us?
I don't think we're on.
Yeah, we are. I can hear you.
No, so people outside the arch can hear us. I think
Where?
we're just talking to ourselves right now.
Yeah, that's what I think, too.
We had a ball game. What's up?
He's got the earplug out. I don't think he can hear us. No. Is it?
Okay, we're still not on with the according to Joe, the official. So
Holy cold. We're gonna have to recreate that whole race. That was all.
all our little tidbits we get to bring up again in B ladder because
Yeah, we
nobody
do.
heard them.
I kind of had a feeling. Yeah, I had a feeling. You knew Richie Arnett wasn't gonna knock it down again. I figured 3-man would be a tough one for him after he had such a great week. It's hard to do, when you're that young. Should have brought a blanket. Cold up here. Oh.
See?
Billy, why didn't you wear your long?
We're on. We're on.
Oh, you don't have one?
No, I don't agree. That was for you 10 years from.
Well, just not in the park.
All right, so
I just got to think. So hold on. Let's just make sure we're being heard. And
again, playing with some technical difficulties here. We trying to figure out if we're broadcasting to you. Paul says yes. Some officials on site say no. So anybody with my
I think that's the
number,
local
text me if you're
82.7 maybe they're having trouble with. But over the radio, I think it's working.
All right.
So that's good. So we don't have to recap the whole race? I'm going to find out.
That would be good.
So during the week, had the pleasure of attending
All right,
an
so
Islander
yeah,
game.
they're hearing us loud and clear. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I just heard from Jay Podolsky.
Yeah.
We are on, so thank you, Jay, and
All right.
let's keep it rolling.
Had the pleasure of being at the Islander game with my partner Lenny Gombert up here.
Yeah.
What a night that was. That national anthem was fantastic.
It's hard to describe if you weren't there, Bill. You're right. And shout out to those New York Islanders and the Islander fans here. We're probably less than 10 miles away from where that magic happened the other night, and they're going to keep it going. Even the Ranger fans are telling me they're happy for
Did
them.
the Islanders win?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they did? Oh, wasn't paying attention. It's an Islander game.
So you'll have to put your Lightning shirt on next week or
no,
tomorrow,
no.
actually.
Yeah.
You know what I like about the Islanders, and we'll leave it here. I like how they play. They got a great coach. They got a great general manager. They built it correctly, and I love how they play. So, outside of the fact that the name on the jersey says Islanders, it's nice to watch.
Yeah, they're a hard-charging team, and again,
All right, we got a little smell of B-Ladder coming up here. So, a couple things, we can discuss. One thing I was talking about earlier is this co-point drill. So, next drill is in Selden on, I think it's the 26th. And that is another co-point drill between Nassau and Suffolk County. And we almost have 20 teams. I think it's 18 maybe coming down the track today. East Islip didn't race in that. I don't know if Selden's here. We're almost reaching 20. And the last time we saw a 20-team drill, I don't know when besides the state tournament.
Yeah, you're right there. A big crowd today. I mean, if you didn't get here early with your trucks, it's hard to find a parking spot.
Yeah.
Normal spots that people park in were already taken by these Suffolk County invaders today. Good to see them.
Some even took spots that were other teams.
Yeah.
They just parked wherever they wanted.
This tournament takes place right before the state tournament, so you get a lot of Nassau County teams and not a whole lot of Suffolk teams because they don't want to beat up their players or their trucks right before the state drill. So they moved it back here, and now North Bellmore getting the full turnout today. But And like Paul says, we got a chilly day compared to the hot 95-degree track that we normally see here. Be interested to see what the water's going to be like today here. Traditionally been a bit good hose track. Motor pump, not so much, but
Water was 465 in the test prior to the drill.
fantastic. Good volume here for that, but hose times, you can break a record here. We've seen, East Islip broke the record for about 13 minutes here a few years ago.
I would say the T-hose record not going anywhere today.
No, I don't think it is today. I bet you will see a few cone penalties today with chilly weather and the tailwind behind us.
Oh yeah, it's a brisk wind. It's not as big down there, but it's pretty big up here. So another thing we should just a little bit of conversation about is past President Kevin Wheelock. Man, that was bad news right after the drill in Lindenhurst last week. Hearing that Kevin Wheelock had passed away, and Kevin, a friend to everybody in New York State, obviously past president, but also a chief judge of many state drills. One of the best presidents, I think, that I've ever been involved with coming across New York State. And he is sorely going to be missed. Last time I saw him was up in Point Pleasant. He was up there for the Point Pleasant drill last year with his 2 kids. And, yeah, man, we're going to miss him. A lot of good times going to that Northern dinner or going to the Deerfield invite. Kevin, great stories, that great laugh, that great smile. Just heartbreaking news because he meant a lot to a lot of people in racing, and we're going to miss him.
Yeah, he really was a true ambassador to the sport. I mean, unlike yourself and me, Paula, nobody had a bad word to say about him. I mean, just a great guy all around, and his heart was in the right place, and really helped our sport for many decades.
Scored when he was on the team in 3-man ladder, could have been, or maybe C ladder in the state drill. And
What year was that?
It's like 72 or something, and yeah, raced for Ilion. And when he was going through the board, and we got those shirts where your team name was on it, he had Roadrunners on it, and then later on joins Deerfield as a little bit of an older gentleman, and he ran Motor Hose 2 for Deerfield off the back of the truck, or after a lot of years off. And I was there to see it, and boy, his grin on his face after doing that was just unbelievable. So our heart goes out to Kathy, one of the greats up there in Northern, Kathy Wheelock. We're thinking about you and Kevin and everybody in Northern, smoking, such good friends with them, and man.
It's a big loss to the racing community. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
Motor hose too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, but they take that serious up there, that motor hose. It's in every drill, I mean, it's crazy.
A monitor up here now.
Yeah. Looks like we're just about ready for the B ladder contest.
All right, do we go back to times like we saw last?
I'm going to stand over there from the corner. Take a little gander. Go ahead.
Eating's back at full strength this week. Sean Corcoran back. Going to see a different looking rig eating.
Oh, here. Lost you.
Big. Oh, we waiting
All right,
for it.
yeah. I tell you what, like I said this earlier, this is like usually, this is like the Lindenhurst. But
Exactly. I was going to say we got this
couldn't have
wrong.
moved. Holy smokes!
This is a Lindenhurst day, and they have the North Bellmore day.
Put a fit here, Lenny, or what are we doing? Maybe I'll go stand by Rob.
So we got Sean back here.
This is on.
Again.
Oh yeah. I'll stand behind here. I can see it.
All right, so like we said, the points are spread out early amongst teams other than Islip, who it's teams that really didn't do a whole lot last week. So North Bellmore on the board, Farmingville on the board.
Yeah, it's nice when those times the time comes to you and you don't have to go to the time, right? If you're a 6'9" 3-man ladder team and the time comes to you, that's a nice little bonus right there.
Yeah, that doesn't happen all the time.
No.
You take it when you can get it.
No. But it's a lot harder to get to the time than have it come to you, because when you got to get to the time, it's like 6'3", 6'2", etc.
What seems to be the whole?
I don't know. It looks like maybe we have a timing equipment at the start line.
All right, there we go. Oh, there's Kenny Kahn down there. Another
Oh, that'll be solved then.
birthday guy.
Would you say
It's his birthday, too?
Another birthday guy?
Yeah, Kenny turning 65 today.
He doesn't look at that. Over 70. Looks like we're almost ready. They got the board out there.
All right.
Yep, I see Kenny shaking his head. I'm going to say no.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
Seeing it. Come on.
He looks good on his knees. Sun, I think I feel a little sun right here.
I brought the shades up here just
Break
in
out the
case we might
sunblock.
get lucky.
Break out the sunblock. I
And
tell you
actually,
what,
the clock, I mean, the lights they're looking at, those are the cone lights.
yeah, you're right. What are we doing that right now for? What are we doing that right now for?
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Yeah, there's a problem with the cone light. We're running B-Lab.
What are we doing?
They could do it in between teams or something.
All right, let's go. What's going on here?
So, like we said, a couple more teams here this week than last week at Lindenhurst, which is always a good thing, building a little bit of momentum. I understand that Bellmore is going to get out for the Baldwin drill, so they'll be on the track later this year.
When is the Baldwin drill? Is that the hybrid drill?
I believe that's the
Yeah.
hybrid, yeah.
Right before the Joe, or right, I think Joe.
Yeah.
Friday.
Oh,
after
same
Joe.
weekend?
Yeah. Well, Joe's on a Thursday, and I think they're both Friday,
All right.
I believe. Don't have my full schedule in front of me.
And we understand, I think Bay Shore will be out for the Suffolk County drill is what
County.
they're planning.
Yep.
So they're coming in dribs and drabs for different reasons. But the main thing is, guys, the sport is still here.
Yeah, right. That's actually, I think, doing pretty well. Considering what we went through last year, I think this is a pretty good start. Last week's tournament, we all talked about how great it was. I mean,
And the crowd last week was
Oh.
great. It's starting to fill in a little bit today, but it'll be tough to top the numbers you saw last week.
That
I don't know
was-
exactly what they were, but it looked
that was
impressive.
a 1995, 1985 crowd there, right?
I think you had a combination of fans not being allowed at most of the drills last year. The weather was good.
Awesome.
I think the parade helped a little bit, getting some people to hang around, so
Stop
that
it.
helped Lindenhurst as well.
What are you talking
Just
about?
because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not a fact.
Everybody loves the parade. Yeah, parades are a little on the down this year. I mean, you know, they're not sanctioned because of what was going on, and understandably. The thing with the parade is it's going to be something hard to come back, you know. People will have them, but I don't know if it's ever going to be the same as it was.
They used to be.
They haven't been anyway.
No.
Parades used to be awesome. You know, they had, especially I like the ones after the tournament because you put your trophies on the truck. You know, if you had, we didn't most times.
A couple of sodas. You don't mind the parade by then?
There's a band playing. It was lots of action afterwards. A lot of good time.
Putting on your
It was a good
cummerbund,
fight or two. Your cummerbund.
putting on your cummerbund and spats at 7:30 in the morning for the
That's what-
parade before the drill.
Yeah, man.
Wasn't a favorite of mine.
I always put mine on there and be B ladder just in case I need a backup cummerbund.
You ran
guy.
with it in B-Ladder
Yeah.
a couple times.
I was the backup digger back in the day.
Played it off like it was a back brace. It's your cummerbund.
A back break.
Okay, the lights set, straight time.
All right, cone lights ready to go.
Photo of the ladder, clear, straight time.
Yeah.
At any moment, a sea truck can come through. Gotta make sure they're going the right speed.
You get to pick which truck you want.
Overtime in this event, 8 seconds.
All right, North Bellmore making their way to the starting line.
Race number 1 on your program, Bellmore, breaking
Just to finish up that parade talk, Paul, you should mark your calendar because August 27th, 2022, 100th anniversary of the St. James Fire Department, and you're invited,
Nice.
as is everyone.
You having a parade, or is it a county parade?
Are you
No,
invited, Lenny?
August 27th, so we are having a celebration parade. Mark it on your calendar, folks.
Are we going to see the Cellar Savers there, I hope?
The Savannah Cellar Savers will make an appearance and play till they can't blow no more. You know what I mean, Bill?
Yeah,
Are they going to play the Josh Bailey song?
he knows what you mean.
All right, so here we go. Like I said, North Bellmore back healthy this week. The two brothers, Sean and Joe Corcoran on the back. Great B-ladder shots last year. Let's
I
see what
don't
they can
know.
do here.
Sean kind of looked iffy, but he's gonna go.
Listen, they got
Yeah.
Here they go. All right, North Bellmore in the break. Couple feet outside the 6. Ladder wobbles a little. Climber does a nice job staying with it.
Wow.
Sean does a nice job.
Yeah, that ladder's a little
Wow.
crooked. Goes in the ground at 276.
Bellmore. 5.5555.
555 for North Bellmore.
Triple nickel.
Number up there, so come get me.
I thought Sean did a great job right there holding him out. That ladder went in crooked and went up sideways, but if I could try to give you the picture, it still went up straight. It didn't, didn't wiggle on him. It went up straight sideways.
It stayed true to the angle it was on, Paul,
Right.
and he squared his shoulders and he pushed through it. So nice job. Sorry, folks, our mic's cut out.
Yeah.
Nice job pushing through it, putting up a mid-5, and again, come get me.
Here come the tail draggers. Tail draggers still looking for a number this year. Could this be the shot? Now, I thought the B truck slid a little bit right there.
And it's
We were
on
talking
their,
about the surface here, and it's on their course, right?
and it's on their own track, exactly. So
All right.
Right, North Babylon. Here we go. Kind of slides, almost fishtails a little bit right there.
Not the same type of slide.
they go in right on the 3-man ladder line at 316.
Sliding sideways. Ass end coming around.
Young Tyler Rogers getting it done up top here.
That could be a brake issue. That could be
Yep.
an air pressure
Yep.
issue.
Yeah, you could see even where they end up with the ladder. Oh my lord, he's on the west. Oh, I give up. He's on the west side of the.
No.
That truck really was coming around. All right, Farmingville's up. Farmingville. So Hicksville not running B ladder. Farmingville with 1 point.
Yeah, Hicksville short of Digger.
Chris, they're saying
Digger
on the
to-
track they can't hear us. A couple of the officials that have the
Yeah, I
headphones
think
in.
the local, the 82.7, I don't think is working, but they're hearing us all over the state. They're hearing us in North Carolina.
So Hicksville's not here. What was there, a Power Puff convention?
No,
or-
I don't know. They're missing a thrower and a climber. And a digger, sorry.
Maybe the Furbies.
Well, their climbers here.
I figured Chiz could just do it by himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
He
Maybe
is
it's
a pretty
just
strong
climate.
guy, yeah.
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 He can throw and climb for himself, right?
Tried that once.
All right, Farmingville.
I knocked Johnny out of the way and I finished the run. It was great.
There you go.
So
They got a
Farmingville.
point out of 3-man. Here they go. Rolls it off the line. Long break. Oh, they're going to have to lunge just
Yeah.
to make the patch. They're laying him in nice.
I tell you what, he does a nice job. You're right, Rob. That truck stopped.
That truck stopped real good. They might have seen that truck in front of them slide. They got in the ground at 302. 577 for the Bandit.
All Justin now.
That's kind of making something out of almost nothing.
I agree.
When they went to break, I thought it was going to be short. It was. They did a nice job of working together, getting it in the patch.
If
And-
they dig
Good
that,
watch.
if they dig that regular, they are 10. I say 10 feet from the patch.
Yeah.
So that's experience though, and you think about that. Farmingville 3 years ago isn't able to do that. That's in no time for. But
And-
now with these newer guys that have been sticking around and you've been racing off the back of these trucks, you get a sense of your track awareness. Made a big difference. They run a 5. Good
And
chance
Ju-
for a point.
And Justin plowing through it and taking the beating when he got there.
All right, West Sable on line, 5:45 last week, good for 4 points at Lindenhurst. Billy Hoffman, Ryan throwing, Dougie and Danny on the dig. How's practice this week? Doing it all good?
We got caught with a little rain on Tuesday, but not too bad, all in all. All right. Michael Maurer behind the wheel, rolls it off the line. He's on the gas. Going to be a staircase. Billy's in. They're laying him in nice.
Hey, that's a nice little run right there.
280,
what?
282 in the ground. This is going to be a solid 5.
Dropped them with momentum, and they stuck that ladder.
539 goes into first place there. West Sable, good looking run.
Last week, they run 45, 39 this week. I thought this was a really nice run. The momentum.
And we weren't treated to much of a 3-man ladder event, but
know.
we got 3
Right.
teams
It
out
is.
in B ladder, all 3 teams in the 5. So
The momentum that Michael left him with, and those two guys stuck that right in the ground. It's going out.
All right.
Just here.
Brand new ladder team, first time out for this Westbury Turtle ladder team here.
So I
And
can
they-
almost say the B ladder contest is already better than the 3-man ladder
That's
contest.
what I just
They have
said, yeah.
They have 4 teams in.
Yep.
Just stinks that we're missing Chris Brandt. He's a treat to watch on that ladder.
Oh, yeah. Well, he gave us the climb of the week last week.
Yeah. Oh, Did.
Hope he's playing Quidditch at his Harry Potter thing.
What is it called?
Quidditch.
That's what
Quidditch?
that's
I don't know what that actually means,
I'm
but
not
yes,
a Harry
I've heard
Potter
it.
guy.
I'm kind of glad I don't know what it means.
We'll have to ask Chris next week.
got a souped up
Yeah.
room.
I smell a
All
sideline
right.
interview.
Here come the Turtles. We're going to be a little deep. Little deep.
Yeah, they,
Man,
came-
gets sucked into the ladder, but does a nice job of fighting through.
they were really going for it there.
But they made something look out of that. We thought they were going to go under. And
Yeah.
If you could see the body language and the face of the four guys, hopefully you did.
696 for the Turtles. They were in the ground at 317, but Rob, you're right. They were coming in hard. Truck slid a little, so they were deep.
And
Still
they-
got a run out of it.
Those guys up did everything. I give up. Those guys on the back did everything they could possibly do. Maybe I
Wow.
go with this one. Hello.
That's
Yeah.
not what I was doing my first shot. And we're
Yeah.
out.
If you looked at the face of the guys on the back, boy, they were giving everything. Now I'm losing this one, but they were giving everything to pull back on that ladder to keep it from. All right,
And
here
that's-
comes ice slope.
And that takes experience to do that. That's not something you do right away naturally. They knew where they were. Artie, we miss you, but I'll use your line track awareness. They knew they had to do something to get a run out of it, and they did.
All right, ice slope wolves. Yeah.
Swole. Hello. Well,
I slept okay with their drill last week. I mean, there were some. But what did they hit? They were at 20 points too, right? Close to
17.
no, in the teens, I think.
High teens.
Yeah, I think
17.
West Sable came in 1 point past them in,
what-
with
what
the
you
buckets.
have?
Buckets.
I think 18,
Yeah, all
17
right,
maybe.
so-
Mikey Welton. In the break.
Man, that's right.
Barbie
there.
Nice
Yeah.
ladder for Josh Casey, and he's got that good
Oh,
climb
yeah, That's a
going.
nice run right there. I mean, Mike put him in the spot. They go straight.
287 in the ground. This is another 5. 542 for the Wolves. That'll be good for second place.
Let me ask you this, guys. Did you notice or feel like... No? Ah.
We got.
well, Robbie Allen was thrown today for the Wolves. You know, Tommy G not here
Yeah.
in the islands.
And you can see
job.
after the run, Robbie was really happy with his job, and he should be. 5-4. Josh, nice job getting to the top there, climbing up the ladder, and Mike just put him there like that. That truck stopped as good as Farmingville's, but in a different spot, like right there. Those guys dropped off the truck right to the ground. Ladder went up perfectly.
And Islip has to be happy with that. With no Tommy G there, looking at taking some points here in both events.
Yeah, right. So I said, stay another week.
Maybe they'll deport him. All right.
All right, Call Place has it.
Chevrock on the truck.
Listen, this thing's not working. So what do you guys think?
All right, here comes. Well, mine's same as yours. I don't know. Now I'm back. They struggled.
Yeah, that was an awkward transition off the truck and
Back to the
everything.
truck.
322 in the ground, a little bit crooked. Just not much momentum. Overtime for Carl Place. You know, we've talked about it in the past, but these ladder contests, everybody's got to be in sync. All four guys almost same stride together when they come off the back to make it happen.
And that's exactly what it looked like. They were all over the place. Everybody was like kind of pulling in their own direction.
All right.
All right, here come the Hobos. Richie Arnett putting on a show last week. 5 points for the Hobos in B ladder. What was that time last week? Do we remember? I don't know.
43 last week.
Was it 40?
43. Week, Josh came a little short on his there on the grasp and hold.
West Sable's already on top of that with a 39, but
You know, we
see what the
threw
Hobos have.
a lot of accolades that kid's way. Not to bring up a negative, but he did slip in buckets and slipped in 3-man. So he's seen the highs and he's in the lows right now. Let's see if he can pull himself out of it.
He's 18 years old.
Pains?
Yeah, I would say.
He's running the gamut.
Hey, you know, at that week, when he lived a dream last week, honestly. Between him and his team coming out of the gate like that, I mean, when you're that age and you know, your team sees, oh my God, you know, for the next 15 years, we're smoking good. It's not easy to make it the next week.
It's struggling coming up. It was in the ground decent. 281.
Maybe the ladder had trouble. Yeah, it was going back and forth a little bit. I don't know if it's how they came out of the back of the truck. I couldn't tell, but
Yeah. Yeah, the ladder didn't help.
7:55 for the hobos.
7:55, and you could see it on. I mean, obviously, Rich he's a big, strong guy, and he had the ladder up, but I just don't think they went together.
He just never got his momentum going in the climb. He fought it all the way. And
Yep. The ladder fought to get to the arch. It just
Yeah.
didn't go up right. North Lindenhurst. North Lindy struggled there in 8:19 and three-man ladder, so they're looking to get on the boards, get their day started. Good race to do it. Just as we were talking about, hey, that 7-0 gets a point in three-man and you're really happy about it. When you're a good three-man team and you see a 7-0 scoring, it's just as depressing.
Pisses you off.
As they are, it's just depressing. Oh, that ladder's in the ground. Doug is eating it up to the top. That's going to be right there. I think.
277 in the ground. This is going to challenge for first.
Definitely. Ladder went up smooth.
533.
That's your
First
first place
place.
shot. I'll tell you what, the difference between that shot and West Sable was West Sable had that momentum from outside the pit into the pit and grabbed the momentum going, whereas North Lindy, the truck dropped them a little deeper and they went
Yeah.
straight down.
Nice throw by
Yeah,
Vinny with a great throw right there.
Hagerman on the line now, but yeah, that was like a textbook B ladder run, and you're right, Billy. I mean, Vinny to the point where he left his feet when he threw that ladder and got back to it to ease him in. So good looking run all around.
All right, first time we're going to see
Hagerman
Hagerman this
Gambling,
year.
B ladder.
Aaron Allen on the line. Rob
Hey,
Matascio doing
working.
the throwing.
It's working.
Should I put it down?
I don't know.
All
No,
right.
mine isn't.
I'm
I'll switch
I'm
to this.
doing all sorts of contortions to get my mic to work, and I just lay it on the table, and it seems like it's working.
And folks, it's not pretty watching Paul do contortions. I
I
have to
know.
tell you, especially
Yeah.
when you're standing behind him.
Whoa.
All right, Louis going to bring him in here.
All right, gamblers trying to beat that 577 to get in the top 5. Here they go. Woo. Took a couple extra steps, but climber's on. He's doing a nice job,
does
making
a
his
nice
way
job.
up. Probably going to just miss, maybe high 5, low 6.
306 in the ground with those few extra steps, Robs. This will be a 5. 581.
Just missed.
Aaron Allen sporting that nice mustache, 70s style.
581, and looked a little bit. They look. I don't know. Something looked weird about when they went in the ground, right?
It was only 306, so
Yeah.
it wasn't.
Yeah, a couple extra steps there looked like they took.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
that was it.
the truck sounded good. I mean, he really
I thought
jumped
the
on
truck
it.
spun a little bit. No, when he took off the line.
Maybe that's what I heard, Paul. It sounded, and I definitely heard the extra rev. Maybe that was
Yeah.
spinning. You might be right.
81 just out of the money.
Maybe-
577. Bug.
If he spins a little and then knows he has got to get on the brake a little bit more, maybe that's your 306 right there, or a little earlier. All right, North Merrick. What are they looking at? A 577. Some big numbers up here.
Yeah.
The ladder-wise, second tournament of the year to try to grab,
Still 4 teams to go, counting North America. So,
and some scorers.
yeah, Oyster Bay next. So here comes North America. Oh, they stop way short.
Oh, no, no,
Oh,
no,
way
no, no,
short,
no, no,
way
no.
short. They put it in the ground about 10 inches before the yellow safety line. This is going to be a no time.
And that was with half a lunge. They were really back.
So we have a little driver error on that one.
Truck looked, it was running nice. That sounded
On
good.
the home track.
Wow.
Yeah, you hate to see that when you're
Yeah.
on your track coming up short.
Yep.
All right, Teddy's boys come up with their 4 points here, trying to build on that.
11 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that track. I thought these trucks would be slipping. That one stopped on a dime.
You couldn't hear Rob there, but he making a comment that at this hour of the morning, and it's the track conditions are a little different than when you practice at night. But I mean, he was only 284 in the ground way out there. So you're right. He probably tried to hold it a little, and they lunged, and they still couldn't get there. So definitely driver error there where he hit the brakes.
All right. Oyster Bay happy with that 4 points they grabbed in three-man. They 577, well within their range. They would love to keep this going. I remember last year I think they had a good drill here, right?
Planted the ladder. Perfect.
a
Good
nice
looking
run.
run.
Good looking
Two-
shot for Steve O'Neill.
This is really good. 272 on the ground.
You
Get
can't-
ready.
You can't say a bad thing about that run. You just
Woo! It's going to be first, folks. 518. Well, they got
Wow.
some buttons. I had
Yeah.
28,
Yeah, I
but
don't know about 18, but I'll tell you what.
Congratulations.
It just went perfectly.
Yeah.
The way he dropped them, the fact that they went in the ground together, the momentum. I mean, it was as clean could get.
Rob,
Best shot they've ever had with this team.
Rob, I couldn't quite see. It looked like he grabbed the top rung just as it hit the arch,
Yes.
almost simultaneously. So a great looking
shot.
run for Bay. As you said, they had points coming out of 3-man.
They are fired up back there at the camp. Even Joe Boy and Daryl high-fiving together. What's going on?
You know, last year I would say North Bellmore was the class in Nassau County. Oyster Bay going to make a challenge this year.
Yeah. All right, West Hempstead, this race isn't over.
Yeah,
That's
West
what say about
and Lindenhurst after that. So
Yep.
stay tuned.
Craig back on the ladder here this year. See what he can do. Little tweak of the hamstring earlier in the season.
Is he climbing today?
Now we got Cody Mara climbing today.
Climbing.
They're in the ground
Craig.
hot. That's Craig.
Looked like a little hesitation, right, getting on there when it hit.
289
Kinda
in the
just
ground.
dug into the ground.
This will be out of the money, but 289 in the ground should be a 5.
Wednesday, 5.76.
576 with Lindenhurst coming to the line. What's
Just
our
out of the
fifth place
money.
shot right now? Tell you in a sec. 555, that leading shot in North Bellmore. 555 currently fifth place with
Yep.
Lindenhurst coming to the line.
I thought that was going to hold a lot better than 1
Yeah,
point,
right?
and it may get nothing after. See what happens.
Snails with a 586 last week. It was the lucky dog with a 1-pointer. Ryan Kenley climbing today.
Little shout out to some people listening out there. Kyle Stevens down in North Carolina working for the fire department. They're all watching. He's
All
got
right.
the whole paid fire department watching the drill once again.
Wonder what Largo Lou's doing this weekend.
It's warmer than us.
I'm sure he is.
Hey, yep.
Starting to feel like
Can you hear
Oleon
me
up
now?
here. I can hear you now. All right.
All right.
Weckerly going to
Okay.
bring him in here. Big sexy on the
Oh,
line.
now it works. At least I work. All right.
Oh, you never work. We know that, Paul.
I'm going to have Popeye arms by the end of the day.
Come the Snails.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of break there, right?
Just over the 3-man ladder line. Ryan slips about halfway up. 309 in the ground.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of break. There was a little bit of extra. And but what?
685 for the
Shot
Snails.
of the day for the Oyster Bay Teddies boys.
Yep, that'll close out B ladder.
Got it.
So the competition heating up there for B ladder. All kinds of good runs.
Oyster Bay taking a good little lead out of B ladder.
Yeah, I'd say. So that's like one of those things. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We want to get some points on the board, number one. Number two, we want to put ourselves in the top 5. Number 3, we want to go for the win, right? They take care of 1 and 2.
Yeah, you called that right.
I think they're almost top 5 already, I would say.
Yeah, last
Fifth last week was in the teens.
Yeah.
no, 9 points.
Yeah,
But at the rate we're at now, it's going to be tough for somebody to score 30 unless
Yeah.
Oyster Bay continues at the pace they're at.
Exactly.
Yeah, Paul had already had the last North Bellmore invite. Oyster Bay went in with a shot to win it in buckets and just got knocked out.
That
Yeah,
was
18
still-
points here. So, yeah, like I said, they play well at this tournament.
Woohoo!
This is all right, here we go. We'll get to you after this.
Can you hear me now?
Is that coming over the are they coming over the down?
Can you hear me?
I could for a second. Oyster Bay's 5.
Hello. Hello. There we go.
North Lindy, 19, number 19.
Number 8, West Sayville. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 11, Ice Cliff. Fifth place, 1 point. Number 1, North Bellmore.
All right.
24, West Hempstead will get the 5th place trophy.
All right, so North Bellmore scored in the first 2 contests as well here on the home track.
Yeah, Oyster Bay off to a great start. 9
Great
points in the
start.
lead. 7 for Islip in second. 2 teams at 4 with North Lyndhurst and your 3 points West Sayville. That's their top 5 right now after the first 2 contests.
Another shout out up at Great Bend listening this morning.
Keep the faith up there, boys.
Yeah, exactly. A lot going on up there, but you got full support of everybody here.
Good to see them last year.
Yep.
Making
Yeah,
the
that-
trip all the way over. That was
they-
all the areas represented last year.
Basically, Northern and Western combining again, so Great Bend, we need you. Looks like they're still working on the cone light, whatever was the issue earlier.
Still an issue.
Yeah.
So we're still working on the on the mic time too.
Yeah, you got to be if you're Oyster Bay, wait to get to the next. Here.
All right.
Feeling good. Daryl's already warming up the truck.
There we go.
You think about Oyster Bay, they're a veteran team at this point, right? That
Yeah.
group of guys on the back of the truck's been 3 years, right?
Yeah, 3 years together, and like I said, that's their best. This team
Right.
with the there and the combination of Nick and Wayne digging for him out there. Daryl with his crazy hair. I think he has a small family of raccoons living in that hair right by now. Boy, he's ugly. I got to tell you,
Yeah.
no doubt about it. That's my partner.
Yeah.
It looks like he was stranded on an island for 3 years with that haircut looks. He makes Tom Hanks so good in that Castaway movie outfit.
What does Ginger and Mary Ann think?
I think Mary Ann left him. He's on his own now. He changed his Facebook status.
She wasn't the first. Yeah, I don't know if it's a battery issue here with the cone light, but Kenny Khan's working hard down there.
I bought my own today. These officials are guys that wouldn't let me borrow the highlight that I ran out of stuff last week. But I stole one from my daughter.
All right, well, are they coming back for more supplies?
see,
or
I
does it
have
look
mine
like
right
we're
here.
good?
Got my hot pink.
Want to
Doesn't
be
seem like-
optimistic,
doesn't-
Paul. I
doesn't
think
seem
we're all
like
right.
it. I don't know. We got 2 boxes down there, 3 batteries, and the cone's not in the right spot. So
Back the truck up to the cone line.
Boxes and batteries. We're not talking about racing anymore, are we?
it's a good Saturday night.
Or morning.
Yeah.
Actually, they're going to set the lights up at the sea ladder line yet.
Oh. Yeah, we're right on time. What else we got going on?
Cold. It's getting cold up here, Paul. That wind is
Yeah, it's a little
Kick it.
chilly.
I noticed we got a Lidl market next to us over here. That's a new addition since the last
Yep.
track. Suspiciously low groceries. I go there. I buy that knockoff cereal. Tastes just as fine to me as the regular stuff.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So
You know
what?
what I hate about cereal? They've changed whatever. Like they go to fancy sugar or fake sugar now. Like if you get Lucky Charms or even like a Captain Crunch or Crunch Berry, it's not like it was 20 years ago when you were really Frankenberries. It's not even the same taste. Not even the same taste. Kind of, and it's all of them. Even Frosted Flakes, right? A little bit different. Alphabets. Hey, here comes breakfast.
Hey.
Taking one of those.
Oh, yes. Hey, hey.
Yeah.
And they bring
I'll have
mustard
ketchup.
for me. I love it.
So right now, Oyster Bay is the talk of the day. They ran a 9:48 last week in Lindenhurst in Sea Ladder. It's like their team record is 9:11 over at Hempstead, but they have run a 9:12
Thank
here at Merrick. That was back in 04. Last year they ran 9:37.
Thank you.
Lenny,
Last year they ran 9:37. Excuse me, 2019. They ran a 9:37 and a 4 here, so they could put up some shots.
Oh, wow. There I am. It doesn't hurt with them in the back of the pack either. You're losing me.
So North Bellmore is going to lead it off. They've run some solid times here as well. 9:08, 9:29, 9:30, 9:47. Team record 8:76 here on this track back in 03. Looks like they got the cone light issue resolved. Not quite sure what we're waiting for at this point as my partners here yamming down on some North Bellmore burgers and dogs. I'm waiting for the steak sandwich to come up. Yeah, I tried to hold out, guys. I think I got to put the coat on. It almost seems like it's getting cooler.
I was just about to say, I think the wind picked up. It's definitely colder than it was earlier.
Down the track, be interesting to see what happens.
We really need that big light in the sky to come out because
That's the one we need.
a little shivering.
Shivery.
Shivery.
Shivery is dead.
To our fifth battery.
Uh-oh.
He almost has an auto parts store behind him.
Good to see our DJ booth in action here. The Joe Hunter Memorial scoreboard in action.
Oh, looking good. Music playing.
See that tournament the Thursday night before the Independence Day weekend coming up.
Yeah.
Always a good time if you stuff that one up.
And I'm hearing a rumor that on Independence Day we can all gather with family in our backyards.
Imagine that.
Maybe mask free.
The Democrats said it's okay?
Maybe mask free. Not sure yet. I got the okay from the senile guy.
There was no one in my backyard.
Yeah, it was a little get together last year for your birthday, I remember.
I don't.
Yeah, I can't imagine why. You didn't even remember I was there.
I
It was,
think
it was a broken table or two.
my daughter's experiencing the same thing right now.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
good
that-
party. I mean,
And I ran into John Nazowitz that day out in the street. He was leaving as I was getting there. Shout out to John.
yeah, I heard he lost his Flying Dutchman card after showing up at my house.
I heard he never got one.
I know he's got a jacket from the the Kennedy administration. Oh yeah,
Well, Billy's got his shirt back on, so that's okay.
Thank
yeah,
God.
you missed that one before.
Yeah, Paul was standing in front of it. I checked that out.
I made sure that he saw it, so he can't unsee it.
We're trying to gather viewers, not chase them away, Bill.
Hey, there's some chubby chasers out there. I know.
Looks like we might have lost the feed. I don't know. The guys up in Great Bend said they lost us.
Now they're
All right.
All right.
kick the plug out. Well, it's like the movie, what was that, Airplane? The guy pulls out the plug in the control tower, all the lights go out. Little flashback to the 80s. Might have been 70s.
What if I
Test
pulled the
1,
plug
2.
out on this?
You hear me
It'll
now?
work.
We got you, Rob.
I can hear you.
Maybe with that
Yeah, you know.
antenna, this
No,
might
I-
actually work.
Nah.
Nah.
Charlie Champion checking in from
think it's a-
Seabreeze.
I think it's like a power thing, because if I turn mine off and then turn it back on, I'm good for a couple seconds.
It's always a power thing with you. You got to be in charge. You come home, you get
Fourth of July parties for everybody.
Yeah, do you get beaten when you come home? You got to take it out on the rest of us when you leave the house.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Me and my dog run the show over there, my friend.
You and your dog? You got a little Shih Tzu?
No. You don't have a man stopper, you don't have a dog. We got a man stopper. We got in a fight the other day walking around. Me and Abby do our little laps after school every day, and then this dog attacked us. And my dog blocked him from getting to Abby, and boy, a fight ensued. Neighbors coming out, screaming, yelling,
Any blood?
kicking that dog. He bit my dog and break his skin. It was pretty ugly.
Am I going to see you on the People's Court or Judge Judy?
Lost me.
Schnauzer versus
Yeah.
little
Yeah.
Yo Quiero Taco Bell. You have one of those?
Nope. No, I got a big boy.
Seats still available at the War Memorial.
I was saying before, Oyster Bay. We'll have half a drill like that.
You know, we
When I
didn't
was
even-
playing the greatest game of my life. This is the greatest
I
game
don't
of
know
my
if we-
life.
I don't know if we brought this up, but great job by the hosts here at this facility, adding a whole section of bleachers on one side.
Yeah.
You know, just looking down at see two teams parked there, a bunch of teams sitting on the fence, but it looks nice down there. Great.
Yeah, so that would be for you folks at home on the east side of the track where all the teams used to park up tight to the fence. It's now a full set of bleachers there, I guess, in anticipation of the state drill here next year.
It makes
So-
it actually. Think about all those times you had to walk around because there's really not cut-throughs for the fans to get from their camp to the stands. You had to go all the way
yeah.
around, and now you could just just sit right there.
You know,
Lovely.
they always do here. They're always at this facility. I mean, years ago they added that beautiful trough alongside here,
Yeah.
drainage. You know, here.
I think we're almost getting ready. Here we go. Kenny Khan got a little pep in his step. That's telling me he's okay.
Birthday hobble.
Birthday.
He's going to get his. Drill.
I think it's Deerfield next weekend.
You going up, Paul?
No, I'm not going to that one. But the teams from Western are coming over, some teams, and I think Ellesmere, Great Bend.
Ellesmere. They're going to run the old mini pumper again? Yeah, how about that? In a state drill. With
Back
a mini
in
pumper.
the day.
Is that Oleon?
82?
Yeah.
82?
Yeah.
B-hose?
Yeah. You think this is cold? This,
Yeah.
you're going to bring
That
up
was
that
cold.
drill.
Good thing we had the Winnebago that year. All right, getting ready to do some racing, people.
Yeah, so we
I was bundled up under the table there.
Oh, Paulie just left. My wind block. Oh, get in front of me. There you go. Perfect.
North Bellmore spinning their tires and cleaning them off.
The speed wagon.
We got you over there, Rob.
I think I'm on. You got me?
All right.
How
Look
about
at that.
me?
Took two whole contests, but I'm
Good.
back.
All right, Rob will give you the play-by-play, folks.
Chris
Can you
Perry
hear
doing
me?
the announcing
Can you hear me
here.
now? I got me now.
We're back in action.
So North Belmore's got what? 2 points on the board? No, more.
4 points for North Belmore.
Scored in both races, 3 and 1.
Sitting in third place right now. Tied with North Lindy for third.
And for you folks at home, stay tuned during the hose events. We're going to have a treat, a special guest. Tony the Nose is going to join us for a little while. Give his interesting and
If he hasn't frozen,
unique perspective,
He
as
hasn't
always.
frozen to death.
Define treat.
All right, we
Okay.
got our hosts on the line. Going to start the sea ladder contest.
Dancing with the Stars, Tony knows.
I beat him in the push-up contest. That's all I know.
1-0.
He still owes me 20.
All right, I
he still
think we're
owes me
ready
20
to go.
bucks for it. Here we go.
Here comes the
Oh.
Speedwagon 2000. Little correction off the start line. Gets off about 160. Settles the truck down nice. Leaves him right at the 6. Climbers in and on. Nice smooth
boy.
climb. Didn't really catch the whip, but
I
smooth climb for North
I
Belmore.
really liked the drop. I thought the drop was in and out.
3-6-3 to the cones.
The wind aided.
Paulie, I think I agree with you with the drop. I think if he leaves them a little harder, maybe they just get a little more momentum. Might help the climber a little bit.
I think if he leaves them harder, they're going to be under the arch more. I think the ladder would have been a lot straighter, though, in that situation. I agree. If he was back a little bit and left them harder and they end up in the same spot. But, boy, they flew into the ground. So if he goes any harder, I think they're really too deep.
Hey, listen, in that number 1 hole, they're putting up their shot. Now everybody's got to come get
Yeah,
it.
come in. I agree with you.
Well, one quickie on that. Cloudman had to fill in last week for Sean Corcoran. He never thrown sea ladder in his life, and I don't think he ever wants to do that again. He felt it in his fingers.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Best part.
Rome said you had to see the terror on his face.
Really? All right, Farmanville breaking out the sea truck first time this year. They have points on the board from 3 men. Point.
Just got the motor back in it this week.
9:59.
Here come the Bandits.
Woo, that thing's moving.
Making their way down the track. Settling the C-Truck down. Gives them a little bit of an easy break, but climbers in and on.
Justin eats it.
Ladder just beats it to the arch.
352 to the cone.
Yep.
678 in the ground. 52.
Time for Farmingville. 9:28.
980.
Yeah, I thought the
980.
truck played a little fade, right? Started fading a little west here on the track. Came down that left side.
Next race number 8. The West Sayville Flying Dutchman.
352, and he got off that pretty early at the cone. I mean,
Yeah. It didn't look like a 352.
he pushes that any further, they're going to be in
Yeah, they would
trouble.
I'd expect to see a penalty for the cone timeout from a couple teams here today.
I thought that was going to be one of them because he looked like a shot out of a gun until, you're right, he got out really early right there. All right, West Sayville. 2 9s on the board. Nothing intimidating for them. Holy.
All right, here we go. West Sayville has the track.
North Bellmore
959
959.
for North Belmont. West Sayville on the line, 920 last week at Lindenhurst.
All right, Michael Mara takes him away. Approaching the cones, gets off about 165. Fades a little bit, leaves him. It's going to be a staircase. They got to lay him in. Nice climb by Billy Houghton there, absorbing a little bit of that bang. Ladder team did a nice job laying him in.
355 cone time. 644 in the ground.
9.2.
And a 923 overall. Good
Yeah.
smooth run there.
Just like B ladder. I mean, it's identical. The way they the way Michael drops them, and the way they enter the patch and they put it in the ground, you could just take the truck out of it and superimpose the 2 runs right here over each other, and it's almost identical. And what's better than that?
And you had actually mentioned that last week
Yep.
also, Paulie.
And they do it 2 weeks in a
do
row.
it pretty well. I just think as the season goes on, and pick up the speed just maybe a little bit more. Try and give it a little bit more.
Yeah, I think if he brought it in just a little bit, right, where they didn't. I mean, if they were a little closer to the arch, right, I think
Yeah.
the time's really going to come down.
Turtlemobile on the line.
All right, Westbury, right?
Chris Mercadante Yo driving the truck today.
Feeling a couple of raindrops up
Oh,
here.
you
I was
did?
going to say I'm getting.
Oh yeah, no, I
getting
just got
something
one
here.
I just got one.
Little.
Not what we need here
couple
today.
Actually,
sprinkles of drizzle here.
It's like hitting my jacket.
We're gonna take him through it.
It's
Here
getting my
comes
parka
Westbury.
away.
All right. They're on their way past the hydrant. Going to be a little deep. Leaves them hard, about a
Hey.
foot inside the 6 foot. Climb had a little trouble getting on, recovers,
Yeah.
and makes his way to the top.
Tough way to get in the ground, but the Diggers did it. I give them credit. They went straight down like they had to keep it in play.
1082 overall. 363 to the cones. 681 in the ground.
All right. They're going to be happy with that one back at Turtle Camp. They'll bring that back just a little bit, give them a chance, but all right.
Definitely had some rain
Toes.
or snow.
Yeah, I think it was a few raindrops. Seems to have subsided.
I just thought it was Noonan drooling when he was talking.
I definitely didn't pack enough clothes. All right, Islip 7 points. So, hey, this is a chance for Islip. You know, if Oyster Bay doesn't keep it going, Islip puts their shot up. They can look to take the lead right here.
Where you at?
Holy cold, Batman. Oh, okay.
All right. One of our top teams here. You just mentioned that, Paulie. Islip Wolves. Mikey Welton behind the wheel, ready to take him away.
3 9s on the board, including the West 923.
All right. Here come the Wolves. 3 revs for Mike Welton. And here they go. All right. Gets on the brake a little hard right at the cones. Leaves them just inside the... Nice job by Josh
Nice job,
Cation. Yeah,
right.
put him. I missed it a little bit. Just put him inside the.
Robbie does a nice
inside
job
the yellow.
throwing again.
350 on the money, guys, to the cones.
Oh, a
Just
squeezer.
921,
That's going to be first place,
Just
beating out
sneaking
that
ahead.
923.
647 in the ground for the Wolves.
Islip goes right over the no timeline right there, the yellow stripe, and Josh does a nice job, and Robbie does a good job keeping that ladder out so it doesn't get away from him. Got to give him credit on that. One more week away for Tommy G now. He's going to miss the whole month.
They'll save him up for the state, that's all.
Call place. Not a bad
The
contest.
Frogs.
4 to 5 shots are in the nines. 921, 923, 959.
Frogs with the cone time penalty last week at Lindenhurst.
This wind is still coming out of the south here.
Here come the Frogs. Takes them away. Gets off early, about 175. Comes to almost a complete stop. Much momentum, but the climber doing his best. Makes his way up. Nice. With climb. Did he miss the grab there, Lenny?
No, I think he was all right from what I saw. 368 to the cones, 705 in the ground. Truck slid a little bit. 1074 overall. Looked like it slid a little down here in the patch, Rob.
He came off early. He just didn't really get on a break to slow the truck down. He just got on a hard at the end.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Manhasset doesn't run B ladder, but they're going to run some C ladder.
Tommy Skeeter going to do the climbing. We got Stan driving. He has to run over and go to his kid's ball game after this, and hopefully
yeah?
he makes it back in time for motor pump and efficiency.
Should have had the ball game move next door.
No one's using that field. Come on, Stan.
Kids getting away of everything.
Did a great job last week with that Chris Brody shot. I was just talking about it. It was a mistake. He thought it wasn't working. He started pushing the button. That's how we got all those photos. That was how fast his finger was working,
Oh,
trying
yeah?
to get it working. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Couldn't have come out
Great
better.
story. Danny White doing the throwing. Roger Starbuck sitting on the bench today.
Here come the Minutemen. Rolls it out off the line. Oh, pops the brake twice. Brings him almost to a complete stop. Almost walking his way up the ladder, but he's getting there.
Truck didn't sound so great, right?
383 was the truck. He really I don't know what he was doing with the brake there. It just really hit for him.
I think he was trying not to hurt anybody.
Yeah, no, I go with that.
Yeah.
816 in the ground. 130.
Rule 1302.
1302.
Sweet C hose in 88.
Jimmy Pop doing the first sea ladder dig of his life right there. Always a good guy, those guys from Manhasset. All right, big shot
Hobos.
here.
I think I found the best spot to broadcast from, guys. Got a nice wind block. Got a little window.
Levittown's out on the line. You don't have to give a substantial.
Somebody shut the door.
Lenny's on top of the arch here at the door where you make entry onto the top of the arch, looking through the little square window, hiding from the wind, which has gotten pretty rough up here.
It's brisk.
Richie,
Hobo's no points right now. Shocking after last week's annihilation.
They ran the only 8 last week, though.
Yep.
Can they do it again?
Wind aided.
Here they go. Danny Jackson takes him away. Brings it almost to the 150. Leaves him hard with some momentum. Richie Arnett's in. He's getting sucked into the ladder. He
man.
actually falls through the ladder with both feet, holding it on with his hands.
Tell you what, that was a hell of a drop.
That was a great
Whoa.
drop.
That was a hell of
That
a
was a
drop.
man drop right there.
352 in the ground. Excuse me, to the cones. I had 630 in the ground. I don't know if I was right, but 1423 overall with the slip on the ladder.
Pre-Columbian.
That was a nice.
I'm telling you, that was the drop of the day, if you ask me, right?
Leaves him with momentum.
Hey, that's just there's no Superman in racing. Richie is unbelievable last week, and it comes back to you when you're 18-year-old. It takes time. It takes time, but
Yeah, it
boy,
might
he
be
shows promise.
a little reality check for him, but
He shows promise.
it's okay.
North Lindy scored 7 out of 8 contests last week. The only one they missed is Sea Ladder, which is usually their bread and butter.
Yeah, Scott knew it too. He was like, "What was I doing on that?"
Oh, yeah, Scotty Rice, and they'd like that one back from last week.
All right, we got a 21 and a 23. Islip West Sable. Track is the Knockers.
Here comes North Lindenhurst. Scott Rice bringing him down the track. Settles the C-truck down, locks him up. Just outside the set. He's doing the
That
normal
was a
climb you
hell of a
expect
drop,
to him.
boy.
Nice job.
Yeah, that was a hell of
Three.
47.
First cone time penalty.
Yep. 6:33 in the ground. This might start with a snowman. No.
Ooh, first place
9-16,
shot.
and he left him with that mode just like Central Islip did right there. So Scott's got back on.
Boy, I had them 9 flat, so I don't know if they didn't get buttons or I got a little antsy, but good looking run there from
47
North
to the
Lindenhurst
cone,
Piston
but-
Knockers.
Yeah, they weren't going to get chipped on that one after last week.
Nope. You could see when they went into the ground, they still had momentum. Both diggers were flying past the ladder, but they held it in the ground. Patch is real nice here today, and the ladder went up straight, and Ducky gets there. Nice run by North Lindenhurst.
All right, Hageman on the line, 909 last year. A good shot for them. Had a no time the week after that when their truck was too fast, and that would have been another 9-0 for them as well. So we know they can get that shot in there.
Is that 980, right? 980 hitting that fifth spot. Here they come.
Here come the gamblers. Settles the truck down. Leaves him right at the yellow. Good job by the diggers getting down.
Nice
Climber,
job.
nice, smooth.
Smooth run.
3:58 to the
The
cones.
gamblers.
3-5. 6:40 in the 6:40. Here we go.
Whoa, 640.
9:54 for the overall. That's going to put him in the money.
Yeah, that's going to put him in. That 59 from North Bellmore is fifth again. You know, every race we were thinking, okay. And then, boom, they're heading toward the back, but they're still scoring. A couple teams left here to go.
Including our leader.
Yep.
Yeah.
North America a little deep in B ladder here on the home track. Let's see if they can make a correction.
I like watching this kid climb, AJ Picaro. Really does a nice job of finishing the run, but don't know if their trucks got it in it today.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. At least that, especially for the top 3 times, right? You're
Yeah.
going to need a motivation right here, a motivating truck. 59 is fifth.
Here come the stump jumpers. Paul Wilders brings it right to the 150. Gets on just inside the yellow line. Climber did a nice job getting
Yeah.
in. Great climb.
Yeah.
I like where he
Probably
put
gonna
him,
be-
too.
Might be just outside of the money, but very good shot for North
You know,
America.
they made a good recovery because they got off the back of the truck. It was a little shaky when they got off. I don't think the thrower and the climber were together, but it ended up okay.
372 to the cones. 967.
10th out of the money, just about.
Give
Right.
away 2/10 right there on the truck.
And what'd you get to the cone?
72.
Seven-
Yeah, so
72,
there you
yeah.
go, right?
So 967, 668 in the ground.
Yeah,
And
350
Paul Wilders-
352 to the cones. They're in 4th place.
Right, 100%. He was doing a little driving in here, too. And like I said, at the last second when they all disembarked, the guys in the back were a little off kilter.
Sounded like it was breaking up a little bit there
Yeah.
in the middle as well with the motor.
So something we don't get to say very often. Eyes on the Teddy's boys right now. Sea
Yeah.
Ladder leading this drill right now at 9 points. They got to put a shot up, and a legit shot to
Brome
get in
doing
the
a lot
money.
of Kenny Brome doing a lot of work on this truck for these guys the last couple of weeks. Get them out there.
What kind of numbers we have in the past in Sea Ladder here there, Billy?
Ooh, for these guys,
They all win in the drill.
Teddy's boys 2019 will go back that far. 941 best of the year. Last year they raced a couple tournaments and
Maybe even
not as good.
941 would give them
Points. I have to give them two.
2.
But hey, you know what? They've stepped up and B ladder today. Why not this?
Definitely. All right, Dal Ronaldo bringing down the Oyster Bay Teddy's boys. He's got to get him. Lets him go with some momentum inside this. Did a nice job getting on. Oh, he had a little trouble at the top. He misses going for the grab. I don't know if they're going to gong him or
Yeah, I
not.
don't think he was going for the grab. I think he slipped before it.
It should have been.
64 to the cone.
I'm not saying he should have been gonged, but that
Yeah.
was when he would have been going
Yeah.
for his grab had he not.
Yep.
648 in the ground, so we gave him a chance. They were a little bit deep, but
Yeah.
it was manageable.
Well, they're going to throw him the no time. If he brings that race back about 10 feet and lets him go like that, because I thought he let him go good. I thought they handled it. It was just too much of a straight ladder. Lost all his momentum.
Yeah,
And he is tall at the top, so he's got enough length where
Yeah.
you'd think he'd be able to make that.
West Hempstead now looking at a 59 in 5th place.
Ooh.
This feels like the Columbus Day drill.
Craig with a nice climb at B ladder, got him a couple of points. And there you go. 3-man. 576 B ladder.
Track's theirs.
Ralph Jr. doing the throwing. Doherty and Cody on the dig. See what Kenny Brome could do here. Always one of the good guys for the transition time from the cone into the dig with his truck.
Here come the Westerners. Kenny rolls it off the line. Bring him down the track. Go off about 155. Digs chipped outside the 6.
Yeah.
Climber never got on. Almost like they had
It
to
was
lunge
weird.
a little bit. It really looked like the
I
4
don't-
guys up the ladder weren't
Well,
in
they
sync.
didn't have to
Yeah.
lunge, but I think they did, right? They definitely took an extra step, but it was like a leap.
375 to the cones. I agree. They definitely took an extra step, and that threw them all off.
Yeah, it might not have been a lunge.
680
I
in the
think you're
ground.
right there, Lenny. I,
I think
think they
it's
took
that- yeah.
the extra step, and it.
That situation where you're the climber and you're about to mount and the ladder goes another 3 feet.
Oops.
Speaking from experience as a climber, of course.
Both times.
Actually, I was on the other end. I was going the extra 3 feet, and the climber was staring at us.
Pre-Columbian.
All right, so we got the last team here in C ladder. Lindenhurst Snails taking the line.
Yet to score today. Would like to get on the board here.
9:59 hanging around for that 5th place shot here for North Bellmore. Snails. No time
What the
last week.
Snails
a
run-
little
When they
deeper.
run in B ladder, I missed their time.
B ladder for the Snails. 685. Ryan back on the ladder. Whammo with the throwing. Rizzo and Brody on the deck.
I think the wind died down. I
Just a little bit.
lost him here. All right.
Go.
All right, to finish up the sea ladder contest, here come the Snails. And they're off. Truck nice and straight down the street. Halfway between the 6 foot. Oh, Ryan Kelly had a really good climb going, mounted the ladder so well and missed right in the middle.
That was
Wow.
points right there. That
was
was going
flying.
to play.
354 to the cone, 663 on the ground. Turns
That's the climb that'll keep you up at night when you go home.
Yep.
Turns
you got,
into
you
a-
got in.
And boy, he was going. First 3 steps were as good
And
as
it-
anybody today.
Yeah, he caught the whip. He looked very good. It's a shame.
up being a 1277.
Snails are 1277.
77.
So North Lindenhurst is going to win that contest. They're going with a 916. They're going to go to 9 points on the day, but it's Islip with that 921 and 4 points is going to sneak up to first place with 11. Third place was Sable. It's going to give them 6 on the day. Fourth place is going to be Hagerman to put them on the board. And fifth place, once again, scorer North Bellmore hanging around. They're going to go to 5 points.
Well, just give the top 5, and then we'll throw the commercial. How's that there? All right, when you guys want to give us the rundown?
All right, top 5 on the day so far. Islip with 11. 9 points for North Lindy, tied with Oyster Bay for second. 6 points for West Sable. 5 for North Bellmore. And there's your top 5 after ladders right there.
All right, we're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back.
Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be a part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 65 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they approach 50 years covering the fire service throughout New York and beyond, Fire News is honored to continue as the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Titan Group is the trusted name in the apparel customization industry. As always, the Titan Group is a one-stop shop for all of your drill team and fire department needs, with in-house services including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of their custom online ordering system. Simply choose your products, choose your logos, and have your members pay online. Browse their vendor catalogs at www.titangrouapparel.com and follow them on Instagram at Titan Group Racing. Call at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskin or Devin Robinson on the track. As Fred would say, all eight, all day. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott air packs, cylinders, rip packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also a one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is a well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York fire departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Fire Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High-Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of the New York State drill teams. High-Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High-Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all of your personal protection equipment needs. For a personalized demo or to speak to a certified sales specialist, call 631-777-5170 or visit www.hightechfireny.com.
It's just me right now. Paul's hooking up. Ready, Paul?
No.
Yeah,
Nope.
You're good.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear myself. Oh, there it is. Okay.
All right, Chris, when you're ready.
All right. All right, we're back here, Len.
Welcome back.
I like that. Yeah, we're going to get ready for a little Seahose. Give me a little rundown of the points if you're just joining us. Islip has the lead with 11. And then tied for second, North Lyndhurst and Oyster Bay with 9. 6 for West Sable. 5 for North Bellmore.
Yeah, so they got the water tested pretty quick. Good job, guys.
Yep.
4-6-1. 4-6-1. So could see some good shots here, folks.
Definitely legitimate water, as it always is in North Bellmore. One of the great hose tracks in racing. I enjoyed racing here. Every time we came, we put some of our best numbers. At one time, our Seahose team record was here.
Yeah,
Might still be.
if you're a hoser and you enjoy being Hose, you love coming here.
Absolutely.
Hempstead gives you a real shot to show what you can do.
Yep.
And it's, different from the ladder contest where all four guys' bodies kind of got to be moving together, but you still have to all work together here. I mean, and then driver, of course, included. But everybody's got to do their job, do it precisely, and put up a good time.
Yep. A little different from last week. CI struggling so far, right? CI dominate. At one point, we were saying how high in the 30s can this team get today, and then they're having a little struggle today. But I don't think it was unexpected. Maybe that they wouldn't struggle completely, and of course the day's not over. But you have a day like that coming out of the box. I don't think I'm getting you.
I don't think
Yeah.
anybody expected them to dominate to that extent every drill. We're going to see flashes of it, and as the year goes on, they'll get more consistent.
Absolutely. And I also was talking about earlier, North Lindy, they were really happy with their tournament last week. They were in the, almost mid-20s, and that's not going to deviate a lot for North Lyndhurst.
No, and when you score in the mid-20s, you expect to win the drill.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
9 times out of 10, I think you're winning the drill, and again, I just had a day of days.
Oh, yeah, when you score 20, say, let's go 20, 24, 25, 26 points, and you lose to somebody who's scoring 30, you run over and you shake their hand because they did a hell of a job, because you did a hell of a job. All right. Still waiting for the trucks to come around. They're setting up the Seahose start.
That could be a psychological game with your head scoring points like that, whether it's CI and some younger guys saying, hey, look at us. And, now having a little bit of struggles this week. North Lindy, a little more of a veteran team, saying, hey, we know we had a good day. We did our thing. We do that all the time. We're going to be fine, going for that consistency factor. So it's interesting to see the two different perspectives. I'm only guessing CI saying that, but it's natural to say, hey, look what we did.
Yeah.
Not that this is easy, but, hey, we got this.
It's also good to know that you can do it.
Yeah, but then you get, some senior guys like Willie McCarthy around saying, you kids ain't nothing, let's go do it again. And, it's a little eye-opener maybe this week.
Well, the key word right there, Lenny, is kids. I mean, you look at their team, as I was telling those guys last week, you'd be hard-pressed to go a bar after the drill because you can't get in.
Half of them can't get in here.
And that's a good thing. All right. Can somebody bring him? Will somebody throw him up here? All right. Well,
pretty rare that the water is tested and the officials are ready, and for some reason the teams aren't out there yet. I see North Bellmore hasn't turned the corner yet.
yep.
Oh, you guys see this magic, folks. We got so many things hanging off of us. He's got it twisted in his sunglasses, and the wind's blowing, the hood's in the face. It's a beautiful thing. So I don't know if I understand we weren't broadcasting early on from 3-Man Ladder, but I did give a shout out and a thank you to 1 year ago, North Bellmore and the Four Towns facility, the Town of Merrick, all that fun stuff, Nassau County, being the first to host a drill during basically the COVID issues, and we had social distance, we had masks, all that fun stuff, but they stepped up last year, and they were the first drill, and it was really appreciated.
All right, I'm hearing some truck activity right now. Let's hope they get down there, right? You just said, Lenny, North Bellmore is first on the line, and they're still sitting over here, right? Well, no, I see them down at the
No, they haven't made the
yeah, I see them
onto the track, but
right.
they're at the service road there.
They're still setting up the lights at the start. The cone light issue was the batteries. As we said, they were opening basically an auto parts store right there, but they went through about 6 batteries. Oh, yeah? Another one? So,
Gotcha.
looks like we have more battery issues as they are. I can see them carrying another battery down there, and at this rate, that battery is going to be there by Tuesday.
All right, Chris, those switches are on. Hopefully that helped you. So I think the cool weather, Paul, keeping the crowds away a little bit today. North Bellmore would have loved to have the crowd that Lindenhurst had, but not so much. I mean, a lot of people staying by their camps too, I think.
I think
a lot
that's
of them
right.
have tents and they're
A grill with some heat.
a little bit lower, as opposed to
Nobody's
being on
at
the
the
arch
beach,
here.
I can tell you that.
No. So, again, if you're in the area, Nassau County, on the South Shore, come on out to the Four Towns facility and still catch the rest of this tournament. 5 races to go.
Yeah, very competitive drill. 3 teams up by 7, 9, and 9, closing in double digits. Man, this is not the August North Bellmore, I'll tell you that.
No.
Scorcher usually.
And just as one more little perk, if you do come out here, folks, on the west side of the track, right next to the arch, is the Monster Energy tent. They're giving away free Monster drinks.
Free.
So, again, if you're nearby, come on down, get a Monster Energy, check it out. They got regular, they got sugar-free for challenged guys like myself that are trying to keep things under wraps. But, again, Monster Energy, if you're on the ground, make sure you go visit them.
Battery is almost to the start line. So next week, drill up in Deerfield. You see some of the western and northern teams come out and play. And then the week after that, we're going to be at Selden for another co-point drill. So looking forward to see a bunch of Nassau teams out there that week, heading out to eastern Suffolk County in Ridge.
Yeah, I was a little surprised Selden's not here today. I know they've been working hard, and again, with the new driver, Rich Cotty Jr., could use a little more tournament experience. I'm sure they have their reasons. They're usually a pretty solid team getting out.
Joe Hunter coming up right before we talked about 4th of July weekend.
Now, that's actually a Thursday night, isn't it, Paul?
Oh, I have a question. How about this question?
Go ahead.
Nobody's answered this question.
Go ahead.
Who races in the Joe Hunter? It's based on the state drill.
I hadn't given it that much thought. I would guess they'll go back to the 19 result.
No,
I mean, we didn't. Well,
you know what they should do?
didn't have a 2020 Joe Hunter, did we?
I don't think so.
No. So, I'm guessing that's what they'll do. I don't know. It's up to the host, I guess. And
You got to invite those teams. So what about this? What about if they invited, and I'm sure it's already done, they can't do it, but what if they
all right, we lost Paul. He's working on his issues, which are many.
Make it a point drill. The Joe Hunter point drill for 1 year. It'll ruin it just like it did the charity drill.
So Paul's got this idea in his head, but he can't express it because his microphone's not working. So wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time we didn't want to hear what he had to say. So
What's going on now? We cone time.
still the cone light, Bill. Still the cone light.
I was
Thank
just
you.
saw
No,
Tony the
no, it's
Nose.
not the
I think Tony the Nose is locked up down there, so we may not see him up here. Shocker.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, I waved up to him. I think his legs aren't working.
Yeah, his legs lock up on him from time to time.
I'm not dragging him to the bathroom again. No. No. Did you have the blue one before? Oh, is it on? Big Stan walking down the track. I tell you, that man does a lot of work for everybody out there. And I tell you, there's a cool feature they had this week on. You guys were paying attention. They had the shot of the week before, and you had to vote on them. I mean, I didn't see the final results yet.
Hello? Oh, no,
Yeah,
so now this
I
one's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy. I think I voted for CI's. I think I voted for CI's efficiency shot, being as it was a track record. I thought that trumped the other shots they put up there.
So yeah, we had CI's efficiency
Can you hear me
shot. What were the other 3 runs?
I think you had a shot from West Sayville in there. I don't remember which race it was, but that's all.
Maybe the
Oh,
bucket
and
shot.
West Sayville's bucket shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
West
bucket shot
Sayville's
was
bucket
good.
shot, which was very good.
21-21. Wow,
Yeah.
what a shot that was. They
Yeah.
don't ever quit in that event.
It's a race you can tell they've continued to work on over the years and really become consistent in it.
I mean, last year's worst time for them was like a 22:43, I believe. That's some consistency.
Am I feeling sun? I feel some
Whose
heat.
son are you
No,
feeling?
just
What?
the wind stopped. That's all.
Gotta
So-
breathe.
we got teased a little bit, folks, during Sea Ladder. A couple of drops of rain at a few different
Yeah.
times, but looks like that's blown past. And
Yeah.
I don't think there's a major threat today. There is just that threat for
Hello?
chance
All right,
of sprinkles, depending on where
Let
you
me
are.
get my idea out before I
All right, yeah, you might forget.
Here's the
The
idea.
Joe Hunter, why didn't they do, or maybe just do it next year? Take the you're going to lose me. Take the top 10 teams that have ever participated, like the most times, and let them go at it. Or the top.
We waited that long for that idea.
Didn't come out
I
good.
thought it was going to be
I'm
something
trying to rush because I don't
earth-shattering.
know when the last moment, the last word spoken by me will happen, and I don't want to leave everybody on edge.
Paul, it's
It's,
like,
it's definitely an idea, Paul.
it's like making up a trophy for something that you personally could do and no one else can do.
There's a lot of things only I can do, Billy.
Again, I think because there was no Joe Hunter last year, the teams from 19 should be invited, in my opinion.
Well, obviously that's probably how
Yeah.
they're going to go. But I was
Maybe.
trying to go outside the box.
Me too. Most of them are illegal, Paul.
Trying to make. I've seen. I wanted to go outside the box, do something a little different.
Heard that about you.
Inside the box. All right, we're still not. Well,
It's not even efficiency yet,
2
Bill.
hands on the nozzle.
I think.
2 men, 1 nozzle.
Billy, I brought up an extra Monster Energy if you'd like it. Monster
Did you?
Energy, one of our sponsors today.
Oh,
Yeah, Monster's here and
Yeah.
giving away freebies. So load up. Every time you go by, Bill, load up. Bring that
Monsters
backpack.
Our sponsor. Got a little rhyme to it there.
It's just like NASCAR, you know?
New York State record, 11.93, and is currently held by East Iceland.
All right, East Islip will be running this contest too. They've sat around for a couple hours.
What does this stuff do to you?
11.93. What a time.
All right. Speedwagon lining up on the thing. We're getting some racing here. Producer Chris Murphy up here. I tell you, this guy's hustling here.
The good news is, Paul, he brought you batteries. I see
Did he?
that.
He had his daughter's recital this morning, got all that done, came here last night, got things ready, and to make this all happen for you people,
Sunny and 70 up in Great Bend.
sunny and 70.
They would have better weather than us. All right, North Bellmore has the track. I'm going to bring you through it. Unless I cut out 12 times. And then
Yeah, you give us bits and pieces.
You could piece it together.
All right, North Bellmore back with the normal host team today, Sean on the hydrant, Pat Cloudman up top shooting the target. Artie White the third.
Uh-oh.
It looks like they're just about ready.
Yeah, they're on the back of the truck. What's the matter?
I like the new box, man. Looks good.
They missed the whole run. They can't hear us?
All right, North Bellmore coming in.
No, they can't hear you.
Hard break. Corker puts it in. Cloudman got to get busy up top. Breaks it himself. And nice shot on the target.
Gets it on
Little
the
double clutch on the hydrant, but not a bad looking run.
357 to the cones.
North Bellmore, 13.00, 13.
That close to a 12.
13 flat.
13 flat,
Close as you can get.
753 on the open.
So 13 flat and just like, so maybe not. contest. You can't hear me, but
So again,
edge right on.
putting up a shot.
Yeah, put some batteries in
That's
already.
all 4 races so far. North Bellmore putting up a scoring shot or in the money. It should be. So they're showing some consistency as North Babylon takes the line right after North Bellmore.
North Bellmore, that's they got the regular team there now. It really shows. Where you at, Lenny?
Yonder.
Oh, you over there? You didn't go down below?
We weren't getting the signal wasn't staying
you
true.
Tested it? Nah, too
Yeah.
bad. All right. Tail Draggers on the line. Talking to Freddie a little bit before the tournament here. Gave me some rundowns on his teams back in the 70s and 80s. They were a big B hose team. I just thought about it because I had the old Patchogue Cup in our firehouse, and they were the 85 C ladder winners, which was kind of a neat thing.
Yeah, I can remember them running many a 7 in BOs.
Yeah, he said they ran a solid 10, probably 12 sevens in their career. I mean, I say that too, and I probably did one. No.
I can remember them beating us a few times in the state, costing us a point or two.
All right, North Babylon on the line. A.J. Brooks on the hydrant. Let's see what he can do. Wow, good drop. Oh. No, but just the drive. Driver was nice drop at the hydrant. Just
1, 2, 3.
check.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
Had it on nozzle. My hydrant man popped it off. And we go to overtime.
It was a real good drop at the hydrant, but he also dropped the coupling. 370 to the cones.
3, 4. 1, 2.
Yeah, you give nice 2 steps. I mean, they look really good getting off there, and just wouldn't stay on for A.J. Brooks.
Wow, he dropped the coupling, Bill.
Yeah, well,
It was a little tough.
was it him or did the anchor man yank it out of his hand? That's my brother Bernie would always say that to me.
What are you saying? The hydrant man like to take credit for the great hookups, and
Yeah,
when they miss, it's the anchor man's fault?
it's always the anchor man's fault. It's like being the thrower and ladder. It's always the climber. Anything goes wrong, you didn't lay him in. You didn't hold him back. You didn't do everything right. Oh, he does it right. It's yeah, all climber. You know how it is. You're an awesome man. You understand it.
I never blame my maker, unless it was his fault.
I mean, the hydro man here can't even get his thing to work over here. He said he's using Morse code, and
You know, the hydrant men really aren't that smart, Bill.
we just
Just got a box blow off the arch.
lost our box. Wow, that was a good gust of wind right there. Glad I had my notebook in my hand.
Check. 1, 2.
Farmerville going to take the line here.
1, 2. 1, 2. Test.
Hicksville, no C truck today. That's why we're not going to see them right now. Russo puts it on. Good water in the hose. Eddie the third, got to get busy up top. Gets it together. They wrestled it a bit there, and Dom pulled them off a little bit.
Woo! 342 to the cones. Big penalty coming here.
Wow.
1439 overall. 738 on the stick. I thought the hydrant end looked really good.
Yeah, it looked like the breaker and the nozzle man fought over that one a little bit. By the time he got the nozzle on, he was basically looking down at it, and it was in the air. Hard to recover when you got that water coming up at you just like that. Great hit on the hydrant. 1439, not looking good for them. West Sable on line. No mic for him.
Check. 1, 2. Test.
Where'd the other mic go? The handheld.
It's intermittent. Up there we go. I'm back.
I gotcha.
So Billy, I think you made the right call there on the nozzle end. They fought with it a little bit. Eddie just got the nozzle on, but he was in no way set to hit the target. Really struggled to control it.
Yeah. You're on mute right now. Says he has the green button on.
All right, here comes West Sable.
It's on. Tell him I have it on.
It's on. Like there's green.
No, it's on.
He's got one.
Tell him I'm not touching it.
He's not touching it, and it's got green stuff on it. All right, West Sable on the line. Let's take him through that one quick. Last week, West Sable scores all 3 ladder contests and then took a little time off. Let's see what they can do here. Off it comes it. Ooh. Water across the track.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
All right, they finished the run up there. Not what they were looking for. Hoffman had it on and then came right off.
358 to the cones. 1778 overall for West Sable. Bill, he thought he had it on, turned the water on at 728. He just it didn't hook.
Yeah, it looked a lot like they did last week. They had 2 shots out of last week, same sort of run. Got to really turn that thing, get the full turn on there. It looked like he went for a little too quickly. Again, showing why the Hydro Man is such a difficult job.
So now we have water all the way across the track at the hydrant and no sunshine out whatsoever. So that's going to stay wet there. It'll be something to watch. Listen for these trucks coming through there. They'll be spinning their wheels, some of them. Paul's sitting here all depressed, folks. He's got no microphone. Oh, it's killing him.
He's on his phone. He's playing cribbage against some guy.
Kidditch.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, you heard me?
I can hear you.
Oh, my God.
Paul is back.
Won't last long, folks, but here I am.
Speaking of Quidditch, here's Copig on the line right here, running sea hose.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I thought that was a good drop by Michael in that last run.
Great drop.
Yeah, Billy came in there. It just didn't look like he got the quick turn. He got the click through the water quickly, and then it just went across the street. But you're right. It's going to be tough coming through there. The good thing about this water, it seems to be in front of the hydrant. Those trucks will be out of there by then.
Yeah. We have an update from the Harry Potter convention.
Oh yeah.
Chris Brandt got a new tattoo. We know how tattooed his body is. He's just got the lightning bolt on his forehead like Harry Potter has, and he picked up some of those geeky glasses. So can't wait to see him at Selden in a couple weeks.
Yeah. All right, Kopech has the track. Just got another report in Mexico.
In Mexico.
New York. 75 and sunny as they're doing the timing trucks for the western and northern areas. 75 and sunny.
How far from Florida, New York is that? Here we
Short
go.
plane ride.
Charlie brings him in.
Coming into the hydrant. Oh, he brings him in real nice. Off of the hydrant, right-hand turn. Water in the hose.
Great hands by Eric.
Up at
Gotta
the
get
top.
Dirty
Gotta
Mike
get
with
on
the
the
peg.
target. And, just a little low and right.
Good looking run there till the nozzle shot.
Seems like it's working.
Awesome.
Hold on. Wait, I don't like to touch it.
Eric Devine.
So even with that target hit, 13:21, that's going to be your second place shot as the Westbury Turtles come to the line.
And again, that truck is running 351 to the cone, 724 open.
That had 12 written all over it.
Definitely. So North Bellmore 13, Kopech 13:21, your 2 top times. Westbury coming to the line.
Eric Devine from Amityville hitting that hydrant there for the Copeg team. What a great pickup that is. They've had a nice merger there the last couple of seasons. It's worked out well for both departments.
I agree. And you know what? When you get a guy like Eric that can run a numerous amount of positions, and you can plug him in if somebody's not there, or if somebody's hurt, or if he's just doing better, or someone's not doing well, those are hard to find.
Oh, sure.
When you can find that guy that can run all those spots.
All right. Turtles on the line.
You see Robbie Allen do that today with Islip, right?
What a great guy to have around.
Steps right in, and boom. Islip's
throws.
leading the drill.
He hits a hydrant if you need it. He does all of it. He'll be on the ladder and buckets later on. I mean, good to have that guy around.
You think Islip sends Tommy G a postcard while he's away? I'm saying miss you?
Not at all.
Not today.
Tommy G with his brother Chachi probably hanging out on the beach.
Here comes Westbury. Fakes it a little bit. Merck now brings it tight. Coming into the hydrant, little squirrely, hard break, and off the hydrant. And water in the hose. He was very deliberate. Now they find the nozzle couple in there. Trouble locating it. Oh, he's going to lose it. Oh, Timmy Green going home cold.
Straighten the hose out, guys. All right. Young Brian Cornell's first shot on a hydrant, nozzle in today.
He had a lot of shots all over the place. First shot was on Timmy Green.
356 to the cones.
He's got a big smile on his face down there.
853 stick. It didn't look like they knew what.
Well, I have to say, if we can replay that one, this is why we need the telestrator, because he comes into the hydrant, he puts it on. It was almost like card hose where he counted 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Yeah, he waited.
Then he threw it,
he was
and it's
waiting
a
on it,
good thing he did, because the guys at the top were like looking for Easter eggs on Easter morning.
I was going to say, they saw paint and they stopped dead and didn't realize they needed a color change in the paint. They had to hop up a little further. And boy, that was reminiscent of a Hempstead shot where the nozzle got away from him.
I was about to start yelling, "You're getting hot! You're getting hot!" Nope, you're getting cold. You're getting cold. Getting hotter, hotter.
Well, like Helen Keller Racing, they're just trying to feel it out.
And then finally found it.
I paid him $20 to hit Timmy Green.
Going home with icicles on him.
Oh, he hit Timmy. He hit some lady in a wheelchair.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
He got all kinds of people over there.
Mr. Kinley.
1 2 3.
Yeah, Timmy. Couple of senior gentlemen, a lady in a wheelchair.
Good thing the nose wasn't over there. Oh, nose making his way.
Let's just say your nozzle man's not so popular now. What was that time?
Do we get a time on that one, Lenny? Overtime?
We got a time over there?
Overtime.
Is it?
Overtime for Westbury. All right.
All right, Islip, your tournament leader.
Tournament leader, 11 points out of the ladder contest.
And even though we had a water weenie up at the top here, I don't think it's going to affect it.
Not one bit.
They should get that truck out of here and he should creep in. But here's the problem. I was on something in my vision. They got the towels out because right at the second coupling, Westbury's left about 4, 5, 6 gallons of water. And we got to get that up because that is an issue. Right here, you're going to see that right side of that C truck start to skate and come around here, unless they get that up because that is in the break.
All right, 13 flat, the time to beat right now. That's your host North Bellmore with that first shot of the day.
What was that?
And a 13:21 for Copac.
Left its mark. Like a.
Yeah.
So they had quite a bit of spray coming out of that coupling pull. You're right, and doing a little cleanup there. But if you look at the nozzle line, it's wet pretty far back. So these nozzle men are going to have to be careful with their footing.
Yeah, especially on a cold surface like today, right?
It's dry.
All right, just getting the flag up top. Islip, your leader after 3, 11 out of 15.
All right.
Heavy going to be running the stick here. And they have a nice stiff breeze behind them.
Jeffy in the target smasher up top for the Wolves. See what Big Mike can do driving this thing down the track.
13:05 last week for the Ice Wolf.
It's a cone. The hard break. Water in the hose. Oh, they do a nice job creeping it up at the top. Oh!
Wow, just had a shot at it, thought he had it on, and the water just took it away from him. Oop, I see Chad making the rerun sign down there. What you got there, Lenny? You're out. I'm in. Something on the target.
Yeah, I understand the target for some reason didn't trip right and didn't stop the light, so they're going to get a rerun. That was, I believe it was 344 coming through the cone, so that truck was flying.
It was moving.
731 on the handle.
Wolves on the good side of the racing gods today.
So yeah, they're going to get a little bit of a break there. The Islip Wolves are.
And that's why you finish the contest, people. We saw it last week. A couple teams didn't finish it, and some did, and they got a rerun out of it. We're gonna bust into the Monster Energy drinks here. Partner Paul having a tough time over here. Not getting it done. It's his magnetic personality. I think it's rubbing off on a microphone here.
Hello? Oh, now I'm back on this one.
Back on this one.
Musical mics.
Put
Musical
one on one
mics.
side, one on the other. One of them's got to work.
Hear me twice. Nothing.
They're making some adjustments to the target here, double checking the wires, I guess.
Paul, you ever drink this Monster stuff?
Never.
I'm drinking one right now.
How is it?
I'm a little nervous.
Sugary?
I don't know.
Anyway, so Islip, I thought the drop at the hydrant, you're saying 44 to the cone, drop at the hydrant was spectacular. Heavy throws the water in, and I thought Mike dropped them pretty good, maybe a little dead and back to be able to get there, but I thought the water ran right up on him.
Yeah, and I think it dropped back a little because of the water spot up top from
460 water, I mean, it's going to be on you.
Frogs on the line. This truck was moving again last week.
There's no room for no.
No, it's like B-hose, that's what Lenny's trying to say, but no, his mic's not working now. Musical mics. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, we're
So yeah, no room for any wasted movement. You got to get in and get out as a breaker, and Nozzleman's got one shot here today.
working on the target right now. Just a little delay here. Just
Yeah.
to get the time.
Paul, what'd you think? I thought Matt took a stab at it. I don't know if he took the stab
Yeah.
as the water got there, if he just
Right
didn't
there.
click. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he had a half a shot at it. I thought the water was right on him. But you know what? They did that little hesitation because they were looking for it. If they ran right into it, and the water could come into play right there because it's probably on their mind where Mike's dropping them and how they're coming in. They came in gingerly, but that didn't leave them with enough time.
And that
If
hose,
you're thrown on top of it, you'll have time to get that on, but only a little bit.
their hose is way up front too. It's maybe 2 feet short of the nozzle.
It was a
line
straight
there.
lay. I mean, it was a great hose. That was
All
going
the
to
way
be if he hits that,
That's a
that's a
heavy
hell of a shot. All right, here comes Carl Place Frogs. Looks like we're back. Target
Just,
is working.
Just was admiring the boot that Geddes has on his foot today.
What's it today?
It's this grayish looking thing. It's high tech. I think it's got some space materials in there.
Does it?
Yeah.
It's not a racing injury.
Nope.
You can't get hurt in the trailer and call it a racing injury. It could be a comp case.
You got hurt by the trailer.
Right. Get on, take the
That's-
beat truck to practice
that's
and
what-
fall off, and then say it's a racing injury.
That's why he's an inspector and not a worker.
Exactly.
Can't handle the tools.
Saw him around the corner from me one night. I almost ran him over. It's like 12:30. At 12:30, I usually like to run frogs over that are crossing the street. I
There
saw
you
one.
go.
I almost hit him.
All right, Geddes going to bring him in here. Junior on the hydrant. McCann up top with Skeletor. Breaking him. It's got some veteran players out
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Guy's been around,
More than that, how many teams are on the back of that truck? It's like about 6
Oh,
teams.
yeah.
And
Yeah, we got some.
all right, here comes Carl Place. What's the numbers here for Carl Place coming in? They got to run a 13 flat, making their way. He's got it on a straight line right here. He's at now squarely at the hydrant. Junior, water in the hose. Tell you what, they can get busy. That water's on him. Nozzle on. Hey,
Good looking shot.
there. Not a bad shot at all.
Nice job. Junior making sure to get that hydrant today. He missed it last week.
So, they're going to be really happy.
12.
1276, great shot. 349 to the cones.
Heavy shot.
Junior had that open at 723, folks. Gave the nozzle man just enough time. Nice hit on the target. Very good looking run.
Tell you what, so that's a 12-7. He shoots his first point.
Could have hit it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Could have maybe been a 12-5, 12-4 first drop.
76.
Definitely.
It's right up there for the 1276 for the Frogs. It's got to be right up there for a team record for that team right there. Great
Yeah.
job by the
That's
Frogs.
a really good.
That
good
was
point.
12-4. Yes, Chris, can you hear me? Do we have one of those separate mics again, those handhelds?
Get back again.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just
All right,
now.
so that is the team record for the Call Place Frogs.
Are you live right now or are you talking to us?
No, he's
I
live.
am. I'm real live.
All right.
You
Good
think
job.
it's an echo?
1276. Their original team record, 1283 at Merrick on August 11th, 2007. So congratulations.
Congrats,
Call Place
Frogs.
team
Call
record.
place, like in the Nassau County track.
This track specifically, right?
Great
Here,
job.
2007. So, 14 years sitting there waiting for another shot.
This shows you what kind of water we have at this track. I mean, it's been consistent here for years and years. The shots you can put up in a hose contest.
Well, that just was a great example. Anyway, great example of doing everything right. Here comes Manhasset. Stan, little bit in the track now.
No stand today.
Nope.
That's Danny White doing the driving
Yeah,
today.
I'm sorry.
Stands away at the ballpark right now.
You're right, my bad. And he brought him just a little bit deep.
Jimmy Popoleski shooting the target today. Missing Steve Gravino today. Same result up top. No points for the winner.
1540. 1544 overall. 371 to the cones.
The look of joy on Jimmy Pop's face there to actually run the hydrant nozzle today and not get splashed. Gotta love these guys. Get it done.
Your stick was 963.
All right, 12. 12.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Dan White doing the driving there. Stands away for the couple hours here. Take care of his kids.
East Islip. Hello.
So East Islip Guzzlers on the line. You know, we said what a great run the Frogs had with their team record, the 1276. Just a reminder, the state record 1193. So
And
I mean,
here's
just
your record holder
8/10
right
of a difference.
here.
It's amazing.
The East Islip on the line right now, the record holder.
Talk about him.
Paulie's struggling over here.
Well, it ain't mine because mine doesn't work in the first place.
1193 East Islip's team record, state record. Best ever at this track. They ran a
Hello, hello.
1289
Hello.
and a
Oh, wait a
1218
second.
here.
That was me.
Yeah, I'm holding it up. All right, so we have East Islip right now.
East Islip jet ski.
It's tough coming off not running the first three races, and then you're in here and trying to get something done. They didn't want to get anybody hurt. They had a thrower missing today, and here they come. Tom Driver bringing it straight down tight to the hydrant as always. Low squirrely, hard break, chucks off right there, turn a little deep. Yeah, if he had a shot, it was a quarter of a shot. Now wraps out at the top time up top, thinking the water's coming, but it's not. Now it's here. Yeah, he had less than a quarter of a shot at that. It was bang bang. See ya. Little deep.
So 1585 for the Guzzlers with penalty at 347 to the cones. Paul, he looked a little extra tight than normal even there. He looked like he was jammed when he got to the hydrant.
I would tell you. Oh yeah, I agree with you, Lenny. I thought he looked real.
I think Paul thinks he looked real good.
Looked real good coming in, and it looked like the truck
Not the
when he got on the
football.
hard
That's all
brake. The truck kicked in a little bit.
Exactly
on
what
the
I was going to say.
All right, so the hobos are taking the line. Everybody's favorite hobo,
Bringing all my
Buddha.
mics. Bringing all my mics over to the.
Buddha putting the adapter on as he has for many years for Central Islip hobos. Fan favorite.
All right.
All right, Scott Letizia with the hydrant. He was passing out. He made stickers of his face with the bowler hat on. It was sent him out last week after the tournament, Lyndhurst. He was just very happy they won.
Yeah,
And they got it over with.
that's Scott. He's a really fun guy.
Totally.
He really is.
Class act.
He knows when to be serious.
East
and,
Islip's time. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
1585.
Yeah,
East Islip.
1585, and here comes CI. Yeah, I thought that when Tommy brought that in, like you said, the truck just got a little squirrely and brought him in squirrely wrong side. He was really tight.
CI.
Here come the hobos.
1284 last week. Let's see if they can build on
Still
that.
trying to get on the board here today. Oh, he goes way out in the middle. Now they're squirrely. Danny bringing him back right in the perfect spot for the chop off at the hydrant. Water in the hose.
Nice job up top by Ryan. Good looking run.
Nice run.
Truck got way out in the street. Danny Jackson brought him back in nice.
12
12:49 for the Hobos right there. 3:49 through the cones. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 51. That's why they didn't get the penalty. But, you guys called it, Paul. You called it coming out of the hole. He did a little more stealing than he wanted to on that round. But, boy, he put him in a great spot at the hydrant. 7:20 open for Scott. A little squirrely down the other end, and the guys made up for it.
Yeah, Danny Jackson not want to be scared. He stayed good on that gas, brought him in tight.
Yeah,
Great looking job. Hobo's hose team picking up for the ladder team here.
that's what a good target will do, boy. Because if he, I can't.
Paul getting ultimate frustration.
If he doesn't hit the target like that, then you're back in that Carl Place range, and we saw that Carl Place target was a little bit off, and that makes the difference when you hit it like that. Boy, your time just jumps.
Yeah,
Here comes North Lyndhurst. North Lyndhurst with 9 points on the day.
North Lindy takes 10 points in the hose contest last week.
Just back to that CI shot. I mean, Danny doing more steering than he probably wanted to, but a veteran driver like that still getting a great run out of it. I mean, a real fine job driving.
Yeah, stayed right on it.
Hello. Yeah, maybe I got it now. Hi, here comes North Lyndhurst.
Showed some guts. You're in the back of that truck. You where are we going here? It don't matter. We're going to get there eventually.
Oh yeah, we've all been through those, and some of them turn out really good like that. All right, here comes North Lyndhurst. Scott Rice takes him off the line. He's got it on a tight run. Let's see if he can keep it straight in the. Brings it in tight.
Ooh.
They're creeping in up top. Scott nozzle on. Oh, and he hits the target. Man, did he bury that target.
Ooh.
That's going to be right there.
That's a heavy shot.
Don't have me, but I think that's right there.
Whoa. Look better than that.
So 3:44, I think it was. So pretty big penalty. 7:06 open I had.
With the penalty,
So
and good shot, good target shot. I thought they had a shot at first place with that.
478 water through the hose, so that might have been an issue. Maybe there was a kink we didn't see.
Yeah.
Switch.
Normally I don't mind seeing Paul struggle a little, folks, but it's getting sad. He's trying everything he can right now to keep broadcasting for you, but he's switching off again. Go ahead, Chris. He's doing that. All right, that's up to Paul. He heard you. So, again, a couple of really good shots in a row there. We just had a 1261 and 1249. A few runs before that, a 1276. So that 461 water that we're running with is paying off for some of these teams.
Yeah. Boy. A little exciting,
The gambler's on the line right now.
But I was going to go back, as I was trying to go back to that North Lindy run. I mean, that looked identical to CI's, and you're right. It had to be a kink somewhere. They had to lose it in the hose somewhere because I thought the target hit was the same. All right, Hageman Gamblers. What are the numbers here Hageman's got to do? 40s?
12.
49. That's 60s
49,
in the second, right? Here they come. Making the approach over the cone. He's nice, tight line. Hard break. Off. Two-step. Whoa! He tried to throw it quick, boy. Cola went right across the face. He had that plant foot. Looked like he was still going through it as he threw it down there.
Yeah,
And that quick stick hand he has, it threw it, but he just didn't get the quick turn. Water across the track.
16:03 their final time. 3:47 through the cone, so a 300th penalty. Paul, that was all or nothing at the hydrant. 696 when he opened it, but it don't matter how fast you are if it's not hooked up.
Yep. I thought he didn't get that plant step totally right. It looked like he tried to run through the hydrant instead of getting the plant foot solidly down and getting that hand out. So many penalties today. It's like a Raider game.
We predicted that early with the cooler weather. Typically the trucks run a little better. The wind still pretty much from the south, maybe the southeast, you could say at this point.
And brisk.
Yeah, but seeing him go all or nothing in that maroon, it reminded me of a guy that used to run like that back in the day.
Yeah. Well,
anybody you know?
That's what you got to do, man. I like how he goes.
I knew
I like
you
how
would.
he rolls.
I knew you would.
Listen, they're trying to come top 5. How many points right now?
0.
This is a 5-point contest for them.
I'm sorry. 2 points for them.
Yeah, so this is a 5-point contest. Actually, and sometimes you I can't.
Also, they're coming on the heels of a 12:49 and a 12:61. I mean,
Yeah.
that puts some pressure on you to really go after it.
That's the fun part right there. But, when you're down and you got a good team and sometimes
You know it's a money race for you.
right, you try to fit 9 points in a what you're trying to do sometimes.
North America on the line. 12:98, their team record in this contest. He set that here in 2019 at the North Bellmore Invite, so they can get in the 12s. Truck ran a little slow in the sea ladder contest, cost them maybe a shot at a point or two there, Paulie.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see what happens here. I mean, that 12-9, it's well in play for them if they're trying to break a team record. Team record will get them on the scoreboard. Right now, 13:21 by Kopek is in 5th place. 49:64-76 by Car Place, team record. 13 flat North Bellmore, 21 Kopek. Here comes North Merrick on the home track. Breaking up a little bit. Now he's into the hard break at the hydrant. Lets him go. 5 or 6 steps, water in the hose. And he would have to blast this target. They're set a little bit back. A lot of water, a lot of hose at the hydrant. A lot of hose at the hydrant right there.
The Morzillo team at the hydrant.
North Merrick, 13.89.
13.89 for the stump jumpers. 3.63 to the cones. Truck's not quite running.
I ran a little bit better.
Not with the big boys anyway.
Picked up a 10th off the ladder contest.
8.26 when he got the handle down.
You see all how short they come up at the hydrant here, Lenny. They had a lot of hose at the hydrant.
They did, and they weren't crazy short at the nozzle line, so they must be running pretty long.
All right, Ronaldo on the line.
A lot of people think that slack man's just there to hold the hose, but
He can affect their run big time in a positive or negative way.
Yeah, he's got to get up past that hydrant there so we get the proper leg at the nozzle here where they need to be up top. Here's the Teddy boys. They're leading out of the first couple contests.
Yeah.
They hurt them in the sea ladder.
Yeah, they missed it. C ladder. They got to get back to scoring here if they want to stay with the leaders.
Ronaldo really liked that one back. Reminds me of a couple times we had some good points rolling in state tournaments with Johnny climbing, and then you slide right through at Deerfield, and the rest of the day down the garbage. All right. Teddy's boys scored last week with a 13.54 in this contest.
Oh, almost found it. There it is.
Hey, found it. Jackson O'Neill wrapped on the hydrant. Dan Rosario breaking for Steve O'Neill up top.
Has been given to Teddy's boys.
That truck was moving pretty good in the sea ladder before.
9 points on the day, and we're looking at a Islip still has to get a rerun here, but North Lindy, who also has 9, 12.61. Here they come. Darryl Ronaldo. Now he brings it across the cone. He brings it in really tight. Man, he gets off hot. Oh, my God. Boy, did they get off hot at the hydrant. He left them no room for error. They were right on top of it. And when he let them go, they were just not ready, boy. They got momentum pulled forward, and both guys go down. Sure, if you're watching this, you saw exactly what I'm talking about. First of all, it was really tight. I think that's tighter than they normally run.
So 18:22 to final time. Paul, I agree. I don't think they had a chance at that. I doubt they practiced like that.
Yeah, no way.
You know, it's possible they were intimidated by those great times in front of them, and maybe they decided let's try and go for it. And that's possible. Again, none of us are at the line, but that was a little warmer than what they could handle.
I'd be curious to talk to Darryl on that. I thought when they came in over the cone and they brought it into the hard break, I thought that truck jumped a little bit towards the hydrant, and I thought he might have thought he was tight and had to get out of there because he was too tight to the hydrant. You know, I guess from a driver's perspective, maybe you think the rear end's going to hit it or something, because I've never seen Oyster Bay run that tight.
He did a lot of driving that last 25 feet. His hands are doing real busy.
And you know when you're going that fast, you get that last hard scrunch of the brakes which throws you off the back. That never came for those guys, and both of them were ankles to knees pretty quickly. And I give who's the hydrant man?
Steve Jackson O'Neill.
I give him credit. Tried.
They went, and the Anchor man too.
Yep, I give them both credit.
Both got off. There was no.
Nope. Listen, we've been in that position before, and I feel like I'm somebody who always went for it no matter what, and that's what those guys just did. They didn't give up on the race, even though everything was going down the hill for them.
All right, here's
lots of credit. Here's Islip. 18-22. So Islip's coming back. They needed this rerun. Last one, Rodden creeps in a little slow. I don't know if that was the cause. The water was right on him. Didn't get the nozzle on. But for their good sake, the timer didn't work either. So
Yeah, great drop at the hydrant there for heavy before.
yeah, agreed. 13-4. 12-4, 12-6.
Great drive. I mean, that was a good-looking shot last week. Now let's see what the Wolves could do right here.
Islip's your leader too.
On their rerun.
Mike's got him tight. They're off. He's keeping it on that tight line, coming across the cone. Hard break. Kevy makes a right-hand turn. Water in the hose. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Much more Mo up top to get it. He's on it. Oh, he shoots right first. He shoots, and he knows it. He's pissed. Can't blame him, boy. What a beautiful shot if he hits it.
That was a heavier drop on the hydrant than the first one.
Agreed.
Time for Iceland. Quick penalty. 12.90.
Oh. Yeah, it's a good
So a
4
1290,
tenths on
that should have been about a 12.5 probably.
Yeah.
347 to the cones.
I don't think it's going to beat the 12-4.
727 open. And that time Matt had nozzle on, time to set up, and everything else, Paul. It wasn't
Yep.
nearly as rushed as last time.
Nothing at all. It looked like when the water, I don't know if it was a little kink underneath them, because it looked like that nozzle was cocked as soon as the water came out.
460 on my watch through their hose.
Oh, yeah.
So, that could have contributed to the first run and not having much time to get up. So they got some real good hose today.
That's good for fourth place right there, that Islip shot
Yeah.
right there.
Something to watch them and really everybody be hosed. These nozzle men are going to have a tough time. The ones with the hydrant getting a stick down, real quick. B hose is going to be real tough at the nozzle end.
It really
My
is.
prediction.
I agree.
13 flat, the lucky dog right now. So 4 12s on the board. Couple good-looking shots here today, Paulie.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I'm losing, but you think back to that CI 1249, how good it really was, right?
Sure thing.
Because even if Rodden hits the target right there, I don't think it beats the 49.
No.
And that looked like a great shot.
Not bad at all.
West Hempstead. Kenny Bro motoring in.
Way
Little out in the track, right? But he brings him in at the last second. Nice job. Water in the hose. This is going to be about a target hit if they want to hit the board. And no. You know what? He's low. He comes up. He tickles it, then goes low again, and it's not going to hit it.
Cody Mara, just a little low like you said up there. Hey, look at that. Ralph Frail down there doing the braking.
So 1346, the end result for the Westerners.
One
That's-
team to go.
That's one of those, if he hits the target, they're 12-8, That might have been even better than 12-8.
756 open, so not a whole lot of speed getting to the stick down.
You could see where he dropped them. The truck was dead. He didn't give him a lot of momentum to come in and hook up the hydrant right there. Lyndhurst Snail is going to finish up C-Hose for us. Still a big run by CIF. You see North Lindy's run, Call Place's run, Islip's run. Just shows you how impressive that CI run was.
Just to get back to West Hempstead, 363 was their cone time, so they're trailing. They're losing about a tenth to most of these other teams right there.
Guy's spending too much time working on Oyster Bay Stroke.
Yeah, he's a hey, Kenny's a good guy.
Snails had a rough week last week in the hose contest. Nothing to show for it. And we all know that there was a good hose team. Last year, 1288.
Yeah.
Last tournament of the year at Ridge, 804 that day as well. So they definitely get it done.
They lost two of those guys.
What are you talking about? This is the Snails. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it just goes to show you when you lose people of that character.
That's it's
What,
the truth.
That caliber.
Yeah. Or
Not
character.
character, yeah,
Or
exactly.
Trust me,
Character,
they're a bunch of
exactly.
characters. They're a couple characters,
Yeah.
but you're right. It's not the normal team that could just throw somebody and replace people.
I mean, just
Period. Never mind somebody is good.
What a good job. You talked with the anchorman before, how he affects a run.
Huge.
The writer does a great job.
Yeah.
Best fathlete on the track right now.
Here come the Snails. I tell you, Weck keeps it real straight at the hydrant. Hard break. Sully's off. Water in the hose. Once again, this is going to be about the target hit. He's got the nozzle on, and he goes left to right. And look, you got that little kink behind him. We talk about the slack. What about the breaker man getting behind there and keeping the kink out, right?
So 1404 for the Snails, 356 to the Cones. Paul, he had him back at the hydrant a little bit, 773 by the time Sully got that turned on, so it definitely hurt him.
This is the man. Now, I tell you, these guys do a good job up here feeding us.
1404. First place is going to be. Here I am. 1249 is first. That's some shot. That gets CI on the board, 5 points. Second place is going to be North Lindenhurst. That's going to help them move up to 13. Third place is going to be that team record from Carl Place.
Gets them on the board.
Yes, it does. Fourth place is going to be the 90 from Islip.
And another 5th place for your host.
That's right. They scored in every contest. Slowly they creep. Yeah, I'm going to want some.
Yeah, Paulie.
Slowly they creep. We got a tie
Time for the
halfway
lead.
through the drill. Islip and North Lindy both going to have 13. All right. I'm going to hot dog.
Good looking contest right there. A couple good shots. Results here from Chris Perry, our announcer today. He's struggling with the wind up there as well. That beautiful hair blowing around up here. Is that a weave? Looks like a weave over there. Big shot for the hobos right there. All right. What, Bellmore scoring it all 4 contests so far. Your host has scored a point. And 1 crooked number gives him 6 on the day. So right now, after 4 contests, here we go. 13 each for Islip and North Lindenhurst in the lead. 9 for Oyster Bay. Yep. 6 for West Sable and 6 for North Bellmore. That's your top 5. And we'll go to commercial. We'll see you for B-Hose in a couple minutes. That's pretty good.
Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be a part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State Drill Teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 65 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team racing. As they approach 50 years covering the fire service throughout New York and beyond, Fire News is honored to continue as the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Titan Group is the trusted name in the apparel customization industry. As always, the Titan Group is a one-stop shop for all of your drill team and fire department needs, with in-house services including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of their custom online ordering system. Simply choose your products, choose your logos, and have your members pay online. Browse their vendor catalogs at www.titangrouapparel.com and follow them on Instagram at Titan Group Racing. Call at 631-8 259-0075 or see Artie Suskin or Devin Robinson on the track. As Fred would say, all 8, all day. Gear up, get on, the Titan. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott air packs, cylinders, rip packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also a one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is a well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York fire departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Fire Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High-Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of the New York State drill teams. High-Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High-Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all of your personal protection equipment needs. For a personalized demo or to speak to a certified sales specialist, call 631-777-5170 or visit www.hightechfireny.com.
Okay, showtime. We're going to run some B-hose here, guys.
No. Yeah.
Okay,
I was going to
Fred.
use this time to get all my talking in because my mic will go off.
So B-hose getting ready to get started here. 7:55, the B-hose
Wait a
record
second,
held by
channel
West
we on?
Hempstead.
If I face Main Street, it works.
What channel are we on?
I don't know. Look.
I got you.
Check 1,
All
2.
right. What are you doing? I just had that pinned down. Working beautifully. All right, here we go.
Hello, hello. All right.
So if I stay like this, tell me what's happening. I can
Hey, you're showing your best. You're showing your best side to
go
the
over my
crowd.
shoulder.
Bend over, use your good eye. All right.
Oh, I hear something coming.
Getting ready here. North Bellmore and a line coming down.
I hear the train a coming,
Little Brown 2 down there.
rolling round the bend.
Give a quick shout out to the fatties of the North, Shamrock Jacks.
I saw you had
Giving you
on
the nice hat here.
Point Pleasant, or is that in Point Pleasant or
It's
Seabreeze?
in Seabreeze, right up there.
Seabreeze.
You know, when I wear this hat, since I put this hat on, Letty, you'll appreciate this. The Islanders don't lose. That's my lucky Islander hat. So thanks a lot to all the guys up there at Shamrock Jacks.
All right, North Bellmore, very consistent today. 3-1-1-1. But hey, scored in every contest, and they're still in it to come down the track at their own. If you can hear me, which you probably can't.
All
Take-
right.
Can't remember too many
Oh, here we go.
colder drills. Yeah. All right, North Bellmore has the track. Six points on the day for the
North
Rinky
Bellmore
Dinks.
taking them. Here we go.
There they come. Hard break at the hydrant. Boy, they went deep. He's got water in the hose, though. Man, up at the top, he drops him real nice and soft. Oh, he has trouble breaking it. Has trouble breaking it. You know, in Sea-Hose, Cloudman breaks it by himself. And there he let him do it, and he just couldn't get it apart in time. But nice job at the hydrant because they were right on top of that.
Yeah, nice shot by Sean at the hydrant there. And
So that's an overtime. Overtime for North Bellmore. It's going to be the first race they don't score.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I had him open at 260. So a
Good job
nice
there.
start to the race there. But, Paul, just like we talked about, these nozzle men are going to have to be flawless. And you break yourself.
Yep.
It's
Well,
a
he
little
didn't.
bit more time.
He
Oh.
didn't break it himself. He did that in C, and it worked out. Here, the breaker man had his hand on it, and he let him do it, but he couldn't get it apart.
Yeah, it's going to be a race against time, or a race against water, if you will, here in BO's. A real challenge for the nozzle and breakerman.
looked like he was more interested in get back on the hose than he was breaking
Tell you what,
breaking the nozzle.
driver there does a great job. First of all, he drops him on top of the hydrant, but he knew he was a little bit deep up here, and he let him go gently. He put him right on top of it. He didn't power out at the top and put them in a perfect spot to be getting it done.
Well, I believe that was Mike Boland, right? He's got a lot of
Sure thing.
experience behind the wheel. He's done it in spurts with this team, but he's back driving with them.
Also did it on the
Tail draggers.
rowdy rounds out in Riverhead. Used to be a modified driver, I believe.
North back line.
The tail draggers on the line right now.
I think they're still looking to get their first numbers of the year up on the board here. Let's hope they do it right here. Come on, boys. Breaking up a little bit at the hydrant. Right-hand turn. He's a little deep. Got to go back and get it. He's got water in the hose. Oh, he'll get a time. If they can get it broken and he hit the target, there he is, pointing at it. All right. I think we got
Hey.
something. It's got to start somewhere.
Hey, hey.
So 10:48.
There it is.
10:48 for North Babylon
First
tail
numbers of the
draggers.
year.
447 on the stick. You had a little problem back there, but
Every tree grows from an acorn.
not true.
I know.
Maple trees grow from acorns.
Maple ones.
Blind squirrel finds a nut. That's a little more appropriate on that one.
They grow from maple syrup. Maple syrup.
Maple spirit.
Spirit. It's cold up here, boys.
Almost efficiency.
Cold up here. Wait,
right,
wait.
let's-
I feel some sun.
Got the Hicks on the
I
line
see
right
it.
now.
I don't feel it.
I feel it because I'm hanging over the rail, so my mic works.
Yo, just to read you guys a few of the YouTube comments. You never hear Chris Collins or Al Michaels complain about how cold it is. So
Never say what?
That's because they're in a booth with heat.
he said, you never hear Chris Collins or
Al
Collinsworth.
Al
Chris
Michaels.
Collinsworth or Al Michaels complain about how cold it is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
tell them to come to the tournament.
They get
Oh,
paid.
yeah, they can't hear you out
they,
there. right?
they also get a paycheck. so.
Yeah. All right, here comes the Hicksville Hicks.
And they're not in
Alright.
shorts.
All right, at the hydrant. Why is my mic working great right now? All right, now he's got water hose. That was a two-timer, double clutch. Ooh, breaking man gets off and his ankle was going down. The nozzle's fumbling.
Yeah,
A lot of
they,
water on the ground.
they missed once at the hydrant. Nozzle
Yep.
man missed getting a nozzle on. He got wet. He's still struggling with it. Now they'll complete it.
Hicksville back on the track here again. Good to
Looks
see
like there's
them
some
out.
young guys right there, no?
Bunch of new guys. Marty Evans, Pete Abs at the hydrant there. Robbie Schmidt up top. Getting it done with Joe Kelly. Yeah, a bunch of young kids.
Yeah. Hey, you know, sometimes you got to make the turn.
Starts with an acorn.
Unless it's a maple tree.
Where do pine trees come from?
Where do pine trees come from? Canada.
Are they out of the country anymore?
No.
Are they quarantined
They
too,
have
like
to
the rest of
quarantine.
Canada?
So if you want a Christmas tree, it's got to come over in July.
You got to get it from Norway.
Are you allowed to say Christmas anymore? I don't think so.
No,
Festivus.
not allowed to.
All right, Farmanville.
You're not being sensitive to those other people, Paul.
Which people are those? What's Farmanville got for the day?
The ones responsible for Easter, those people.
Oh, those.
Farmingville is sitting on 1 point. Uno.
Where's Wrath when you need him?
It was an overtime for Hicksville, I guess.
How many points they got? 1?
Farmerville, 1 point.
All right, they need to pick it up.
3-man ladder.
Farmanville had high hopes coming into the year. In all seriousness, they
All right, 885 last week for
At
them
some
with the
point.
Lindenhurst invite.
it's going to happen. Maybe it's going to be right here.
The old Roslyn truck painted blue coming down the track.
Making their way to the hydrant. He's off. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. His legs were going a million miles an hour. He tried to stop himself, and he went right under the coupling. Didn't even have time to get his hand out. That was tight. That was tight.
Looks like they took a step back from where they were at the end of last season.
So 9:58 there for Farmingville. Just everything looking bad right
Yeah.
there from
Yeah.
the hydrant end to the drive. I thought it was a little too much brake at the nozzle end, and breaker man goes sliding by.
All those good feelings and good things that they had,
Yeah.
good habits they developed last year, not coming over so far this year.
Yeah. Definitely, he took that brake out of the hydrant and threw it at the nozzle.
426 when he opened it, but
It's one way of putting it.
I mean they are learning a new truck, which I get, but they got a lot of the same bodies back. So
All right, Flying Dutchman. They're sitting here with 6. So, oh, there I am. 6 points. That bucket shot they run last week, you guys said maybe that was the shot of the week, right? And
that was up on the on a vote for
Oh,
one
yeah?
of the shots of the week. I kind of thought CI's efficiency shot was a little more impressive, being a track record, but a great shot by Westlake Buckets nonetheless. Turned into a real good bucket team, consistently big finisher. 6 points right now. 13 is first. They got to make a move.
yeah, I agree with just about to say the same thing, Lenny. Here's their spot. They know they can run some of those races at the end of the day. B-Hole's a turning point in so many different drills, right?
Yeah,
It's really when people start to separate or you're starting to make a move.
last week, Hoses really hurt the Flying Dutchman. Didn't score at either of these contests last week. And obviously hurt them at the end of the day, knowing they can run that bucket shot in the dark with a blindfold on.
I need a thermal blanket after running buckets today. I know Chris Collinsworth doesn't say that on TV, but here come the Dutch at the hydrant. Oh, man. If you're not watching this on TV, boy, they were motoring. Their feet were holy cow at the hydrant. I don't know. Maybe somebody moved that white line, right? Because it looks a little bit deep here.
Did you see his hands pushing off that truck ball? Yeah,
Oh, my God, he tried.
that was quick.
He tried. And that hydrant came up on him in a flash. And
So 10:25, the final result.
10:25, but I would say everybody basically who's run so far, that hydrant's coming up on them real sneaky quick, and their feet are going a million miles an hour. And the slack man, he was halfway to the first coupling by the time that run started going.
Exactly right, Paul. I made note of it too. I mean, he took a tumble and was down the track a good 25 feet past the hydrant. Now, they did click and hit the stick. It wasn't attached, but 222 when he opened it up.
Yeah.
5 teams in, 9:58. Your first place shot right now.
If you're not mentally prepared for the 222,
I know the anchorman wasn't.
no.
What was that? That was like one of your weaker shots, right?
You
Paul?
got
222?
here. Well, you got your momentum's got to be way back. You're laying down, and you stand up a little bit. The hydrant's past you.
Sometimes you stand up, and sometimes you fall down the hydrant, right, Paul?
Yep. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
All starts with an acorn.
So I just said, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. All right, Kopeg.
Did you ever come through with the bounty on the blood on the track at CI?
Oh, I thought that was for Lenny.
We're not that stupid. All right, Kopeg, Yellow Birds on the line. Will Chris Brandt upstate at the
In
Pride
Canada.
Rally in Canada. He's quarantined in Canada with the rest of the Harry Potter people. All right, Eric Devine lit it up really good in C Hose. Let's see what they can do here at B Hose. Chuck with a really nice drive there. Oh, the stick would not go down. Too bad. Looked like he jammed it on there, Paulie, and then he came back for the stick and it just didn't want to go. Ah.
So 9:36 for the Yellowbirds.
First place shot right now.
For the record, Paul, I only bled on one track in my life, other than our own, and that would have been Oceanside.
And that's why they decommissioned it shortly thereafter.
Yeah, it was.
It's now a super fun site.
It was stained. So,
All right, Turtles on the track.
Paul, we heard your microphone when you put it down. That was about the only time it worked. We hear all that. We hear all that.
This one's working.
Yeah.
No, this one's working.
Okay.
All right.
Musical mics up here.
Hey, look at that guy. Putting on the adapter down there. I feel good next to that guy.
Oh boy. Oh, there it is.
Good to see the Turtles back. They took last year off for the COVID year. Couldn't get a dancing partner to help merge, and this year we picked up a bunch of new guys. So
You got a full team, Bill? You'll be running buckets?
full team out of there. No way. I'm not running buckets.
No, I don't mean you personally. I mean the team is running buckets.
They are.
All right, good. Well, you're not going to push, sponge, hoist, pump, lift, whatever they call it?
It's too cold for that today. These kids got to learn how to do it the old-fashioned way. They score a point before buckets, I'll go down and run.
What's the old-fashioned way? What's the old-fashioned way? Overtime in buckets?
Yeah, two buckets in each hand.
In 40-degree weather.
And one in your mouth.
All right, I'm back. Here comes Westbury at the hydrant. Oh, man, they make a close little run. And once again, he got off a little twinkle toes, and he gets it on, and they hit the target. I'll tell you what, he puts it on, and then he goes back and gets the stick.
Yeah, he's interesting on how he puts that stick down sometimes.
941 for the Turtles. Had he hit the target, he actually had an outside shot at an 8 there, fellas.
All right, they got to be happy with that.
940.
Baby steps here. 941 for the Turtles, second place right now. Big crooked number if they come home with that one.
This contest is just full of deep drops.
Haven't seen the any Rebels in the stands. Want to talk to them, see if they're going to come out at all.
I thought they said they were. I like the new design.
I love that new logo. Looks great. The outlaw-looking guy.
Yeah.
Good job with making lemons out of lemonade. Or whatever you say.
It's lemonades out of lemon, but you're in the vicinity.
Not really. All right, Islip's going to be coming up. Islip now tied for the lead, 13 points with the North Lyndhurst Piston Knockers.
Tournament lead at 13. Let's see what happens.
Coming off a 12.90 in C-Hose. Rodden wants to make that look like it was nothing with this shot. Not too many numbers on the board here. I don't think we're in the 8s yet, are we, boys?
Not one. 936.
936.
The Birdman.
Wide open.
874 last week at the Lyndhurst Invite. Took basically all last year off. Ran one tournament. Back in 2019, some heavy shots. A 757 at the Hempstead Invite. That was a beautiful shot. All right, Big Mike. Big Mike Watson behind the wheel.
A little leg kick from Heavy, and we're ready to go.
You see that leg kick?
Little drone up in the air watching this little run here. At the hydrant. Oh, he goes out in the track a little bit. Heavy makes a right-hand turn. Water and a half. Oh! Flips over the hose. Look at this guy. Ron gets busy.
Fucking shot for the Wolves.
Oh, my God. Shoots a little bit low right, but not for long. He blasted Heavy going over the hose like somebody famous.
775 for the Islip Wolves. I had 255 on the stick, Paul, and I think I was late. He was all over that.
All over it.
Flying through the air, a la Paulie Susskind.
Paulie Susskind on the hydrant. Where'd that guy come from?
I'm telling you.
Great looking run.
Yeah, real crowd pleaser as well.
But as always, when I tell you what, that's a 7.5 if the first drop goes on the target.
Yeah.
7.7 and he's a little low right, not a lot. I'm probably giving too much credence to it, but
And
nice run. Holy
not-
cow!
It didn't have much time at all. Up
No,
top.
that's what I was going to say, Billy. He had almost no time, and a nice job by Matt. Made another observation on that right before that run, guys. Paulie, if you look straight down, I see Farmingville on the side of the track with all their hose. I think they're going to have their hose checked at the end of this race. They're right below you, and with all lengths of hose and an official standing right next to them.
Yeah, I don't
love
know.
going-
I don't know where they stand. Right there in fourth right now. Is that going to continue if they're knocked out of the race? I don't know.
I love getting my hose checked.
Chevrock every Friday night.
This way I know I got good hose.
It's important.
Problem is you keep coming up short. It's not
Yeah.
the speed. Rod's very happy with that one. Got a big smile on his face.
And that's not something you see very often.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
He's an angry elf.
And how about yeah, that hose leg was phenomenal. I mean, they almost up to the nozzle line.
Did you see that? He was
Yeah.
about 1 foot in front of the line.
Yeah.
They almost got DQ for being too far. That was Westbury. We didn't hit the target.
Literally.
All right, the Chevrocks out there. Here are those frogs. Team record 1276 and CO.
Yep. What you got now? Coming
Yeah.
back with a
All
B hose
right.
shot, hopefully.
Dino on the hydrant today.
At the hydrant.
Pushes off.
He's got water in the
Oh,
hose. Boy, he's going to be
stick
about
in
to
the
target it. It's going to be about to target. He's better get busy. Water's on him. Here he is.
Nice looking job by McCann up top.
Good.
Breaks it himself. That's got to be close to that 8 flat.
I'm telling you.
Nah, it's not that good, guys.
Water. No, not even close.
863, 262 open by Junior. Good
What's that
looking
9
hit.
flat?
What happened?
I just don't know. I'm going to have to say the truck really didn't get him to the hydrant because Junior didn't
Yeah.
waste any
Yeah.
time with his work.
You're probably right. And the hose might just not be as good either. You put
Yeah.
all those little things together, and that's what.
Yeah, it sounded like it broke up a little bit there on that original burst off the line.
Yeah, 5 flat through their hose.
And
So
McCann-
they're giving up a good
Yeah.
3/10 there.
McCann breaking it by himself as well there. The nozzle came up backwards, so he had to do it himself, flip it over. Nice job. And Skeletor not getting in the way.
Yep. Hyman Hassett pulling in. 775. The heavy shot by Islip leading the pack right here. That call play shot, though, was second place, right?
863. First 8 of the day.
Call play second. Kopeg third with a 9-3. Westbury 9-4. Farmerville 958.
So prior to that run, we had a 9 and a 7 and no
Yeah.
8s. Interesting. Oh, a lot of 9s. 10s.
All or
11s.
nothing. All right, looks like we're ready for the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
These batteries don't last very long in these things.
No, they don't. Now, does this truck look a little cockeyed to you?
Always has.
You know, really? Looks like he's facing a little bit left, right? Going west. Westbound or down. We're going to find out when he leaves the line. Here we go, Manhasset Lakeville.
It's eastbound and down, but you were close.
I know, but he's going. Oh, he brought it in tight. A little too tight. And he drives him past a little bit. Oh! Up at the top. He's got a smile and a laugh going.
It looked like he got shot. Oh, my God.
At first, I couldn't tell if it was a grimace
That looked like the
Yeah.
or a laugh.
old civil defense thing, duck and cover.
I wasn't sure either, Paul. I thought maybe it was a hamstring got him and that was a grimace, but
I thought so
he was
too.
stumbling and bumbling.
But he's smiling, so that's.
Yeah, that's the positive. Everybody's okay.
I want to see that on the replay. I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, he don't want to see that again.
Oh my
We got
God.
sniper fire.
They'll be showing that one in their garage
Wow.
tonight.
Bang! I heard the shot from the grassy knoll.
That's what it looked like. Down goes Frazier.
East
yeah.
Islip.
Jimmy Papa, great guy. Good to see he's up and around.
All right, East Islip Guzzlers coming to the line. 775. Heavy shot by Heavy and Company.
All right, the heart of the order coming up here. East Islip, Central Islip, Northlanders, Hagerman.
Yeah,
14
that's-
throw can all throw up a 7.
I was going to
You
say,
love
that's 4 teams that all with the right run in this water. They can get there.
You love a murderer's row when you're watching these
Yeah.
race tournaments.
Don't run to that refrigerator yet.
Nope.
Stand by. This is going to be some good racing coming right up here. If you go to the refrigerator, get one from me and Paulie.
Put it in a solo cup.
I miss those Port Washington people. There's no cookies here. No love from the fans yet this year. I don't know what's going on with that. Our hosts have been gracious enough, both this week, last week, and Lyndhurst. Thank you for the handouts. Appreciate it. Got ketchup all over my shirt. I mean, at least the snails didn't let me do that to myself.
All right, East Islip. Slow roll off the line. Here we come. Coming into the hydrant, breaks the timing light. Off the hydrant, a lot of feet moving. And water in the hose. Up at the top's going to be about target. Here we come. Oh, the water's on him. Ah, just caught him.
Wow.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Just
Chuck
about
was
had
back.
it.
Chuck was dropped back a little bit, but boy, he was motivating to the hydrant. Ran right through it. Water in the hose. What'd you get for the water, Lenny?
I had 251 open, but I missed the water out. But yeah, that was. I think he was just making his stab. I don't know if he had a shot at it.
Yeah, I think he had a half shot. He kind of had one. That split second shot right there. I just don't think they had the momentum coming off the back of the truck to get there in time. They were ambling a little bit as opposed to attacking. And in this situation.
So ambling and be hose. That's two words that should not go together. Do not want to amble and be hose.
Who was breaking right there for East Islip?
I didn't notice.
That wasn't Nick Motto, was it? Yeah. All right. CI on the line right here. Five points out of the last contest to get him in the game. And we all know what they do in the last three of the day. Last week they broke the record at the Lyndhurst track in the efficiency contest. You know they can run motor pump and buckets, so it behooves them to score some points here and get themselves into the game. Last year, this contest, they ran a 7:68 to end the season on a fantastic run and drive. Because Billy Miller bringing them in. Wow, Scotty deep in there, goes over, gets it, up to Ryan up top. Got to get busy. Wow, didn't have much time there at all. Dropped him way out in the middle of the street, too, up here with the nozzle. They had to run and get that one. Then he had to shoot all the way back across his body to the target, just missed it to the right.
869, final number for Central Islip. 270 on the open. Quick hands down there with Scott Letizia.
He was in the middle of the track and then just kept going to the middle of the track with the nozzle team there, too.
Yeah, and like you said, the nozzle team was out a little bit. Just had time to get it on. Ryan really didn't have time to get set, get that first water on the target.
You know what I was going to say about that shot? No, you're not going to hear me. But more than the quick hands by Scott Letizia right there, I thought his feet were quick. They dropped them deep. He had a shuffle almost to his right.
He did. He couldn't go down the track. He had to go sideways.
Yeah, he was running sideways.
869, still good for third place right now.
North Lindy licking their chops.
All right, North Lindy tied right now with Islip. Islip with that 775 sitting in first place. They'd love to take that one down a peg. Something to watch here with North Lyndhurst. They pick up Kevin Kenley from Lyndhurst from last year's team in Lyndhurst, the Snails. They plugged this guy right in. 10 points last week. This week here, already 4 points in C-Host. Let's see what happens here. Scotty Rice got to bring him in. Connell been killing the hydrant. Haven't seen him miss in 2 years. Oh, and he goes down. Water's in the hose. Kenley got to get busy up top. And not a bad shot. Don't know if it's going to catch ice slips, but that's a good-looking run.
I don't think he's going to catch a Bill. He missed that first drop of water. The flap moved but didn't go. So 794 it ends up. You actually saw the flap of the target move a little bit on the, almost like the smoke coming out of the nozzle, and then he caught it with the heavy
What'd you
stream
get the
after
water
that.
out right there?
I was early. It was 259 open on the hydrant. I had 684, but I think that was on that smoke, so probably a little higher.
Chris Connell going over the hose a la
That was impressive.
Heavy and Paul Susskind. And I tell you, if he blaps that target, first place. Good looking
You know,
run.
good observation, Billy. Chris going flying over the hose. That's not his style. So
No.
that tells me he was a little maybe out of control, but still got the handle down and a great opportunity for a first place shot. Not quite there, but they're going to score.
That's laying it out there for
Check-
you. I tell you
check
that,
1, 2.
You know it's going to hurt when you're making that dive. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And
Yeah.
They're gonna need a
although Chris
jackhammer.
is a hell of an athlete, you know, he's
All right.
on the bigger side.
I think I'm back for at least a couple seconds.
Not quite a fathlete, right?
I wouldn't go that far, but got to remind him once in a while so he doesn't let it get out of control.
What was it?
They don't need coal patch and a jackhammer down there, so they're okay.
What was that time? 7:94.
794 for North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. Hagerman on the line. Kohler going for the quick stick the last time. Put water across the track. Let's see if
Well,
we hook it up here.
How about North Lindy and Islip going toe to toe right here? Maybe for the rest of the day.
Last year,
Hageman wants something to say about
Hagerman
it.
nothing less than an 8 all last year. 794 or 84, best shot of the year at the Labor Day invite.
All right.
Well,
I think behind the
something
arch.
going on at the
something going
hydrant,
on.
yeah.
Oh no, we have a. What we
Oh,
got?
something behind us.
I don't know. I think as the lights are on the ambulance, they got to turn those lights off. Is that up? Now they're putting them
turn
on.
them on.
Now I'll put them on.
We need some more ambulance games like we had last year at Ridge Air, Paul. That was a great day.
Ambulance games.
I re-listened to that when we got home. That was a great day. Guys, there's this tournament. It doesn't matter. This is more entertaining.
Way more.
All right. Looks like we're losing one of our
Ambulances.
subordinate ambulances going around the corner here. The flashing lights might distract the driver, and that's why we don't need that to happen today.
775 Islip, 794 North Lindy, 863 Carl Place. Boy, they would love to hang right there, get another 3 points.
All right.
CI, 869. Kopeg, 936. Hagerman on the line. Hagerman waiting to bust out this year. First drill they've attended here, second drill of the year, but they're looking for that shot that's going to get them motivated.
2 points on the day so far. Big Lou going to drive him in here.
So
Cole
another
Arnold on the hydrant.
another observation. One of our top officials, Lori, she's got her flags backwards.
Yeah.
She's giving them the white and the red's behind her. Come on, Lori, get on your game down there. She's going to love hearing this back.
Yes,
Oh,
she is.
man.
And one other observation.
Well,
Looks
what is
like
it, the red or the white?
Farmingville is now out of the top 5, so it looks like they will not check their hose. So
How about that?
Next week.
All right. Let's see if Johnny on the flap gets a chance in this one.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. We've had a couple of flappers.
Can't have
We need Johnny on the flap.
Johnny on the flap without some wet hose.
Here we go. Hagerman making their way at the hydrant. Cola's off, foot out, hot. Oh, just went across the face. Just went across the face, and then he dropped them deep up at the top. They were not have a chance if Cola had it on. I'll tell you that.
Johnny on the flap.
I mean, if you're watching all these teams run here today, you got to be ready for a hot. Just about everybody, with the exception of maybe East Islip, has been completely on top of it.
2 sevens, 2 8s, and a 9 right now. 936 is your lucky dog. Kopeg trying to hang on with that. 4 teams to go.
So, Paul, we saw that a little bit out of Hagerman last year at the hydrant where he was just getting that handle. You know, I get it. Once in a while, you're going to get the handle and not be connected, but it seems to be happening more and more, maybe because we saw it twice today. But
Yeah.
is it just something that he's just got to be a little more sure of himself and get that quarter turn or at least the 8th turn?
I just think he's so on top of it on that one, and if I can remember back to see, it'd be the same thing. I don't think he had time to get his arm out. And they still, you know, when you're Cola, and I think he's got the quickest stick in all the racing, and that stick is going. You know, your arm's trained, and if you're not going to connect it, what are you going to do? You're losing the race anyway. But you throw it's automatic. But I think he's a little too deep. I think he's a little too deep. Can't get his arm out, and his ass is coming around before you get that click. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
And
just
that's
like
dragging him off of it.
Yeah, it's pulling him right across the face. It pulls you right across the face.
All right, North America on the line.
You can see the look on his face. He knows what's going on.
The red, white, and blue jerseys here.
So, you know,
Smart-looking guys.
that kind of stuff doesn't happen in St. James. You run hydrant with 2 hands,
Yeah,
and then you don't have the issue.
That's right. That's right.
2 hands.
Great. What are you talking about?
Our producer, Chris Murphy. Get
Battery
that
boy.
Hold on.
That's how Battery Boy came up.
Don't start making it work now.
It's good to be the king.
I've mastered this. I'm hanging on it.
All right. 9:36 to beat, which I think is
So
in their wheelhouse.
So I'm out anyway. What I was saying in 3-man was,
About that Joe Hunter drill.
yeah, I've already done that. Trust me. It lasts about 2 seconds. I had it clipped on
Heard
there.
that about you, Paul.
I had it clipped on.
All right, Nick Morzillo doing the hydrant here. Anthony Wilder's did it for years and years and had
Yeah.
enough and turned it over to these guys here. Nick Morzillo's brother Alex on the hydrant here.
Hey, you got to run an 8, win a prize. Here we go.
Let's go, AJ.
Hometown track. Oh, they moved out. Right there. Just across. Yeah, that was the case. That truck left the line and moved out towards the middle of the track just enough so that when he got off, he really didn't have a shot at it. Was on it.
So, Lenny, what are you seeing to yourself in an instance like that? You're up top with the nozzle, and you know the guy missed. And you're just sitting there just turning it and turning it. What's going through your mind?
1403 for North Merrick. I can't use the words on the air. This is a family show. What the nozzle man is saying.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, it depends how much you like them.
It goes. It really does go both ways. We've seen plenty of times the hydrant man lights it up, and
The St. James Way,
the
boy.
nozzle man, the nozzle man struggles or the breaker.
Check 1 2.
Hydromen are always so more demonstrative.
I agree.
You know,
Thank you. I
They
learned to
always-
bite
they
my
always
tongue.
show up to nozzle man.
Exactly. They'll curse you out.
Yeah.
And it really
like
is a
like you're
bad
not trying to
trait.
hit the target up there.
Yeah, or
You
you're
know?
not trying to get the nozzle on.
Yeah.
Exactly. But nozzle men,
Hydromen are just really, really selfish people.
nozzle men, yeah, they usually bite their tongue and they don't get
Yeah.
up screaming. Right, but during the
Because
run,
they got to
we've
deal with
seen
so much more. There's 10 different factors up
Of
there.
course.
Hydromen just sits at a stationary target.
Of course.
Nothing's in the way. It's wide
Bright
open.
yellow, Billy. Look how yellow it is. How could you miss it? It never
Yeah,
moves.
I know.
Hydrant is easy.
1 2
Easiest,
3
easiest,
4. Check,
easiest
check.
spot on the whole track.
Works good when Paul. This is fun when Paul's mic's not working. I'll tell you.
I'm using
Oh, he's back.
Paul's mic right now. I sound great, right?
Oh,
Hey,
phenomenal.
Right. Chris
Must-
Murphy's
it's just
doing this
me.
up top here.
It must be the metal plate in my head.
Comes out, you get a little sun from being in that
How'd you get
trailer all
that?
day.
That looks great.
How'd you get that? I forget.
BO's 90.
All right. 9 points for Oyster Bay. This is a big shot to keep them in the game. Get them
Yeah.
at the end of the day on the day.
And psychologically, it's a big shot. They got to be back in the game after their start was phenomenal.
Jackson O'Neal. Let's see if he can stand up
Yeah,
now.
making his way. There's the break. He's giving him room this time.
That's
Oh, he's got water in the hose. Oh, you could tell. You could tell it was barely on. He
Oh.
knew it in his body posture.
Oh, man, that is too bad.
Yep.
Had water in the hose. Brother Steve waiting up top, and you know what's going through his mind. We just discussed it.
Well, when it's your brother, a lot different things go through your mind than
Oh,
when
yeah.
it's not.
Something's going through his mind when you get back to that camp.
As I always said, you can punch your brother. You can't punch another guy on the team.
Oh, he's cursing out his parents.
But I got to tell you, for that,
Not everybody.
that shot right there for Oyster Bay, it's the best a Hydroman's look getting off the truck in 2 years.
282
Check.
on the open.
Yeah.
Really nice shot pushing
Check
off.
1
He got
2.
low, under control. It looked really nice.
Listen, everybody's tight here today. It's just the way it's rolling. 10:03, 14:03, and then what was that? Overtime?
Overtime. West Hempstead on the line. These guys were smoking a few years ago. Some really good shots. You know, it's you know, that last year, we missed like a whole year of racing. Some teams got out, some didn't. These guys got out for a couple of the tournaments out of the 6 that we ran down here. But just, you know, when you miss that year and you get a year old, they're a veteran team as it was. It's hard to make up for that.
Yeah, they were slipping in some new bodies in there too, Billy. From what I
It's not
remember.
always getting a year older. It's getting a year larger. That's the problem.
Check 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2.
Don't move.
John
1 2.
Poirot.
1 2.
Love that name.
See?
Poirot.
1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2 3.
Know the significance.
All right, a little rundown. Kopech still 936. I mean,
Check
you're
1
sitting
2.
there. You're West Hempstead. West Hempstead has 2 points on the board. Lindenhurst just needs to
1 2.
get on the board. 936 looks so easy, but you know what? That 936 is intimidating too, because you're always like, wait a second, you know, we don't gotta go crazy here, and
Wow.
you know that never works.
That bet against Westbury getting a point, so I'd have to run buckets. Almost came true here. All right, West Hampstead on the line. Kenny Broome going to bring him on in. John Poirot on the hydrant. Cody up top with Ralph Frail. Tight drop. Oh. Good looking drop there. John Poirot just goes under it. Anchorman Rick McDonough holding onto that hose, doing a nice job waiting for him. It just didn't happen. 10-14 for the Westerners. Not going to help them.
Oh, just outside though.
Just outside. Just outside of the top 5.
Less than a.
All right. Well, one team to go here in the.
We're gonna go to the
hose
Snails.
contest. It's the Snails.
Snails need to get on the board, right? I mean, come on.
Snails go from being
They
on
can
the
run.
short-
They can. But wait a second. They can run pump. They can run a fish seat, and they can run buckets.
They sure can.
They're not out of this if they can. If they hit this one.
Number 25, Lyndon
So here for Brendan. Brendan wants to light one up here. He had a good season last year. Really put some good shots up there for the Snails. Lindenhurst raced all tournaments last year. They got six tournaments in. Went up state to Point Pleasant.
Yep.
Ran a couple of good shots up there, 786, but because of that Western record getting broken, they had to rerun the contest. Took that away from them. Really cost them.
It's
probably cost them the
something.
tournament.
Something I keep talking about, but that that Point Pleasant trip was just a great time, right?
Fantastic.
Great
Get out of
was
Long
that?
Island.
How great
It was a
it?
quality tournament.
And that's the best part of. You know you're going there and you're going to have a good time, and the hospitality is going to be great. And I personally never been to the Point drill, been to a lot of the northern drills.
Yeah,
but
that was my first time too.
Yeah.
And the hospitality is always great there.
thoroughly enjoyed it.
Some good people. That, like I said, coming out of B ladder, C ladder, Sea Breeze is in the lead. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
good drill.
Hey, we'll put up another fab right before July. We'll do it maybe once a month and then before the state drill. But I had Sea Breeze right of my Fab 14.
Sure thing. Here comes Big Sexy.
At the hydrant, boy, they're deep also. Right-hand turn, he just can't get. Oh, he gets it! I don't know if he got the stick or he had to come back and get it.
No, gotta get busy.
Oh, they're not getting that done. That one was soldered on.
Oh,
Somebody welded that shut on them up the top. Oh, now he blew it out in the middle of the track. I don't know how he hit. Right?
I didn't
Yeah,
see that.
I-
The Anchorman was in my way. I couldn't see that.
No, I stayed with it. He was on his knees and just reached
Yeah,
right back
that
up and
got it?
slapped it down. I had 326
Hey,
with
with
which
that.
is a pretty good recovery. And then down the other end, I just think Brody was out of position. I don't know if that coupling jammed or he was just out of position to turn it to break it, but
I
never
don't
gave him
know.
a chance.
Didn't look like it was.
No, it wasn't pretty.
So that 775 for the Wolves going to give them 5 points first place. Takes them to 18.
So, because that was a hell of a shot.
North Lindenhurst 794 for 4 points. Gives them 17
Another
behind
good
the
shot.
leader. And then we drop down.
Go for it.
3 for Carl Place.
Hey, how about call place? Back-to-back threes.
There you go. 6 for them. 2 points
See ya.
for the Wolves. For the Hobos, 7. And 1 point, 936. Kopeg off the schneid.
Sometimes that happens, right?
Yeah. Heard an interesting story about Carl Place. It was originally called Frog Hollow. That's where the
right.
name Frogs comes from. But off the railroad, there's this rich guy, used to have a party house there. The guy's name was Carl.
Okay.
So when they get off who wants to go to Carl's place? They'd all get off there, come from the city, and they would party at this guy's house for the weekend, like
Really?
the Great Gatsby, one of those type things. So it just became Carl's Place, and it morphed into this.
Really?
That's where the name the Frogs comes from. So just a
Kind of
little,
put it all together.
little history there for you. We get
That's
the
good.
official announcement here from Chris Perry.
The Motor Hose Class B competition. First place, 5 points, time is 7.75, Iceland. Second place, 4 points, number 19, North Lindenhurst. Third place, 3 points, number 12, Carl Place. Fourth place, 2 points, number 18, Central Iceland. Fifth place, 1 point, number 9, Opane.
Turtles just finishing out of the money there. All right. The Wolves, again, second tournament of the year. They're putting up some big numbers like they did a couple years ago. We'll go to commercial. We'll come back with the efficiency contest, and we'll get into the man events.
Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be a part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State Drill Teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 65 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team racing. As they approach 50 years covering the fire service throughout New York and beyond, Fire News is honored to continue as the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Titan Group is the trusted name in the apparel customization industry. As always, the Titan Group is a one-stop shop for all of your drill team and fire department needs, with in-house services including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of their custom online ordering system. Simply choose your products, choose your logos, and have your members pay online. Browse their vendor catalogs at www.titangrouapparel.com and follow them on Instagram at Titan Group Racing. Call at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskin or Devin Robinson on the track. As Fred would say, all eight, all day. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State Drill Teams. Scott air packs, cylinders, RIT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, ProTech and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also a one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is a well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York fire departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Fire Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of the New York State Drill Teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all of your personal protection equipment needs. For a personalized demo or to speak to a certified sales specialist, call 631-777-5170 or visit www.hightechfireny.com.
Hello, hello. All right, we're back. Efficiency contest coming on. .40. That's a shot right there, Lenny. What do you want? Turn it off, turn it on. Just push it.
All right, showtime.
that
Getting
it?
into
You got it?
efficiency.
All right. The light just went on. 8:40 is the state record. We watched them run last week at 9:03. That's that's disgusting at 8:40. All right, here we go. North Bellmore on the line. You're a host here. Missed the last couple contests because you want to get on the board here.
Billy, think of how many teams can't even get water out at 8:40.
All right, here they come. They're off. Cloudman's in. Water's across the track.
And this is one of them. 323 on the open, but didn't quite hang the coupling there.
Yeah, Artie White up top. It just looks back, sneers and disgust. And home track in front of your home team. You're drilling, not having the best day you want. Overtime. North Babylon on the line right here. We ran at the state tournament here back when they had it in Merrick years ago.
Yeah, they've only had one other state drill here, and of course, again, they're going to have their second one next year. So yeah, I was in
1999,
it.
we had a good
Yeah.
efficiency squad that year. We set all of our records that year. 882 was our best time. So we come down, and the team in front of us, I don't know who it was, some upstate team, had soaked the entire track. We had a great run going, hit the hydrant, the water's out. I was even actually running back then. I ran the top coupling. It was straight as an arrow.
Careful with the running.
Top coupling?
Gets up to my nozzle, man. Billy Olson hits the water up top that these guys put over the track, slips and falls down. The stream right over the top of the target, nails some guy sitting on top of the arch filming right in the chest. Should have knocked him off the back of the arch. That would have been something. And Kenny's watching the whole thing at the hydrant, and he just left it down and let this guy get blasted on top of the arch. And I still haven't seen it on a video. Someone's got to have it because it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, as far as us.
I think
I don't know. I've seen the Turtles do some funny things.
But
I think you running the fall coupling was pretty
I had to
funny
laugh.
itself.
I laughed at it on the way to the track, and Billy almost punched me in the face. It's not funny. Yeah, it was. All right, here you go. Tail draggers on the line. Single stick. Water's in. Pulling it out. Looking to get another number here.
375 open. Now see if they can
Up to the
control
nozzle
it.
and up
Oh
top.
man, they got a big hole. They got two holes in that top length.
All right.
He's got to pull that out.
Two
but
holes and a.
He's
a
got
big loop.
two holes there.
All right. Interesting hairdo up there.
1187 for the tail draggers.
Matt Brustad up there. Not much you can do when you have a loop and two holes and the hose behind you. But without that loop, they're probably over the white line.
Yeah, I think if I remember back last week, I think they were close, if not over, right?
They were right on it, yeah.
So somebody's got. We got to talk to Freddie after this. Say you got to cut that hose,
Pay
but
attention
he
to
needs a
what we're
new
saying.
length of hose there anyway. He's got two big holes in it. 1187. North Babin, first place currently.
we don't see these things for no reason up here. All right, Hicksville on the line right here. Used to be a force in this contest.
Yeah, a lot of years, right? They were knocking it down in efficiency.
All right, they got Rob Schmidt back. He's going to be backing up Dougie Chiz up top. That's always been a hammer. I mean, you watch Doug Chiz, if they get the water to him up there and he gets that last 20 feet, he just puts his hand out and it's like he smacks it right down with the target. I tell you, like him and the kid from North Merrick there, AJ, boy, he's a good blaster on the target, too, in this contest.
A blaster, huh?
Blaster on the
Master
target.
Blaster. Here we go.
Blaster from the
Ooh,
past.
middleman way out front. Look at him.
Yeah, it's going to work for him. Oh, they got to get water in the hose. It's a little late for that now.
Yeah, we tried the two hands on the hydrant.
Yeah.
Didn't work out so well.
Yeah, not so good in efficiency. All right.
It's going to be an 11:08 for the Hicks. Just a guess.
I was always a big proponent of getting water in the hose quickly.
See that? I'm psychic. I beat the guy.
11:08 there. That's now in first place. Farmanville.
If we were going to merge, I wanted to merge with those guys.
Hicksville?
Yeah. You got Doug Chisholm. You have a ready-made superstar right there. Just needs a couple more bodies.
Yeah.
But we were able to fill up our squad, and so were they. All right, Farmerville here.
Yeah. 11:08. 11:08 by the Hicks, and you said Farmerville coming to the line. Farmerville, 1 point today.
1 point today. Overtime efficiency last week, but last year it was a good race for them last year efficiency.
Yeah.
But like we were saying, they lost their mojo.
You know what? It's so that's a great thing. The great point that you find that little time, right? And we've seen teams like this where they have that little moment, and then it's fleeting and it goes away, right?
And then make it last. Yep.
Right, and that to me. Go ahead, finish that, Lenny, and then I'll say what else.
Billy, this was a race that catapulted them into some top fives last year, so keep an eye on them.
Here they come. We'll talk more about it after this. Here comes the Bandits at the hydrant. They have water in the hose.
Oh, good stick
First
there.
lane, second lane,
Water's
coming up to
out.
the top. Going to be about a target hit right here, as it always is, and nope.
Just a little low.
Little left, little right.
8:06 water out, 3:20 on the stick. It's going to be a low 9, mid 9, low mid. So if he hits it,
Yeah, you were talking 8, right? 8-8?
it was 8:06 water out.
Yeah.
06.
8-8, 8-7.
9:33 there with a lot of wash. I mean that.
So anyway, we're talking about the fleeting moment for so many teams. You see, they gather a couple tournaments. Maybe it's a whole year. It just goes to show you how much credit you got to give to the teams that are doing it year in and year out, right? I mean, it doesn't just happen.
Here's one of them, the West.
It's hard work.
Sabres,
And
The
you look
North
at Farmerville,
Lindies.
it's all the same people.
It's this one. I mean,
CI.
it's West Sayville as good as anybody. I mean, tradition. You take tradition, you add in hard work, you add in a lot of guys, but that's because of the tradition and the hard work, and you want people want to come race that are in your department or in your community.
So you take somebody like West Sayville. Of course, they won in the 70s, but they started winning again in 94, I believe it was. So they were probably good for a year or two before that, knocking on the door.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're talking sustaining that for now 30 years of being in the top 3 to 5 teams.
Right.
I mean, just amazing consistency.
9:33 for the Bandits. That's your first place shot as West Sayville comes to the line. Right, Huguenin about to call him off. He's over on the right-hand side. And the Dutch are off. At the hydrant, water in the hose.
3:09 open.
Up at the top. Creeping. Oh, same thing. A little left, little right.
Struggled to stay under control, too. We keep talking about the water pressure here. It's 776 water out.
Woo.
I went off the hydrant, man, so I'm not going off the light. 10-11 overall. That couldn't be right.
No.
That was a long.
That was off the
Top
hydrant,
two.
man.
I mean, the water's kicking. You can see it.
Whew.
Little Mara, they was going to go for a ride.
Yeah,
there,
they-
but
on-
she
you know,
did hit the
listen.
target.
You say Little Mara, but you say Big Billy. He was going as well.
They were both going. Yeah, that throws you around a little bit. Like we saw at Hagerman a couple years ago when they really had that juice up for the first drill they had out there. All right, Kopeg on the line trying to build up that 1 point they got the last one. Just got an update from Connecticut.
Who's winning the Kidditch?
Chris Brandt captured he captured the golden snitch and they won the Quidditch contest up there. So good for him. 5 points for Gryffindor.
I don't even know who these people are. What is this?
Are you, like, on point with these items, or are you just making them up?
I read all the books.
You did.
Of course.
Billy's well-read.
Yeah.
All right.
Well
Here-
fed.
Well read, well fed. Here come the yellow birdmen. Dirty Mike with the blue shirt on. Always tell him dirty. He's in the blue movies.
And they're off. Approaching the hydrant. Water in the
in.
hose. Yep,
Good
yep.
looking hit.
Yeah, first length's out, second length. Here we go. Approaching the target line. Oh, he tickled it. He
Oh,
tickled
man,
it.
it's a little
I'll tell you what, if you're backup man and you aren't all set to go, you're going to be tossed.
And you better be set early. Hang on. 9:52 for Kopeg.
You hit that right on the head, Paul. The backup man nowhere to be found up there.
Yeah, no,
Two men got to shoot that target.
you need some stabilization up there because this water has some kick to it.
I don't think they ran it out to the end pole. They had water almost 25 feet before the nozzle
Yeah.
line. So I don't know if they gave up a little early. This water is quick, so it's going to catch some guys. But
Look where Bear's standing. It was 6 feet before him. The water's on the track, so
Exactly.
they got it coming right over the line.
Exactly.
That was something.
Westbury Turtles.
Well, 9:52, good for second place right now. Turtles on the line. I haven't seen this contest yet, so.
Tell you what, the way the water looks, I think I could see an 8:52 ends up the top shot.
Hey, hit the clown in the mouth, win a prize. That's the name of this game. Yeah. Would have had a couple of heavy shots there, but like I said, they get that water quick, so.
So, Billy, are the guys on the top end here for your efficiency team, are they fast enough to beat this water?
Yep.
Okay.
I have no doubt with that.
The question is, are they going to slow down and not run it out? I mean, if you don't run with this water all the time and you're using practice water, you're going to do your normal thing. You got to go a little further.
You got to go.
Somebody's got to be paying attention.
You got to go hard to at least to the line before the nozzle line. Then you have a couple of slowdown steps to get under
Got some
control.
young legs out there.
Here they come.
All right.
And double click at the hydrant. Now the water's in. This is going to be a
499
up at the top.
open.
He had time to get up there.
10:50 for the Turtles.
With a 499 open.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
10:50.
Got to get that stick down a little faster there.
Yeah, I would say.
Next to race number 11.
I don't know if he had it on. He looked like he was jiggling it a little
Yeah.
bit.
I'm blowing him across the track.
I don't think he had it on right away either, and she wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
There's two frame of minds on that. You just blow them across track and say, hey, you better get it on.
So you get
It's your
better.
job.
Yeah.
Get better. We're going to embarrass you in front of all these people. That's
Well,
what I'm going to do to you.
If that's what's happening in practice, too, if he's missing, she's going to be a little more cautious. I don't know.
Well,
As a
cautious,
stick
you
man-
can't score.
But as a hydro man, you got to just grab that stick yourself if it's not down when you know you're on. You know.
Any major tournament,
That
once you
wasn't the
hesitate,
case.
you're not scoring. So what's the difference?
I understand that, but it's some
Then stay home if you're not going to try and score.
some new peeps down there, I think.
I don't try to score at home anymore.
So you stay
So
home.
you
I don't
come
get
here.
It. So,
No,
you, no,
so
you
he
just
comes
said-
here, he goes out.
You just said stay home, and then you said you're going to score at home. Where do you go?
That's why he's out.
I bought an Oculus for that.
Does that hook up to Wi-Fi? I got one. I
It's
hasn't hooked it up
unbelievable. You
yet.
got to try it out, Paul.
I've done it. I've tried it, but I just
Game changer.
Abby just got one.
Game changer. Just make sure you erase everything.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Islip leading the drill. Here comes Chad with the call off.
18-17. I was
He
just
walks,
talking
the
about
earth
this.
trembles.
North Lindy and Islip going shot for shot right here. Well, here's
Number
Islip's
one.
shot.
The Brentwood boys are high.
Yeah,
Good
they're
hook
off.
last week.
Approaching the hydrant.
And
Water
it's
in the
in.
hose.
Oh, they
man.
crushed it again.
I tell you what, if he hits this, the number's going to be astronomical. He's up at the top. Oh, they got a big kick at the end. Did you see that end of
Big
hole?
loop behind him. That
But
had to cost him a half a
It
second.
almost looked like it was tied. Like the hose was tied like a sneaker knot.
Islip, 9.4.
So Islip runs a 942.
Oh, man.
335 stick, 835 water out, 5 flat water through the hose. Still not that bad, but,
But-
they'd have the kink and a pinhole in the nozzle.
That was a half a second they lost on that right there.
I literally thought it was tied like a sneaker knot. Right? It looked like it was. That's how bad the kink was.
They
Man.
Right there. And that took all the momentum out of the water, too.
So 942 is in second place. He had a better target hit, even though it wasn't great, than anybody else who's hit the target yet today.
Wow.
So what is that? What if he gets 4.7, 4.8 water through with this water?
That's a racing god's getting even for the rerun before.
A heck of a shot. Yeah, could be right.
All right, the Frog's on the line.
And the Frog's on a bit of a roll.
Momentum here. 6 points in the last 2 contests.
What about us? Why can't we go down the track?
Check
What
one,
about
two.
us?
Check 1, 2.
Junior having a nice day in the hydrant today. Started off kind of rough last week in Lindy, but put it together for a couple good contests. And let's see what he can do here. Go 3 for 3. Be a nice job for the Frogs. Only a couple purple guys out there, mostly wearing green today. A couple Frog now. Defunct bar from Lynbrook. I used to destroy them in darts every time.
The Purple Frog.
Yeah, that was a good place. Oh, I could score in there. All
Here
right,
we go.
Junior and Skeletor. Skeletor, the turn-on man, because he turns everyone on.
933, 942. Top 2 times here. Carl Place perennially in the past, they've been a pretty good efficiency team.
Sure thing.
See if we get water. We have water in the hose. That's going to push
shot.
out some of those kinks, not the islip type, but the others. Up at the top, he's got to really get behind him. You know what? He's going to be okay with it.
Mark. That's going to be first place.
347
I'm
open.
telling you, he's going to be.
816 water out.
First place shop.
I got 9-2.
9:15.
That's a 9:15 because he somewhat hit the target. That's all it was.
Did you see the nozzle man's face? His eyes were wide open. That was great. He was like on one leg doing like a pirouette when he hit that target. That was fantastic.
What's the record in this race?
9:15. 840 is the record. The Hobos get that shot they had last week. They can give that a run today.
I know.
Matt Hassett on the line.
7.9.
Jimmy Pop, closest in the eight event man today. Now that looks like my team from '99. That's how big we were.
This is a team of Billies right here.
These guys are used to man's years down there.
Seriously, it's like Billy.
Oriental Billy. And then one thin guy.
Yep. Poor guy. Nobody fall down.
What are they playing? That's like
Oh no.
tribal music. Get ready to go.
Manhasset.
All right.
Tall order with that 9:15, and even with that targeted.
Oh, no stand. So Fagan's going to take over the hydrant here.
There he is.
Stand,
Is he going to
stand
throw
back
it
in the
himself?
vault.
Is he going to throw it himself? I
he
know,
stand
but
up?
let's see if he beats him. No.
They
Oh!
lit it up.
Oh!
372
Water's
open.
coming out, but it's catching him quick.
Damn right.
It's going to be a 9.
Yes, it is.
Close to the money.
All right, 968 for Manhasset.
Look at getting close with a
I
butt
think
sex to me
that's
here.
fifth, right? Yeah.
There he is.
So the Manhasset Lakeville Billies hanging around in 5th.
The Billies. Tripping Billies.
It used to be the Bully Boys. Now we have the Billy Boys.
All right, East Islip. Damn. Where are we at?
I don't know if East Islip's running buckets today, but you know, this is a great hose track for East Islip, and you come out and you don't end up running ladders, and then you run your 2 hose events and you don't score in them. It's like,
Why'd we get out of bed?
what are we doing here?
And we don't even have the jet here.
It's a long day.
No, Benny is here.
Oh, he's here?
He broke in B hose there.
What were they missing?
No, they're missing the thrower.
Oh, the thrower.
They got a few guys that are out.
Crookshank here today?
Who?
Oh, Mike Otten. That's who they're.
Yeah.
He's the anchor man, too.
Yeah.
All right. I like that. You know, Jay's putting the adapter on for him. So
Yep.
Murphy'd like to see it at every event.
And they're
they're
off.
off.
Here we go. Holy cow. Nick Mata dragging Benny down the track. Now he lost the hose. Now he's
Now he's
galloping.
into-
Now Ben, you don't want that guy getting hurt. Oh,
Yeah, he's hurt.
no. I'm telling you, it didn't
Mata
look.
picks up the nozzle. They're going
Yeah.
to try and complete it. But
Here's the funny part.
Benny's
2 guys
down.
are caring about the hose. 5 guys are going to run into Benny, and I don't blame them one bit. I don't. You know what?
You got to go to your meal ticket.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Let's
It
see.
looked ugly right out the bat. Mata got this great jump,
all right, so they got
and he was
Benny up.
acting like he was faster than Benny for 2 seconds.
He's-
But then he lost the hose, and then when he picked the hose, then Benny lost the hose, and it was just wrapping around everybody. It looks like he'll be okay.
366 open. A couple of his teammates helping him off. A little bit of a gimp, but not
They
too
fall
bad.
down last week doing efficiency.
I don't know. All I know is that Benny's probably in
No,
better
they
shape
didn't, they
than
didn't.
Jay Skidmore right now. Watching Benny fall.
All right, people at home, pay attention here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this can be an all-timer.
904 last week set
Yeah.
the track record at Lindenhurst. They're on tour. They're going to try and break another record here.
You know, the way their day is gone, it wouldn't surprise me if they're going for it here. You go 9-1 in Lindenhurst, you can easily go mid-8 here.
Well,
in
the
America.
here.
last 2 contests they've scored. I mean, they're in this. I don't know if they can still win it with the other teams running sometimes, but this time could be phenomenal.
Here's my old stick. 2019.
So if you're home, folks, and you have this on your screen in the background and you're doing a chore or something, get over to your screen right now because this could be quite the show.
It's the lucky dog here.
The Hobos on the line for efficiency.
A few years ago, 2018, they were trailing coming in, and they got to the man events, and they went nuts.
Billy, I remember you praising the man in the yellow shirt last week. Well, we'll keep our eye on
See how
him. He's
fast
got
this
some
goes?
wheels, this
Look at
kid.
the middle dragger here.
All right. He's got like a sprinter start. I don't know what that is. He's on both feet. He's off.
All right, they're off.
Approaching the hydrant. Oh.
Darn it.
It's almost like he knew. He picked his head out of it. Ryan did right before he got there, and
321
just
on
wasn't
the
going in. You think they were going for it? Like, do you think they were like, all right, we can do something special
It's
here?
only 21, so it wasn't lightning. Again, that's from the arch. 14:55 is the end result for the Hobos.
All right, Frogs sitting in first place with that 9:15.
Yeah, we still got some players. Here's one of them. So Islip's in front by 1 right now, 18-17, 9:42 by Islip. That 9:42 is third place. So really, it's in the Knockers' hands right here. What can happen in terms of going ahead of them, and by how much?
Yeah, they're not the most fleet of foot, but with this water, they
Listen,
can go 9-4.
You know what? I disagree. I think the Knockers, the last few years in efficiency, they're up there with everybody.
884 here at this track last year.
Okay, so
That was the first one of the year, so.
They did add some legs in Kevin now on the second couplings.
I thought the last 2 years, the efficiency has been a big race. They win the state tournament. I think efficiency is a huge race for them. That entire year, and for the Knockers, efficiency's been their hole in the side.
877 at Hempstead a couple years ago as well. 969 last week at Lyndhurst. Let's see what
Key
they can
here
do.
is beat that 9-4.
Scarangella driving this as good as anybody.
Ooh.
And they're off.
Smedley coming
Into the hydrant. Smedley was close
Cars
to
in.
breaking the light. I thought, here we are up at the top. Ducky
All about
approaching.
ducking the shot.
It's really got to come in. Oh.
He looked like he gave up on it a little, Paul. He's shooting
Yeah.
from really far back.
Really far.
335 open. I had 810 water out.
Not going to make the top 5.
989 for the Knockers.
Well, that's Carl Place still hanging around, and Islip feeling good about themselves right now. Up by 1, 3 points right here.
Sorry about that.
Still some teams to go. Hageman, one of them.
Where does the famous Tommy G run in pumping buckets?
Buckets, he's on lap.
No, CI had a 14:55.
Same thing.
What'd you call that? Pre-Columbian?
Yep. Pre-Columbian.
All right, Hagerman here.
Mesoamerica.
Looking for something to do here. 2 points on the day.
Yeah.
Right now, you just want to have a clean run to feel better about yourself going into one of your better races.
It wouldn't surprise me to see them hitting these next two.
14:55.
All right, hey, Lou driving this one as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes around the track. He runs down the
I
track.
don't know where he's going. He's going to go to the hydrant. Where's he going?
He's going to try and sneak out there.
Hope he doesn't turn it on.
Heads
He's
on
going to
the
be in
man.
trouble. All right, we're off. Oh, now we're off.
Ooh,
Coming
turn
into
on-
the hydrant.
Turn on, man. Real close to that one.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the turn-on man broke the light.
Yeah.
Another swing and a miss at the hydrant.
Robert Tascio, yeah, a little anxious up there.
Yeah.
Johnny on the flap. Boy, it's been a long day for him up there. He's been waiting for water all day.
Yeah, right. No fault of his own. He's he's in a holding pattern.
Yeah. We drove all the way from East Patchogue for this. That's what
Exactly.
that's what Johnny on the flap's thinking right now. All right.
That's when
down
it
here.
gets. That's when it gets really frustrating, though, when you're struggling with water all day as an nozzleman.
1408, Hagerman.
Yeah, and on a day like this, it's not driving to the drill where you're kind of excited about it when it's far away. It's driving home.
Oh,
You
Wet.
better have a couple sodas in you to make yourself feel better because
Soaking wet
Those
after
are
buckets on a cool day.
long ride home.
good nozzle man
Like-
coming up here.
Worst part of the state drill is coming home if you don't do well, because that's a long ride home.
After a long 3 or 4 days.
Yep. And if you do really well, you don't give a crap. Take your time. I'll take off till Wednesday. I mean, I'm off already, but
Oh,
still.
I was going to say.
Life of a teacher.
You're pretty much off 365, aren't you?
Well, these days.
You were teaching from your house, weren't you?
I was there on the front lines, Billy.
All right, here we go. Another perennial efficiency team right here. AJ Picaro up top with with Alex Marzillo. Watch these guys shoot the target. If they get the water up there, if he beats the water down the track, which he won't today, but when he's fighting the water, he crushes that target. Better than anybody else.
See if they run as good as they
Here we
look.
go.
Again, the turn on man.
Yeah, it's like the third one in a
Oh,
row.
water's in the hose.
There we go. He's making his move into the inside. He's attacking front.
Yeah,
Hey, he
with the
knows
shot.
what the water's like here.
That's gonna be right
337
there.
open, 825. This is going to be a low 9.
That 320 water on. 330 might work.
It's smart. It's very smart.
This is a piss off call, please.
9.11.
Yep.
9-11,
Just
folks.
gets them.
Again, on
9-11.
their own track. See how he was in the middle of the track the last 25 feet?
I was about to
Paul?
say that,
Going
Lenny.
right at the target. He wasn't going to let that water throw him around. He was in control.
Top couple of men almost took a header there, and was lucky enough to keep his balance and not get in the way of the nozzle man making the move.
Oyster Bay on the line. As I said, 337 I had on the open. Again, I'm from the arch, but Paul, you made the mention. You don't need a 3-0 or a
Yeah.
3-1 here open. You got to get the hose out and give the nozzle man a chance.
320, 315, 310 is going to be golden.
Even you run a
If
slower
you got
stack.
the legs. If you got the legs.
You can run the 3-3 here and get that hose straight.
They got 488 water through their hose.
952 is the lucky dog right here. Oyster Bay still sitting with those
488.
first 9 points out of 10 for today. And we were talking about early in the day, oh, maybe that puts us in the top 5, but now it's starting to get on shaky ground. They're going to have something else.
It's a log jam after those 1 or 2
Yeah, ice
top
up in North
five
Lyndhurst.
spots. All right, here come the Teddy's boys needing something to right the ship. No turn on man today. Jackson by himself. Comes in. Water's in the hose.
I think it's a perfect time.
Oh!
First couplings blow apart. Is that Matt Rath?
I think it is.
Oh,
You know, I was
poor
going to say
Matt.
that's why I don't like to know who the coupling men are, but I know who that guy is.
And those
Yeah.
couplings ended up 60 feet apart.
Extra time in synagogue tomorrow.
I mean, he didn't get 15 feet within the other coupling to come back and they had overtime. That's how far apart these things blew.
That's what you get for working on Saturday.
So,
I'll tell you what. That is, I mean, as we say so often, there's not too many spots that's
Yeah.
more disheartening if something like that happens than
That's
People-
like an offensive
Yeah, I
lineman
was gonna
missing a
say.
block. You're not
To give you those other
supposed to
names,
notice him.
I don't want those names because if I'm talking about you, it's not for a good reason.
right.
All right.
Oh,
Good
boy.
looking hitting the single stick. It was going to work out fine.
It was.
Because, you know, the slower stick, like you're saying, Lenny, you're going to have a straight hose, you're going to have a bull right up to the top, but
Yeah, I
not
mean, it
work.
was 3-5. If you go 4-8 water through the hose, you're 8-3 water out. You could be in the 8s or a very low 9.
My
9-11.
partner's standing right up here next to Moist Bay. I know he can couple. I don't know why he's up here. Shakes his head. Did you cut your hair yet? No, it looks terrible. Claims it makes him frisky with the ladies. It's an aphrodisiac.
What's he eating it?
You're like the anti Darrow right now with that bald head, Paulie.
I don't know. Works pretty well.
Here we go.
Water in the
Goes
hose.
in. Good looking hit.
319?
He's staying outside. Now he's cutting in. He's got to get that back man behind him. The pressure. And look, the
He
two of
almost
them.
lost it. Yeah.
Two hands.
Two
on the
hands
nozzle.
on the nozzle.
Really close to the nozzle line, too, guys.
And there you go.
I mean,
how'd that go up? I didn't see it go up.
I didn't either. I mean, when you think about it, more than half the teams are struggling up at the top.
Yeah, 830 water out.
And you know, it doesn't even look like they're in good fundamental shape up top.
Not ready for the water.
Right.
Not ready
What,
for the
what
water.
was that announced time, guys? I missed it.
Me too.
10-5-2. Now the Snails can play this efficiency game, so
Snails
9:52, but it's 9:11 by North Merrick. That 9:15 by Carl Place. 9:33 Farmanville. 9:42 Islip, which is now fourth. 9:52 Kopek. So Islip at least going to get one more point, maybe two more points on North Lyndhurst with 2 to go.
9:46 last week for these Snails right here. We know they can run this contest and having a long day so far. Nothing to show for their efforts.
But think about you run a 9:46 in Lindenhurst. What's that translate here to North Bellmore? 8-8?
8:75.
8-7?
I think so. Just a shame that we didn't see CI put some water in that hose. I'd like to see that run. All right. Snails, last team on the track to take a shot at North Merrick and the Frogs.
Frogs, 3 races in a row.
Look at that.
What's going on
All
there?
crooked numbers, too, for the Frogs here.
Still not a racing injury.
Mike Geddes, your favorite person.
Where's Inspector?
And they're off. All right,
Loop
approaching the
might have
hydrant.
early.
Water's in the hose, so we have a
Look
chance
at
here.
that, smashing the stick.
They
Getting
cut
up
in
top.
early. They cut in early. Let's keep it under control. Oh!
Happy
Target.
birthday.
That is, I think, your first place
That is
shot right
This
there.
do
might
it.
be an 8, guys.
Yeah, that's definitely an 8.
Right there.
3:35 open.
Yeah, first place. North America pissed.
9.00.
Ah!
That's
all-
Living on the edge.
That's almost as close as you can get to an 8 as you can.
Hey, guys, it's finally the best nozzle man at something. And it's a motor pump.
8:17 water out. Nice hit.
Good looking job there by the Snails. Gets them in the game.
Did you guys see Cazzetto lock in at the end though? He got nice and tight, staying in control. You don't want to be up high with water like this. You
And
can't be.
He really moved in hard after that. The last line coming into the nozzle line. He got over real fast and got himself in great position. For that target.
I'll give you one more step. I thought his backup man secured himself as well too, because
Exactly.
he needed that. We saw a lot of the times today that they didn't go well because the backup man just wasn't ready.
And that's smart racing. They know the water here. They knew what they were up against. Really good job out of Snails.
All right, first place is going to be that Snail shot. Finally gets them on the board with a win. Hey, Snails can run the next 2 races. Don't count them out for top 5. Second place is North Merrick with that 9-11. They get 4 points. Third place, third time in a row, Carl Place. 3 points, 9 on the day. They're in it. Fourth place, 2 points, Farmerville. That gets them to 3. And Islip squeaks a point there. They had that huge kink in that last length that really kept them from having a spectacular number here as
Game
well.
changer,
But
that.
they go up now 2 on North Lindy with a 19 overall.
Let's
give
see
you-
how the motor pump track goes today.
Give you the total rundown in a sec. With 2 to go. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see.
All right. You want to do the rundown?
Well, I'm waiting for him to give the top 5. Here we
Here
go.
we go.
First place, 5 points, with a time of 9.00, number 25, Lindenhurst. Second place, 4 points, number 21, North Merrick. Third place, 3 points,
These are working.
number 12,
None of these are
Carl Place. Fourth place, 2 points, number 7, Farmingville. Fifth place, 1 point, number 11, Iceland.
All right, so with 2 to go, Islip up by 2 on North Lindenhurst. Islip 19, North Lindenhurst 17, and then we drop down to a tie for 3rd and 4th. We have 9 for Carl Place and 9 for Oyster Bay. And then we have a tie for 5th, 6 points, West Sayville and North Bellmore. And just outside we got a 7 there with CI. So a tie for 5th between North Bellmore and West Sayville with 6. And just outside the top 5 now, Lindenhurst, who we just said can run these last 3 contests, sitting there with 5 lurking.
Woo. Tight drill here.
Yeah, outside of those top 2 that have pretty much gone away and hid, we have a barn burner for the next group coming down the track behind them.
All right, let's go to commercial. Let's come back here for motor pump and see the exciting conclusion to the tournament.
We'll be back.
Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be a part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State Drill Teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 65 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team racing. As they approach 50 years covering the fire service throughout New York and beyond, Fire News is honored to continue as the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Titan Group is the trusted name in the apparel customization industry. As always, the Titan Group is a one-stop shop for all of your drill team and fire department needs, with in-house services including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of their custom online ordering system. Simply choose your products, choose your logos, and have your members pay online. Browse their vendor catalogs at www.titangrouapparel.com and follow them on Instagram at Titan Group Racing. Call at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskin or Devin Robinson on the track. As Fred would say, all 8, all day. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott air packs, cylinders, rip packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, ProTech and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also a one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is a well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York fire departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Fire Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of the New York State Drill Teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all of your personal protection equipment needs. For a personalized demo or to speak to a certified sales specialist, call 631-777-5170 or visit www.hightechfireny.com.
Okay. Like I said, it's race time. Next event. The motor pump competition. New York State record is 5.45 and is currently held by West Sayville. Overtime in this event is 10 seconds.
Woohoo! All right. Got some music playing here. Is this like
Yeah, we're back.
what's this music we got going on?
I don't know. We're fancy.
Right, Pennsylvania.
Fancy. I have
What
North
happened to Fred?
Bellmore making their
What's
way
Fred?
to the line here. So North Bellmore, last two contests didn't go the way the first four went. They got 6 points on the day, but they're lurking.
Just
They are
looking,
in fifth place with a chance to move up.
just looking back the last few tournaments we had out here for this invite. Pump time's not fantastic at this track. It was a 6:32 a couple years ago, but we all know that was the infamous step on the side of the truck from Lindenhurst taking out the target. Right after we just talked about it, me and your brother Artie.
Yeah, this is
That was an interesting shot, but still, that's the best run we've had here in 3 years, or 6:32. After that, it's a 6-7 and a 7-0, something along those lines.
That's a little surprising, actually.
Yeah.
This is where the monkey wrench comes into play because this, when you run pump here, when you run pump in Hempstead, it's a little bit different.
Now, last week at Lindenhurst, which used to be a big pump track, but they
Yeah.
put new pumps in. Ice slips up front. They run a 624.
See more like this track.
And they were
now.
all disappointed about it. And then as you saw, you really saw how good that run was.
Right.
When North Lindy comes down and runs their shot, and they run a 6:49. All right, here we go. North Bellmore on the line, 6 points, in fifth place right now with a tie with the Frogs.
Making their way to the hydrant. Midway speed, here we are. Water in the
And
hose.
water's in.
Nozzle down. Water out.
Water hits it.
I don't know if the water jetted to the target, but the first drop hit it.
The wind helped it a little bit.
That's a good-looking shot on this track.
Yeah, you would normally say that's a player here, right, for top five.
That's definitely going to be in the money right there.
178 stick, 515 water out.
And look at that. That's what happens when you don't put water in your hose before the event. You get to actually run it. All right, 663. That is definitely going to be a player.
Not only that, they got 6 points on the day, so whatever that gets them, it gets them one step closer to
All
coming
right.
down the track here with their own drill.
Oh, look at that. Truck
Yeah.
sprung a leak.
Not going to win the outhouse this year, but coming down the track says a lot.
A couple of those guys on that team look like they belong in an outhouse.
There you go.
Including that pump hydrant, man. Boy. Yeah, I can hear some dueling banjos when they come by. Yeah, they're no strangers to outdoor plumbing. All right, here we go. The trail draggers.
Tail draggers.
Hydra Man got off the truck about 80 feet too soon last week, and they did catch him. Anyway, I tell you, this truck last week, when they finally got water to it, it shot some motor out. This thing can pump.
This is one of my favorite trucks. It's just classic North Babylon. I love the blue and the white. I just picture Freddie getting off running B-hose, boy. Some good numbers with Freddie. Now they got water going through the truck. Now he's got the nozzle. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He was literally staring down the barrel.
The backup man jumps on the hose. There was four hands on that nozzle, Paul.
Yeah, there was.
And he hit it not so bad.
It is an extra large.
240 open there for North Babylon. They run an 812. And, Paul, you can't word it any better than you did.
Oh, my God.
I have a couple of decades experience there, and it only really happened to me once bad, but when you're staring down the pipe of the nozzle, you're in a bad position. He got out of the way in time before the water came out, thank goodness.
And I don't think, Lenny, he has as much experience as either one of us. And he might have not realized what was about to happen. He just got out of the way.
No, he had the nozzle up too high, and he wasn't really doing that creeper thing that a lot of us like to do, but the one time it happened to me, it came out, the hose stopped short, and I held onto the nozzle, and I was laying right in front of it, and caught me in the face and down my chest. It literally bruised my jaw and right down my chest, the stream from the initial blast. It's a lot of pressure coming out here, folks.
I just like that look of truck
That
in
was
there.
something
I had nightmares about that.
Oh, my God, yeah.
All right.
Staring down the pipe.
Farmanville Bandits on the line.
4 words you don't want to hear him pump.
Especially when it's not a Friday night.
Depends who stare down your nozzle. 664 last
So yeah,
week in Lyndhurst. for
Farmerville now
Farmerville.
they're up to 3, and you think about that shot they ran last year. I mean, you can't run those numbers here.
No, but
that shot they ran with-
597 last year. We know they can run the contest.
Yeah, they can.
Boy, they're ready to go. Blue lights flashing. Truck looking great. Nice and slow coming in. Dom's got his hand behind the line. That's
Yeah,
good.
he does. And water in,
Oh, water's in.
pumping. Nozzle's on the road. Here we are. Oh, and he blows out the discharge just as the stream was below the target. The discharge blows off into the stands.
That was going to be a decent looking run. Just need another split second to get that water there.
165 open, 547 water out.
That's a 1-6. You know, you want to think there and under is where you want to be. They know how to run the race, obviously.
Yeah, they do, and they were under control at the nozzle end. Everybody was set. It just that blow off the discharge. That'll do it.
Oh yeah, it will.
That brings us to West Sable, 6 points right now.
I mean, literally though, it was almost a bang bang. Like the water was just getting to the target.
So
Bam.
So again, Paul, I don't know what kind of hookup they have on that side of the truck, but it held long enough till the water got to the nozzle
Right.
and reduced in size. Back pressure blew it off. So he had it on to a point. I don't know if it was crossed. I don't know if they use jaws or the spring. I don't know. Does anybody use the jaws anymore?
I don't know.
Port Washington,
These
they
are
were the last team I saw that did that.
These are snap type couplings for those who don't know, where you just kind of jam it straight on. This isn't a thread that you have to get it just right and turn it. You just snap it straight on. If you get it on straight and you have good equipment, it should hold.
So you say when the water hits the nozzle, because the back pressure comes back, and that's what causes it to pop. Like
Oh yeah.
That's it. Reduce from 2.5 inches down to about an inch.
Oh yeah.
That'll do it.
All right, Dutchman on the line, 6 points early, nothing to show for it lately.
You just hope you can get that flap to go up before the water stops.
And when you do, it's a crowd pleaser,
Oh, my
right?
God,
The place goes crazy if you get that.
We did it here. I think we ran a 7.6 in BOs, and I knew it was hanging by a thread. It was cross-threaded, and Danny Boucher. I told the story all the time. Danny Boucher runs slack. He goes over to tighten it, and I'm screaming at him. Of course, I'm laying on the ground. I'm screaming at him, and I'm like, get away from it! Don't touch it, because if he touches it, it's coming off. The water comes out. Audie hits the target, blows off.
Yeah.
Don't touch
7.6. I'm screaming at him, trying to kick him from the ground like a turned over turtle.
No.
All right, here you go. Flying Dutchman on the line, 661 last week, good for 3 points there. So another team can get it done in this contest. 6 points on the day in a fight for fifth right now.
Yep, 663. The other team, well, one of the other teams with 6 points. I think there's only two, right? Yeah, two teams. That North Bellmore's the other one with 6, and North Bellmore's leading the contest.
And they got the best bucket team on the track, so
Got that in their pocket.
Yeah, you got that one going for you.
Yep. Coming in, here we are at the hydrant, and he blew him off.
no.
And man, that didn't look good.
He went down
Didn't look
hard.
good.
Lose it to L.
It looked like he lost his feet just as he was about to connect at the hydrant, and right down on his back, right. Lost my screw.
One of those days.
So it was a 159 when he put the stick down. About 200ths of a second too fast.
Yeah.
Or he just
And
missed.
he
I
lost
couldn't
his
tell
feet.
if he
He lost
missed.
his
Yeah,
feet, though.
I didn't think-
He went for the move on the hydrant.
So he didn't really have a
Picked out
shot
from
at
under
it.
him, and that was that.
Yep. I never think he you know how you get that forward motion to get that coupling on, and he was on his heels before that ever happened.
Yeah, he took a little slide and fell right back. Good thing he had a helmet on.
Yeah.
Probably put a little.
No,
little
I never ran on that side. There's got to be a fine line between getting under control and actually,
Nope.
throwing it on too hard. You just got to lay right into the hydrant. But
Bonsai. You come right in, you smash it on. That's all
I
there is
don't
to
think guys that do it really well get enough credit, because I've run that spot too, and you know what? It's not easy. It is not easy.
it. That thing's one to move in your hand and
Yep.
squirming around
It's
on you.
heavy, and it hurts when you hit it if
You
you're
gotta
doing it right.
Yeah, I always put work gloves on doing it.
Yeah.
and
There's
it's
no stopping. You're hitting 100 miles an hour. I mean, you're bashing that thing.
and
You
there's
take the skin
no
off.
really no room for error. You got to hit that absolutely square and perfect.
Guys that do it well deserve a ton of credit. They don't get the credit that honestly they deserve. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't get the credit they deserve. And there's a group of guys that do it well, consistently, and it's impressive.
And right here is one of them right here, Billy McInerney from Copeg. Very, very good at this one here.
I'll give a shout out to somebody that did it under pressure a little bit. Was Chris Etzel. I'm a little bit partial, but he stepped in for the Redskins back in 2019 when they didn't have a hydroman to do it. He was kind of a second or third string nozzle man for them, kind of a utility guy, and he picked it up that year. He ran it well in a few tournaments, and those of us that remember that New York State drill, that almost cemented it for him. They
Yep.
needed buckets as well, but boy, he lit it up in that pump run for Bayshore. And again, with one season of doing it, and ran it like a pro.
We were talking about in Lindenhurst, George Thomas, unfortunately, who passed away.
Sure.
Oh, he was
And
dynamite.
George was great at it. I mean, just, there's guys that are just really good at it.
And,
And
we
props
see
to him.
Up and coming guy, Christian Brody's been doing a great
Yeah.
job for a young guy.
Yep.
We saw him push water about 3 feet out. The kid from New Hyde Park is another good, fun guy to watch. He gets a rooster tail once in a while and eats that up. But like you said, George Thomas was dynamite back in the day. The team from Islip on the hydrant, they're very good over there. We got Leggio Jr.
There's
and,
a bunch of them.
and Kennedy do a nice job together.
Mike from New Hyde Park did it for a long
Oh.
time.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Still
Guys that
60
can
years
do
old.
it, the guys you see doing it consistently year in and year out, that's just, it's almost like a thankless job. Nobody notices. They're all watching
Until the miss.
the cool guys hit the target. And
Gilligan's
Thank you.
Gilligan's pointing at
Yeah, you ran there a little.
I was talking about me.
Gilligan's telling me that Chris Connell, guys.
Chris
you
Connell's
missed
the best.
The best.
I'd never seen him miss.
Yeah, you keep saying that every year. Every
know,
every
it's
tournament
coming.
You have that mic just to try and throw him off. All
That's it.
right, here we go. We got Kopeg on the line here. Dirty Mike with the blue shirt out there. You can see him a mile away.
I have to say, as we're approaching the end of the drill, I see blue skies.
Blue skies above.
Just in time for a couple sodas.
All right. Billy Mack, Eric Devine on the hydrant today. Let's see
Now,
how
they're
do
coming
it.
in very methodical, if you ask me, right here. They're a little tight, right?
And they're off.
They're a little tight to the hydrant.
Water's in,
Oh,
they
he
heat it
sucked
up.
it up a little bit.
And he's
They're
still
pumping.
up.
Oh, he's got it. Better get that in the street. Now he's pumping. Just high. On the stanchion, but high.
Oh, man.
They're tight, right?
So overtime for Kopeg. Their pumping style might have really helped that nozzle man there, Paul, because he was not ready had they stepped on the gas. Was that Charlie driving? I mean, had he jumped on that, I don't know if that nozzle man would have handled it.
Agreed.
They seem to run where, just as the water comes out, the driver seems to really pound it.
Just
Just
take,
where the hell to go up top, it looks like that.
before they move the truck, just take a look up. Look how tight they are to the hydrant compared to what islip is. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see it. Yeah, you and I are
Half a
both in
truck?
that line.
Almost half a truck, or at least
Yeah,
a
they
quarter
were
of a
doing real
truck.
tight. All right, here's the Wolves here. 5 points last week at the Lindenhurst Invite. Perennial target smashing team right here.
Yeah, their day, 19 points, so they're up by 2 with 2 to go. Boy, they would love a huge shot right here. On the other hand, North Lindy has their fingers crossed, give them probably a little whammy.
So first place for Islip here would seal the tournament.
All right, no Tommy G for buckets for the Wolves today. So
I don't know if you noticed, Islip has scored every contest. 5-2, 4-2, 5-1 so
This is
it's a pretty good day. Tommy G,
that's why they're in the
see you
top.
next year.
That's
Now
why
you're
they're
off for
top
2
of the
years.
Fab Four, yeah.
How you doing, Coach?
Send him back where he came from. Where did he come from? What team?
Kopeg?
Send him back. That's right.
And without Nick Patch, he's probably still under the table at the bachelorette party.
Is he wearing the dress?
Doesn't he always?
Is AJ with him? Where's AJ? I haven't seen
I don't
him in
know.
a white shirt.
All right, here we go. Islip's going through the handshake,
Chance to seal it.
getting ready. You know, it's so different though when you think about if there's like this the state driller where a good pump track, you're like, all right, man, they can run a 5.6, 5. It's like we could do a 6.3.
Yeah, 6'3".
Make sure you count to 12 before you pump.
All right, Wolves on the line. Big Mike Watson going to bring them on in. Kennedy and Leggio, see how they do on the hydrant side.
This guy's hanging all off this truck. Here we go. Little good speed in here. And water in. Yeah, man, he sucks it up right
all
there.
about the target.
It's in the street. Target smasher. Oh! Oh, boy. That was the first drop of water. And we said 6.3, and I think they just did it.
11-6-1-1.
Sorry, my digital guy's off a little bit.
157 open. He swallowed that hydrant up with his whole body. What a
Gotta look that
style.
up. That's got to be a
Is that
tournament record.
a course? I was about to say, is that a course record?
I like the style.
6'11", and I think that might be the drill. That was a heavy shot.
He had that nozzle about 6 inches in the air. He's raced here over the
I'm
times of
telling
Westbury.
you, first drop of water. First drop of water.
You see how high he shot that thing?
Insane. And I mean, when you just look at that, take the time concept out, right? You're saying to yourself, that's a 5-4 with that target hit. You're like, that's a 5-4. Wow.
The outhouse is going to ice.
Yeah, it is. That's better.
Guys, I actually have Tommy Messina checking in on Facebook comments. Tommy watching on his phone.
Where is he?
Tommy, where are you, man? I don't know. We're not positive about the track record, but I do know that run right there beats Islip's team record here at this track by over a half a second. 6.63, their team record at this track.
16.
It's got to be close to the track record.
Good looking shot for the Wolves there.
Good looking. First
Wow.
drop of water.
I mean,
And he stuck the
I was
hydrant.
gonna say, Ron's raced here many times with the Turtles, so he knows this track better than anybody on that team. Here come the Frogs trying to add some more points.
Hey,
5
3
coming
points,
in.
3 races in a row. What can they do here? We'd like to see a low 6 and... Oh, we got it! Nice! It's all right. He's got it. Let's go. Put it in the street. Now you got to get it on the target. Nothing. Just a little right.
Started right and stayed right.
You got to set up right there. Why isn't he setting up?
Boy, oh boy.
You got the time.
Overtime for the Frogs. 166 open, 548 water out.
Nice job staying with it, even though he's going down on his ass. Stays with it and gets the water in it at the hydrant.
Nice
But,
job.
boy, up at the top, one of your only goals right here is to make sure you set up in time, and you have a lot of time. It's
you
merit.
do.
Sure thing. That was Shoes on the hydrant. We missed him last week. You can tell a big difference there. That's the Frogs right there. They had the full team this week. 9 points, looking like a different team.
So Paul, just to build off what you said, setting up for the nozzle man, he set up a little bit late. He got caught. He did get on it, but because he got on it late, he got on it, and it was crooked.
Yep.
It started right. It stayed right. It went overtime.
You look at the difference. I mean, you look at the Islip team. Matt Rodden, not in the worst day of his racing career, wasn't going to be set up for that shot. He was going to be set up and ready. He knows the track he's at. He knows he's got a little time. He knows where he can go, and he's going to set up. He's not going to be left short. In this situation, Car Place has to make sure they can't be let short. Hey, guys, put the nozzle in the street, and then we're going to hit the target.
Well,
Hey,
new driver too with,
just to give you guys some more numbers here. The track record here is actually 579.
Yeah, pre-pump.
Well, it was set by Hempstead 2009, Copeg in 2011. But if you remember, they had some problems with the pump, and
Yep.
they trotted out
Used a truck that
the
time.
Class A pumper, and
Yeah.
that changed the entire pressure situation. So it's a little deceptive. Not the track record, but there was a
Modern
reason.
day record.
Yeah.
Yeah, fast pitch error.
Yep.
Or the
Non-
slow pitch error, I should say.
Non-steroid. East Islip.
Still liking that shot.
6'11", your first place shot. But, boy, it showed like a 5'4".
All right, East Islip on the line.
Did you notice if Matt got over the line?
I thought he was a little bit.
I think so.
Maybe
yeah,
a nozzle over.
Step over, and that's about it.
Here comes East Islip.
Raising. Here we go.
Approaching the hydrant. And very deliberate. Water in the... Oh, no.
Nozzle man goes
Nick Mata.
hard. Leaves the nozzle behind.
Little culture club. I'll tumble for you.
Great job by Jay Skidmore seeing it and not staying on the gas and pumping.
That's 2 contests in a row. We see Nick Mata on the ground.
You can't not see that.
Can't unsee it. That's for sure.
So we avoid disaster there.
I don't know. I don't know if the guys behind him got the hose in his legs or whatever, but boy, he went down. At least he was away from the nozzle, right? He kept rolling away.
That's what they teach you at nozzle. You
Oh.
know that, Paul. You lose
Yep.
it, you just keep running if you can, or roll
First
away,
day of
whatever.
nozzle camp.
Yeah.
Guys, I did. It would be remiss for me to not give Artie Murray a shout out. Artie Murray from Bayshore, who did our research on that track record. But we have a ton of folks checking in on the comments as well: YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
Twitch?
Yeah, we started streaming on Twitch today. So
Right.
yeah. Just wanted to give Artie a shout out. Thanks for that info. If anybody else wants to contribute to the broadcast, just throw it into the comments.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate that. And
Yep.
welcome all you Twitch people out there.
Does that have anything to do with Harry Potter?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, that's a snitch.
Silly me.
I heard that Chris Brandt just drank out of the goblet of fire after the big Quidditch victory.
Yeah, we can't do it, everybody. Listen, we just be talking to ourselves, which we can do have a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
fun doing anyway. But
We were drinking some butter beer over there if we were in Hogwarts, buddy.
Now, we appreciate everybody chiming in. And everybody listening to this broadcast everywhere. We appreciate that you love this sport and want to hear what's going on and
Just
put up
remember, send all
with us explaining it.
Send all your money to me. $10 a person, that'll be fine. I can live with that with our fan base.
ICI Hobos. Hobos sitting with 7. They've creeped into the top
mix.
5 after a tough beginning today. Great race for the Hobos. 6:11 the number. Making their way into the hydrant. Good speed. Usually a good water on team. Water is on. Oh my God, it must be slippery. I tell you what, does a nice job getting himself right. He goes down, feet out from under him, on his ass, makes the recovery, gets on top of the nozzle. Does a good job.
Great job saving it.
So CI ends up with a 7:14 after that malaise. But he almost bounced, Paul, and the nozzle man went down, bounced right back up, and landed on it. It's great to be young.
Good to on that, having an experience today. This is a lot different than last week for that kid.
I thought the stick was a little bit delayed. 183, there was a little hesitation thrown in. The coupling looked like it was on. I don't know what they were waiting for, but 183, 547 water out for the Hobos.
You could see right up at that line where they're going down. It's awfully slippery.
Yeah.
All right, big shot here for the Knockers to stay in the tournament.
So it's going to benefit those guys that really creep at the end. Because if you're going full bore and then throwing it to the ground, you might be on your ass first, as we just saw.
So what you think there? Did you guys notice, did you look at the hose lay with the new out of the back?
Yeah, again, I was at practice with them a little over a week ago, and they're still working out the kinks in that to try to see if it's helping or hurting or whatever. So I don't know that there's any final decision yet.
He got 2 steps over the line right there.
He did.
So,
the water's a little different here. We all know that.
Well, yeah, but still.
And, Paul giving a shout-out to everybody listening all over the place. I saw Largo Lou did check in and mention that they're listening down in Florida. So shout-out to all our listeners in Florida as well.
Now watch these guys. They'll load the pump up before they get onto the gas.
That's Darryl talking. I thought you meant before the run. Okay.
That's North Bellmore.
Right now.
All right.
So
that, coming in.
By the way,
Watch this
that's
guy.
7:14 by CI holding third. Now North Lindy, they to have an opportunity, which I think is a foregone conclusion. Now they would have to really put up a impressive number, and I think they're still out. Water in the hose.
See how he delayed?
Oh yeah, Vinny pulls it to him. Now he's on it. Yeah.
See how
Nice shot there for Vinny.
Look how far out he got.
He got
5 feet, yeah.
6 or 8 feet over that line.
yeah.
6:30 for the Knockers. 162 open, 512 water out. Vinny knew exactly what he was doing. Knew the water didn't quite get there as quick at this track. Was good 6-8 feet over the line.
I'll tell you what. You take out that ice up run, and we watch that run, and we're going, whoa! But now you see the ice up run, and you're like, all right, 6:30.
That's going to make buckets count now.
6:30.
Hey, another decent pump team there. Let's see what they can do with Nassau water compared to that big Suffolk stuff. 585, 566, 608 last year for these guys.
Well, you have to say those two teams have battled it all day. Lindenhurst and Islip Wolves, punch for punch, but
Going to come down to buckets.
I don't think it
and
does.
no-
Islip's won.
No,
They're up. They were up 2. They're going to get 5.
they're getting 4.
5-4. 5-4.
Makes it 24 to.
Oh, if
21.
it stayed like this,
Yeah.
you're right.
24-21.
And no Tommy G, the middleman in buckets.
Yeah. All right.
That's
All right.
they had a rough bucket run last week. The Wolves 27:06, and just didn't look like a normal ice slip run.
You got to get on the line and say it can't be worse. Hageman can run motor pump.
Be nice to see if Jake Dolan comes back. That whole bucket team turns around into something different. All right, Hagerman, here we go. Robert Tascio and Johnny on the flap. So he gets to do something besides wait for the hose up top.
Now it's up to him.
Yep. Put the water in the truck.
Showtime.
Here we go. Hanging off at the hydrant and water in. No, this is a nice turnover through the water. If he can hit that target, boy. Woo!
Good shot.
That might be a tweener.
Tweener.
That could be the tweener.
That's a solid shot right there, guys.
Tweener. between it.
626.
That's a backbreaker for North Lindenhurst right there.
626, 159 open, 507 water out. Did you see the guys in the back with the loop? The hose just got thrown up in the air. Daryl, you picked up on that. I mean,
right over
great
the
job
guardrail,
in the
yep.
back getting that hose out so there's no kinks.
Good looking shot for the Hageman Gamblers.
Really good look. I mean,
That water shot right out of that truck. That was probably
Yeah.
the best looking shot out of the truck itself, the pump
I
itself.
can't remember I can't remember a motor pump contest here at
Nothing close
that's
to
been
that.
this good.
Well, like we've talked about before, we've only had Nassau teams here plus a couple of odd Suffolk teams that show up for the tournament, the state tournament, I mean. And now we're getting everybody with a point trail. What a difference when you nice job getting everyone here for a combined tournament. I love it.
Johnny on the hydrant right there says,
Johnny on the
why,
hydrant."
why couldn't you do this for me all day?
Yeah.
I'd do it for you.
Yeah, come on, give me a,
It should be fair.
little something here. Give me a,
So here come the stump jumpers, who again practice here. So they should have a plan on how to deal with this water.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you plan to beat 6'11" here
Well,
at Merrick.
I'm just saying in general, if they pump right away, or does the nozzle man try and get down the track a little more?
traditionally
Interesting
not
to
one of their
watch.
stronger contests. All
So
right.
714 CI right now in fifth.
Yep.
Johnny Longo. That's the hydrant man's name. I love that one.
They're coming in with some speed, I'll tell you that. They're
Oh.
doing it. Oh, just went over the top and water comes back
Boy.
past the truck.
They had the right shot on the target, too, the right idea. They definitely know how to run this track.
I thought they
I
would try
thought
to
he
get
hit
down the
that.
track
Yeah.
further.
North Merrick, 9.72.
972 for the stump jumpers.
Guys, while we're getting close to the end of Motor Pump here, I'm with Steve McCarroll, who's running our Shots of the Week, our new segment on Instagram, Facebook. What do you guys think is the Shots of the Week for this week? What's it going to be? Obviously, I think we just saw one, but
That's for sure.
I still don't think that compares to Ice Up Speed Hose. That's my shot of the week.
okay. How about
He goes to the pump.
we have Oyster Bay's B ladder shot today too, a massive 5-1. That's got to
Yeah.
definitely make the
It's got to
cut,
play.
right?
Yep.
That should be in the running. Yeah, a nomination.
CI's 1249 and C Hose.
That wasn't the cleanest sea hose 1249 I've ever seen, but a good shot nonetheless.
shot. Hey,
I want to see West Sable's bucket run before I make a decision.
I'm a B Hose. I'm a B Hose guy. You run a 775. That's my shot of the week.
All right, here's the Teddy Boys right here. This truck and pump.
Seaman Haas at Lakeville all the way down at the beginning of the track. They're practicing.
They're waiting
Hopefully
for
this
Stan.
isn't their first practice off the truck. Running it dry.
We're still waiting on Stan. I don't see the big man here yet.
Guys,
Oh, that's why they're in the back. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
we almost about 300 people watching right now. It's a great audience today. We're happy you guys are with us. Get in those comments. Give me a shout. I'm going to give everybody a shout out in between pump and buckets. We got folks from all around the country watching us, so I want to make sure that everybody's recognized. We're going to talk about our Patreon account as well and how you can help support what we're doing here. But get in those comments right now. Let me know where you're from so I can give you a shout out.
And everybody take a look coming in July, right after maybe after the Joe Hunter before the counties. We'll throw up another Fab 14. So we'll get some upstate racing in before then. We'll get one more major motorized drill. And we'll get the Joe Hunter.
And Selden.
Yeah,
And we'll throw up another Fab 14 before the counties.
We'll have some evidence to make our decisions with.
All right, here we go. Coming in.
Oyster
Bill
Bay.
Murphy.
Oh, it's slippery there. Oh, he does a nice job, but now he's got to put it down himself. They're just not going to have the water in the truck. It is slickery. Slickery out there.
Slickery. What was that? That was a commercial. Elements. Where's that come in?
That's out. 714 is fifth.
It's 4 6s today.
Yeah, we still got some players.
So again, we turn on man go on his butt on that one. Hydrant man with a semi-quick recovery to 2-4 stick.
I can't tell you the last time we had 4 6s in a tournament. Let's see.
Here?
At this tournament, I got the last three tournaments sheets in front of me, and this is awesome. Best pump we've had here in years.
Next race, number 24. West Hempstead, Westerner.
West Hempstead.
West Hempstead on the line with Lindenhurst behind them, and then Manhasset Lakeville running out of turn with permission, I would imagine.
2019.
Waiting on Big Stan to, I guess, get back from his function. Don't know if that's going to happen, so I guess that's why they're practicing back there. If they got someone else taking Stan's spot.
Guess they got the out of turn with permission.
Yeah, that's what I just
From
said.
the judges. Yeah.
So not including last year. This also comes from Marty Murray. So shout out to him again. Last three major motorized drills here. 2019. Here's the winning times: 678 in 19 from Manhasset, 707 Oyster Bay in 2018, New Hyde Park 2017, 672. So those are all fifth
We
place
won the-
shots today,
We won the
right?
county here in 2013 with a 705.
Those are fifth place shots today.
All right, here we go. West Hampstead on the line. Broome bringing him in, picking up some speed.
At the hydrant, jumps off and places it on. Now we got water going through the truck. Puts the nozzle in the street. Aims just high.
Tickled it on the way through.
Yep. Started mid stanchion, went up over the top, and then brought it back down.
Boy, I thought he was on that. I don't know how he missed that flap.
You know, he was dead on it. He was just
Seemed
high,
like it,
just
seemed
high,
like it.
just high.
192 open, 534 water out. So he hits it. He would have been in the money with everyone else.
Just came through it a little too quick.
He got out pretty far too, that nozzle man. He was a good 4 or 5 feet over that line. They knew.
Lindenhurst.
Couple good back. I mean, it was a nice looking lay up top there. They were ready to go.
So here's my question. With Lindenhurst coming to the line, here's my question. We talked about last week the hit at the hydrant, right? Christian Brody.
Yep.
And do you try to do that again, or is that a once in a lifetime thing? Right?
jeez.
They do that quite a bit.
I know they try to, but that was to me all the way to the extreme.
I've never seen one.
And any more than
And
that.
folks, again, what we're talking about is we see motor pump teams get the handle down before the guy is actually hooked up. I call it scooping. Everybody's got a different name for it. But he was so far away last week before, like, the water was on. He had to be at least a foot away or more. And he just scooped all this water, and he had his momentum. And let's face it, Christian's a bigger man with good mo coming in, and he just pushed that water right into the hose, and he's pumped. he's
Bigger
pumped
man,
right now. That, talking about Lindenhurst again last week, they changed the pump at the track there, Paul, and it's not the same as it used to be. It's more like now like a Nassau track like here or Hempstead. So now let's see what they can do with it. They've been practicing with this type of water now this year. See if they can make it work for them.
All right, well, they're looking at a 6'11", modern day good shot. Then you got a 630, right? No, then the 626.
626,
Then a
630.
630.
663.
And then 714.
714.
North Bellmore
Lucky
hanging
Bird.
around in there again.
CI trying to get another point here.
And they're battling it
close
out. CI North Bellmore battling out for coming down the track. Islip's going to come into buckets, obviously with the best chance of anybody here to win. I don't know if they've ever taken home the outhouse. First win here ever for Islip?
They may have one.
Lindenhurst making the approach. Good speed. Here we are. He did it again. He did it. I got to give him credit. I'd like to see it on film, but here we go. Where's the water? We're waiting for it, and he hits the target.
Nice shot by Cos. Where'd the water go, though?
I'll tell you what. He's hurt, though. He went down hard, boy. He stuck it again.
It seemed like he waited too long to pump.
Way too long.
746. I mean, 159 on the handle.
Because the water was on, and he scooped again.
626 water out. Just, I don't
He
know.
reached up and put the handle down.
Didn't have it
too.
down?
It was a half a stick.
Ah.
Yeah, he had about a half a
Half
stick.
stick will
Christian
do it.
reached up and he pulled
That's
out the
what he
rest
was doing. I was wondering. He
Yeah.
looked like he was squirming the fish out of water there. but
He is shaking up. We see Christian walking on the sideline now a little gingerly. You can't.
I thought he scooped it again.
You can't. He did. You can't make a living of it that way, though. He's hurting.
Yeah.
He's definitely hurting. Sometimes you fall in a small of your back there, right over your butt.
Yep.
He's a man. He's not going to ask for
He's hurting today. Wait till tomorrow morning when he tries to get out of bed.
Yep. I still have that problem getting out of bed.
Yeah, he's walking a little hunched over, trying to suck it up. Giving Billy a smile.
Yeah. I like that kid. Good kid.
He is fun.
He's a little bit better than Chachi. I'll give him that one.
His heart.
I remember he had that great run last year, and I called him Chachi. Yeah, he
Yes.
wanted to kill me. I didn't mean to call him Chachi.
Liar.
I had to put that on the group the other day when Stan put the picture. Yeah, nice job, Charge.
The size of the helmet Christian wears, that could hurt his back.
Yeah, I think that's why he fell over like that. I mean, he's probably got like 6 GoPros inside there.
All right, our last motorized run of the day is going to be the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen
Looks like
running out of turn.
Looks like Scott Chen is going to be picking up the hydrant here. You're right. It is a team full of Billies. I love it. Now, Vinny put the brand new pump in this thing last year, and I got to see it in action once. I tell you, Vinny does a nice job with the pumps.
Excellent job.
He's got a secret weapon. He showed me a picture of it. It's like the flux capacitor of motor pump. It's this cone thing, and it's stainless. It's beautiful.
Does his wife know that you saw his secret weapon?
The flux capacitor.
I actually met his wife during the hurricane last year. I went by the house, and I had to do an assessment on their electrical damage. She said most things in this house run on batteries, so we're okay.
Oh,
No, the new ones. All right, Manhasset on the line coming in. But
7:14.
no idea what we're in for here. They've put this team together.
Yeah.
This is a mishmash. Sometimes the best things happen. Sometimes they don't.
Oh, they're coming in close to the hydrant. And
Water.
water is in the truck. And put that on the floor, please. Put that on the floor. Yeah, a little late, but all right.
All right.
yeah, we had an official on the guardrail doing the lean back as the water was
Yep.
heading for him,
That was
but
coming
they
for
straightened
him.
it back out. So 8:51 ultimately the time for Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
So let's give the top 5. Islip with that awesome shot. They get 5. 4 points is going to go to Hagerman. 3 to North Lindenhurst. 2 to North Bellmore. Another scoring race for North Bellmore. And 1 to the Hobo. So with one contest to go, Islip 24, North Lindy 20. So they're up 4 on them. Those two have run away. They've run away and hid. Now it's a battle between the two of them. Islip with the upper hand. But after that, we have 9 points for Carl Place. This is third. Oyster Bay with 9 points. Central Islip with 8 points. North Bellmore with 8 points. And Hagerman with 6 points.
Did you say Central Islip with 8 as
Central
well?
Islip 8, yep.
Yeah.
So 24-20, 9-9, 8-8-6, Waseva with 6.
Yeah.
And they have the best bucket team. So let's just say they go to 11.
And 5 for Lindenhurst.
And it's everything 5 for Lindenhurst. So it's still a barn burner.
There's a lot of
Oyster
action here.
Bay and Carl Place got to do something. Let's get a point.
All right. Want to throw it to Chris Murphy? He can do his shout-outs?
Yeah, and maybe after the thing, maybe a little music, and then we'll get ready for buckets.
All right.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right, yeah, you guys take a break. I'm just going to talk to everybody real quick. So we have a ton of folks checking in on the comments today. We hope you guys are enjoying what we're doing by listing the times as they come in, the points as they come in. Obviously, always a work in progress. We're trying to improve this, but Teresa Garda, Tony Citarella down in Florida checking in. Go Gamblers. Jim Salkowski, hey Cap, how you doing? Down watching in Florida. I'm sure we will see you this summer. Chris Del Vecchio, how you doing, Chris? What's up, buddy? Good to see your name at least. I hope we'll see you this summer as well. Ron Zebart down in Delray Beach, Florida. We got Scott Robertson, or Robertson Scott. It's possibly backward. Kyle Hoag from Winter Park Fire Department in Florida. Kenny Van Essendelf. Chris is in Gettysburg. I didn't know that, Chris. So I hope you're comfortable over there. And Therese is coming from Brooksville. Actually, Scott was actually trying to rap with Tony at one point. We definitely want to get you guys all together for our watch party, which was a little bit of a mess last week. It's always hard the first week to get things going. But Ed Betcher checking in from Huntsville, Alabama, and Newmarket. Let's see. Carl Tuza from West Palm Beach. How are you, sir? Thank you for checking in. Don Sherman. Don, good to see you again, Don. Always. Don's always there for us. Golden, Colorado. Tim Martin in Mattituck. That's really close. That doesn't even count, I think. So no, we got Roger Kinley over in Vegas. We saw him last week at the Lindenhurst Drill. Ron is actually a former Mustang. Cool, Ron. Good stuff, man. Tom McLinden coming in from Arizona. Debbie Cassay, sorry if I mispronounced it wrong, from St. Augustine, Florida. Bill Dupree, Bill's a regular with us as well. We have Will Kinley, who's checking in. He's over in Seabreeze today. Villain 74, he's another one of our regulars. Mike Adams from Beaufort, South Carolina. Moira Bancroft, another one of our regulars, Bel Air, Maryland. Hello, Moira. Good to see you again. Ken Beach, watching down from from Dickinson, Texas, just south of Houston. Very cool. Hey, hopefully we'll see you in main transit as well, Ken. We got the Walshes as always. They're always watching, coming from Ellesmere. Frank Berteline. Sorry, Frank, if I mispronounced it. Former Minuteman at Banktail. He's coming from Freehold, New York now. We've got Mark Schwartz, who's watching from Moores Forks on the Canadian border. He's a former West Carthage Hornet. Pam Holzman coming from Ruby, South Carolina. Let's see. We got Jim Drost checking in from North Carolina, just south of Charlotte. Hey, Jim. Coming for the CI invite. That's always cool. We've got, this is a Carol Jackson. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Carol. She's from this town, Maine Transit. Is that actually a town? That's not a town, I don't think. Anyway, hi, Carol. Good to say your name. Hopefully we'll see you in a month or two. So, Tommy Messina, hey, man. I know you'd rather be here maybe than on a sandy beach. So we got John Legecko watching. We got Jeff Champions checking in on the comments. Hi, pal. We got Steve Henkin from Ohio. We've got Chris Smith from Amityville. You should have just driven here, Chris. Come on, man. We've got Mark Lavelle from Houston. We've got Billy Nuts from Buffalo. And what you guys didn't figure out is that you could put any name in here. I'm going to read it right now. So I'm going to do this very rarely because otherwise this could get real silly real quick. But the Kelly family's watching down in Carolina. Hi, guys. We've got the CEO of Jolly Tinker Hose Company, Jennifer Minicozy. Hello. We have Bill Callanan. Hey, Bill. Bill's one of our media committee members and our website team. Thank you, Bill, for all your hard work. Steve Fox in Fairport. We've got Rocky Fiore checking in from Canada. Very cool. Tommy says, just don't tell my wife. Is it okay if I read your comment word for word out loud then, or what? Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get Baba Booey's pretty soon. Anyway, guys, folks, we hope we've got, like I said, we've got over 300 people checking in on the broadcast. It's great to have you guys. And if you have a minute, please give us a little bit of support. You can go to our website, NYS Drill Teams, and I'm turning those other guys down. Hang on, I'm here in the trailer. So.
IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 65 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they approach 50 years covering the fire service throughout New York and beyond, Fire News is honored to continue as the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Titan Group is the trusted name in the apparel customization industry. As always, the Titan Group is a one-stop shop for all of your drill team and fire department needs, with in-house services including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of their custom online ordering system. Simply choose your product.
All right, everybody, we're back for buckets. We're going to have a grand finish right here. Yes. So North Bellmore, they're one of the teams that are in here. They have 8 points. Tied for fifth right now is the North Bellmore Ricky Dicks. I don't know if I can get close. Be able to see the won't be able to see the camera of the duck. I go this way. Oh, you don't? Oh, I'll do it so I can stand in front of that camera. Here we go. First bucket is up. Here it comes, and it is down.
9:35.
Lavish coming up smooth. I don't know if these buckets are filled to the top. Not a lot of water coming out at the top. Some of them look a little like the beginning, but they had a nice break. Nice little race. Right? Beginning. Very happy with that one. Right? Beginning of 13, I thought. First 3 buckets go forward, just one round. Not a bad time.
So 23. All right. 23:47. A nice pace. 112, 114, 110, 120, 118. Nice pace.
Yeah, I think they could, if they cleaned up a full bucket, they might have been able to finish at the end of 12. Then we're talking 22s.
8 points for them. There's 6 for West Sable. There's 9 for Carl Place. There's 8 for CI. 6 for the Hagerman guys. 9 for Oyster Bay. 5 for Lindenhurst. 4 for North Merrick. All those teams can run the show.
Here's Lindenhurst right now running out of turn.
8 points to get on the track right now going into the contest.
Lindenhurst has 5 on the day, and they're going to step to the line.
Lindenhurst running out of turn with permission, I hope.
It would be really cool if they were doing it without permission. Then we
Yeah,
could see
I'm
what
fine-
we've
I'm
always
fine with
been
that.
wanting to know what will happen if they're not doing it with permission. Who's stopping them?
Who's going to do it?
Who's stopping them?
See Hicks are coming over here. They run some buckets on the sideline here.
They would upset the universe as we know it. Christian Brody back out there stretching out. He's a trooper.
He's got this
Took
big
that.
white thing on his arm. I don't know.
Went down pretty hard there in motor pump, but he's right back at it. Now, again, they were right at the end. Now they're at the beginning, so he didn't have much of a turnaround
No,
time.
I was about to say the same, Lenny. Here they come.
Ryan Kenley leading the charge of the ladder. Brennan right behind him.
Yep,
Kaz.
yep. One. Ooh, and Cazzetto crashes into the ladder pretty hard right there. Finally making its way up to the top, and it does. These buckets are full.
Look at Ryan's setup up here. What a beautiful setup.
Yep. Now he's
Brandon
down the
giving
middle.
him
Little on his shoes right there.
Yeah.
It's going to leave here with clean sneakers.
So that pace was 117, 115, 107, 122. Real sporadic. They just
Yeah.
they were off from the time they slipped on the ladder, so it just never got it going. So 29-10 for the Snails.
29-10, and their day is going to end with 5 points.
Yeah, it was like a little mercy shot there.
Yeah,
They're
I'm not
happy to be
counting for that
done
one,
today,
Phil.
I think.
And we're going to go down to Farmanville. Farmanville sitting with 3 points. Even with a win here, that would put them in the top 5 if a bunch of other people got knocked out. So they have an outside chance of coming down the track.
They did a really good job last year of cleaning this contest up. A bunch of 22s at the end of the season. But last week, again, 32-32. Where's the
Yeah.
mojo?
Yep. It's like we're about ready.
LBB leading that bucket line, but I like bright colors, but
Yeah.
they have to match, don't
What a-
they? I mean,
Oh.
come
He's
on,
got some
we gotta talk
shoes
to
that-
him.
Those sneakers are right up your alley, but the pants, that's only when you parade.
Flying Bucket Man
Or
coming
Jet
through.
Games.
Almost got the
Or
light.
Jet Games.
They look like jet pants, isn't it?
They do. All right,
Here
we're
we
up.
go.
Here we go. And that first bucket's
Justin's
being
up.
pulled to the top.
All right.
And it's down.
10-13.
5. I tell you what, he's putting the water in the barrel.
Justin, nice job
Oh,
dumping up
little
here.
hiccup right there. Now he's got one stuck. But it's not really affecting him. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that maybe that
And a
bucket
13,
did.
just a
because
little bit.
It was about a quarter of the barrel covered up in the back, but a lot of the water that was going into the barrel was going into the bucket first.
Everything from 107 to 140 on their pace. A 25-20 is the end result.
Yep. So that's an outside chance of a point. So they might have not done with 3, but doesn't look good for them. Top 5. West Sayville.
Their
Last week we
machine.
talked about it.
21-21 last week.
Now they're sitting here with 6, so they still have a distinct possibility of going down the track if they can get a good shot. Hopefully this water doesn't turn to ice before
This is something. This West Sayville team.
cold up here.
Listen to this one. In the last 3 years, their lowest time, 22:40.
Is it?
I mean,
You mean their worst time?
Worst
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
was
so
22:40.
and they completed every time. Like there's no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
21:78, 21:61, 20.
It's like clockwork when they're
So
on.
if you're a betting man, you're going to go around 22 flat, right? That's the average.
I'm going 21.5. That's my guess.
Ooh. We're going to find out.
I mean, same team on the buckets. I mean, that's what it's really about, is just getting it together.
What do you want? What happened?
25-20. 25-20. In the year 25.
West Sayville ready to go. Put on a show.
Oh, they're off. Billy approaches.
Ryan looking different without the hat.
Yeah, clean climb right there. Making its way to the top.
Oh, here it is.
First one's down. Oh, now they
Nine-
dropped one. That second bucket got
927.
dropped. They're going to have to turn some buckets over right here. Now they're putting a little pep in it, trying to make the comeback. And it's going down in the barrel, I tell you that. But now they're one short, 11,
Oh, man.
12.
just
They
got
had no more
sloppy.
buckets.
109, 115, 117. Sporadic again. Our microphone. Sporadic.
Didn't mean to put them on like
26-65
Oh, no.
Nice job, Billy.
overall.
Kopeg going to come to the line.
Wow. That's something you do not see every day.
Oh, that's going to hurt them.
I would have lost a ranch on that one.
Yep. Yeah, these probably made them lose the ranch. Put the whammy on them. 1 point for the Yellowbirds today.
The Yellowbirds with a yellow bill was sitting on my
The
windowsill.
windowsill.
I lured him in,
Piece of bread.
and then I smashed.
Effing head.
Get
A
some
lot of
head, you-
parades. A lot of parades when you sang that
Get some
song.
head, you need some bread, buddy. Here we go. Who's that leading the charge? Pat Rendon up top here, because 2665. 2665 for the West
This
Sea.
is not a day to be the sponge
No.
pusher,
Chris
oyster.
Brown.
But it's a lot warmer down there. I
One
don't think
last
you
shot.
Yeah,
realize.
it's still a rough one.
One last shout out for Chris Brandt. Look at this now. I had to switch this around. Hanging out in Hogsmeade, I'm sure he's up there. That new tattoo of the lightning bolt on his forehead. Drool coming down his face.
Here come the
Captured the
Yellowbirds.
snitch.
They're off. 23-47. North Bellmore team time to beat. Making their way, just about set. First
Nice
bucket
job.
on its way to the top, and
Dirty Mike misses it.
Yep, dropped one. The first one.
1269 once it got in there.
Yep.
Wow,
Oh
they're-
man, they have
they're
a couple of
laboring.
leakers. There's a couple buckets here that are sprinkler systems down at the bottom.
He's got one stuck in the barrel. Ooh, nice job getting it
Yeah,
out.
yep.
But at this pace, it's not that hard, I guess.
No, you have a little time.
Looks painful.
No, they just got the hold up, or it was going to look uglier.
Oh, insult to injury. The OT on a cold bucket day.
Oh,
Sure.
Westbury makes
Thank-
their way to the line.
Thank you, Chris Brandt. Well, Westbury's on the line and they didn't ask for me?
Nope.
Oh, man, that's too bad. Wow, we got a whole bunch of people down there.
Your brother's taking care of it.
Yeah.
Are they going to make time, Bill?
I don't think any of those guys can make time with anybody.
Ah,
Maybe that guy with the mustache down there. Definitely not McGowan. All right. Joe Bird's son, little Joe Bird, leading the charge.
this is quite a collection of turtles.
Smokey Joe's grandson is the new climber.
There you go.
Big Larry wearing the work pants.
I like it.
He looks like he means
Set
business.
of
Oh
keys?
my
Does he have keys?
God.
Those keys he's wearing? He's got keys?
He's actually related to Sloth from the movie Goonies.
You wouldn't know.
Really?
Took over your job, too. Here we go.
He can have it.
Actually, kind of looks
$12.98
like you. You taught him well.
All right. Bird's up
And
on top.
first one is up. Nope.
Bottom man
nope.
going
yeah,
one at a time.
One step at a time. Doesn't
Never
want to
really-
miss a thing.
All right.
14-16 first dump.
Ugh, that's scaring me, jumping up and down on his feet right here at the top. Oh, he's grabbing it with two hands, making sure it's deliberate. Did you teach him the two-handed dump?
Now Lenny taught him that one from St. James.
Yeah. He grabbed the bottom so as not to let anything
I don't like that foot thing.
tip over.
All right. They make time.
Oh, I don't think so, Bill.
No. Oh, great
Oh.
time.
But it was close.
All right. It had to be close. There was some water in the bucket.
All right, Islip.
Closer to when they started, but I don't know about close.
We talked about Islip before. You know, they ran the 27 last week, and now they're up by 4. But, you know, if they don't perform well here, this is kind of like the clouds moving out of the way for North Lindenhurst right at this point. So
Yeah.
they're going to have to do something.
I mean, here's.
The numbers to beat aren't special right
I mean,
now, but
you're the Wolves. You were kind of hoping for that West Sayville good shot right there.
Yeah.
You know? Just to take away the
yeah.
first place shot.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to Islip getting up the ladder and getting set. After that, at this point, they should have no problem getting
I would
at least a
imagine,
point.
yeah, if they run a 25 or better, I would say they're in pretty good shape.
Get a
but,
clean set, and they'll be all right.
but if they're not, I mean, Northland is salivating back there.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Looks like they got Josh up top. We got Pyatt, Jeffy in the middle, Heavy on the bottom with the pick.
So what'd you say? Tommy ran
Middleman.
middleman?
Yeah.
So
That's a
that's
big
the
spot. in this
we're
event.
going to
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
an eye
that's
on.
really
the,
big
on
spot.
the climb itself.
That's the important
Really
guy right
big
there.
spot. All right, here we go. It's just, you know, I mean, honestly, at this point, it's got to be clean.
And you got to love Taggart with that long hair and a blue shirt.
Yeah.
light blue shirt. What do you want to call that? Hobo blue. All right. Big run right here for the tournament. Kasem leading the way.
And they're off. He's up. Climbs in. First buck is pulled.
Heavy
Making his
struggled
way
a
to
little
top.
bit.
Yeah, so, you know, I think in the middle he slowed him down a little bit.
10:41.
But you
We
know
have
what?
a
If they just stay
delay.
with this, they're going to be awfully happy. Just stay with this. Nothing special. Buckets are heading up. 9's in. There's
Good
10.
pace.
There's
11.
11. There's 12. It's going to go on 13. There it is. Got someone stuck in there. It went. It went. Just in time.
And at 12, beginning of 13.
Just in time.
41 first. I don't know.
I say just got to get a point. Oh.
I told you.
You know what?
That-
You
that
know what?
makes
It
it-
beats West Sable's 26-65, and that's a big deal. Who would think?
So, what place is that right now?
26-59 is actually third.
place.
third with. It's got to be at least 5-6 teams left, right?
not
Carl Place is
It's not a comfortable place
Carl-
I'd want to be in right now.
Yeah, me neither. But Carl
2, 6,
Place,
5, 9.
Carl Place has 9. I mean, they throw up a 24 right here.
Yeah.
Well,
They're solidifying going down the track.
You said North Lindy has to beat them, so that'll put them in fourth. So they need help from 2 other teams, right?
I see it could happen.
You said no before. You're
I
like,
know.
oh, they're fine. They're fine.
I know.
I'm looking at my watch. I don't
I
think
know.
so. All right, so we got a little drama here.
Honey, I don't use a watch. I
kind of
fly
watch we
blind.
watch it
Yeah,
us?
well,
I fly
you
blind.
should. Apparently, you should because your eyes,
You must have been using a sundial on this one.
your
Yeah.
eyes failed you on that one.
All right, the eyes have it. Shoes back for the Carl Place Frogs. With him, they can run a 24. Did it all the time. Last year, they ran a couple of those.
See, and you got CI back there. You got the Knockers, of course. You got Oyster Bay, Hagerman, North Merrick, Westerners.
You don't got to name everybody.
Hagerman
Trying to
But
finished the
let's
year
build
off
the drama.
24 last
Let's
year.
get back to Carl Place. Carl Place has an outstanding opportunity right now. 9 points on the day. Put up a 24. Come on.
I don't
Shoes
know that
lead
this
the
is
way.
their strong suit.
Yeah, well, 24. Climbs up. Oh, now they got coagulation.
Since
Coagulation.
Junior can set the pace here.
Yeah, it's too late now. Now
It's
that
only
first one's
26.
down. They'd have to fill it in.
13:35.
Oh, now we dropped one.
Frogs going to remain at 9.
Way high up on that dump. Look at it coming way sky high.
We should have practiced buckets.
How many teams have said that over the years?
Lots and lots.
Yeah.
Check out these pants that climbers wear. I love these things.
Little taper at the bottom.
Yeah, look in the middle. He's got like this mesh behind his knees for easy flex.
That's what you were looking at that.
Yeah. And the shoes. This man's always known for the shoes.
32.03 is not going to do it. So they're going to go to 9. They're going to now go back and cross their fingers. I mean, Hassett not going to play with the Billies. East Islip not doing it. So we're to CI with 8. So now CI, currently in 5th place in the drill, can make a move. What was their run last week?
CI?
Don't
Yeah.
remember. I remember the dumper slipped a little getting up on the arch. They still
Yeah.
might have pulled something out
I
of
mean,
it.
moving on up here to the next one. The hobos. $24.99 for the Central Islip hobos last week.
32.06. 03.
Yeah, $24.99 for the hobos last week. Good
Right.
for 2 points. All right.
But it should have been better. Like that's what we remember, right?
So
Should
now
have been better.
Arnett's
Should have known better.
going to redeem himself in this race. The team struggled all day, well, not all day, but struggled in some of his races.
That just
See what
goes
he's
to
got.
show you. I mean, one week to week, how this works out.
North Lindy next, looking on intently. They make their way. Here's the charge up the ladder, and Ryan grabs the bucket.
That
First one's
looks
coming
pretty
on
clean.
up. Yeah, nice
Good
and clean.
looking stop.
First one's down.
9:58.
3, 4, 5's in. 6 is in. Little spillage on the ladder right here. 10, 11, 12, 13. Just at the end of 12, right before 13 was going in, I think the light went out. That's going to help.
That's good looking shot there for CI.
113, 122, 115, 118, 114,
Gotta help North
118. Nice pace. Here we go. 23-29.
So that's going to be first place.
Beating out North.
So that
Bellmore.
means they're going to be ahead of North Bellmore. They were tied with 8. They are also going to go ahead of Carl Place, as is North Bellmore, if it stays like this.
knocking Islip to fourth
And here's the drill if you want to talk about first place.
for sure.
North Lindenhurst would have to obviously beat that time.
23-29.
And that could do it. They would at least be tied, right? If they beat that time, they're tied for
overall.
first in the drill.
Yep.
But
provided there's no more tweeners.
But they got to beat a 23-29.
21-75 last week for the North Leisure Pistol Knockers.
What was that, Bill?
21-75.
So, but this is to me, this is great practice for the state drill.
Run
Pick
your run.
yourself in the state drill.
Yep.
It could be this.
Run your run.
And they switched it around. Kevin Kenley dumping last week for them. Ducky top of the ladder. Chris Conlon middle, a get-go on the bottom.
That's how they've been running it all year so far.
Yep. That's what I mean. Just
Matt
from last year
Smedley
to now.
hoisting, got that bucket hat on. No pun intended.
It is buckets. And they're, oh my God, I'm telling you, the
First bucket man.
The bucket man broke the light.
Broke the light.
Bucket man broke the
I think
light.
that was by design.
Yeah.
Ducky struggles a little. Now Chris
it-
struggles. Here it comes.
Listen,
They're going to
23
need a pace.
23 is still in play.
10:63 first bucket.
But they just have to now stay with the game. I'm telling you, it's not that bad. 12, end of 12.
It's not going to do it.
No, huh?
I don't think so.
I'm telling you, the first man broke.
That little bit helps.
He did.
That's going to win it for Islip.
Yeah, it does.
24:08.
Maybe it's too cold out.
Pace of 104, 115, 110, 121, 114,
How much
111.
you figure they lost on that guy breaking the light?
Not enough. I don't think that would have made the difference. I
No.
think they got a little stuck down
They
the
had
ladder.
problems on the ladder, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, you can't let the first bucket guy break the light.
And that's something they've been watching in practice. It's been really close. It shouldn't be that close.
I mean, 6'10" gets him another
It doesn't
point there.
have to be that close. The guy's got momentum anyway. He's got to be aware. He's got to see that in his peripheral. He could pull up a little bit.
There's no need for you to beat the guy there.
No.
They still going to climb a ladder.
Carl Place is going to be watching this intently because Hageman with a good run, and it's still only a 23-29 for first place right here. Hageman has an opportunity to get on the track and maybe knock out the Frogs.
Hageman worked hard at this race all last year to get down, and towards the end of the season, they got down to a 24-35. So they made some progress.
So at this point, Islip's still going to win unless another tweener comes in between them and North Lindenhurst. Then it would be a tie,
They're
right?
up by 4, and
North Lenny only has
North Lenny's
3.
at 3 already. So they
That's
already
third?
won.
Oh, that was third?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it
It
was
was
second.
two
My
23s
bad.
and a 24 there.
All right, here comes Hageman.
All right. Aaron leading him up the ladder.
Clean climb. First bucket's on its way up.
Oh, here we go.
1.
10:09.
Really waiting for that second bucket, right?
Yeah, what happened
But
there?
nothing happened. That's the funny part. He just didn't pull it. Oh, now we double clutched on the next one down there at the bottom.
Good pace.
They're running
Good
out of
looking run
buckets.
here.
They're running out of buckets down there.
They
Guys got to
definitely
get the
worked at
buckets. No, little
Ooh,
delays
right
up
at the end
here.
of that one. It's going to be a good run, though. They're gonna be
112,
happy with it.
107, 106, 107. Probably the best consistent pace we've seen.
That's
Really?
going to be close to the top.
23-29.
Nope. Look better than that. You're
I
right. Too
didn't
many.
think so. I
stops.
thought there were certain delays in the buckets,
Yeah,
especially
that
bucket
second
number 2.
Where's that?
I don't know. Yeah, not enough water in them. North Merrick.
The stump jumpers.
So that 25-41, that's now 5th, right?
Yes.
That knocks out Islip. So Islip's going to stay at 24.
Yep.
25-41 is 5th. So that doesn't beat Carl Place.
223s,
1,
24.
2, 3, 4. Right now, Carl Place is in 5th, tied with Oyster Bay. Oyster Bay could be by themselves.
25-20, lucky dog right now, Paulie?
Yeah, that last run.
Oh, 41, yep. All right.
North American stump jumpers. See if they can throw their name in the hat here in buckets.
They start slow with their pace, and then once they get it together, they crank it up. Nick Marcello up the top, AJ feeding them.
Struggles on the ladder right there. The middleman stumbles again. First bucket making its way, and here it is.
11:28. Still waiting for them to crank it up, Billy.
Yeah, that's staying
That's
pretty
just
even right there.
Steady, but there's no overdrive.
Goes out on 13.
129, 136, 131, 133, 128.
Yeah, it didn't get there.
A little bit slower pace, methodical, but that'll come. 28:03. Bucket run for the stump jumpers.
Bucket. All right, Teddy's boys. What we got here, Daryl? Daryl's calling out at 24. So where's this stand? Are they on the track, or are they going to be out right now?
No, right now they're tied for 5th, I believe. They'd be coming down with Carl Place because it's going to be Islip North Lindy. We know that. And then CI has jumped because they're in first in the contest right now, all the way to 13. North Bellmore is going to jump ahead of both of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a tie for 5th, the way I'm looking at it.
Woo!
Or they could get it to themselves. No,
lot
you
of
don't think?
pressure
You
up
think I'm
here.
wrong? I'm not wrong.
Wait out.
No, CI jumped ahead. Yeah, so that's 4th. 2 20s, two 8s that jumped, and then you got the 2 9s. But Carl Place is sitting with.
Hey.
If you beat a 25-41,
There's
that's
no-
the number that right now Oyster Bay's got to beat.
No faith from Daryl up here.
Daryl said a 24, so
Hey.
that means it could be anywhere from a 23 to a 30.
And they're off.
Steve O'Neill leading it up.
Climb's good. We're good. Rath picks it. Here we go.
Yeah, Rath ran into the guy in front of him just a little bit, hit him
Yeah.
with his head. But
Going to
that's
have to
all right.
pace it out a little bit.
Rath's trying to make up for that missing efficiency.
First was 10:28, and they got a nice pace going here.
11, 12,
I think this is going to do
12.
it.
It's the end of 12. End of 12.
I think
Better
they're
than
gonna
a
be all right.
24.
That's going to put them in and knock out Carl Place.
Can hear Daryl yelling up here. Oh. It's close.
I thought it was pretty good. 24-29. I think that's now 5th, right? I think that's 5th.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, it was the 41,
23-29,
right? Yeah.
23-47,
Yep.
25
Yeah, that's 5th now.
or 4th.
24:08. That's 2 points.
Yeah, it's 4th.
Yeah. 25-20 now with Lucky Dog, Farmerville. That knocked out that 25-41 by Hagerman.
Right.
So they're in good shape with the 2
The
points.
Hageman's going to stay with 6.
West Hempstead here to
West Hempstead
close
is
out the day.
last team to go as Lindenhurst ran out of turn.
And it's only 3:30. That was quick, right? 10 o'clock
there's-
start. I'll do it every time.
Hey, this run here could still have an
Impact.
impact on a lot of teams in this drill.
I know it's going to impact me because I'm going to go get warm.
One of the best stumpers in the sport right here at top,
Here we
Ralph
go.
Nickel.
And that climb, and they are set and moving. Here we go. First one's up.
Gerard feeding them.
10:50
this.
first dump. Look how spread out his
Oh,
legs
it's a
are up here.
Good looking run right
I'm telling you
here.
it is. I'm telling you it is.
He's throwing them at him.
Didn't go out.
Not enough on 12.
Didn't go out.
Classic mistake. One more bucket,
You know
fellas.
what? Beginning
That
of the
was
year,
first
you
place.
gotta go 13, 14 buckets down there, right?
107, 107, 108,
That-
110.
that was your
110,
winning shot.
That was first
108.
place.
Great pace.
That was your winning shot. But now the Hobos win it, right?
Yeah. Overtime.
Yeah, overtime. The
No,
Hobos
no,
win-
no time for failure to complete.
No, they
right?
ran. They
No,
ran
he
a
said
bucket up.
overtime. He said hold it
they
up.
ran
Did he?
overtime.
Yeah. So the Hobos are going to get 5 there. They're going to go to 13 on the day. 4 is going to be North Bellmore. They're going to go to 12, right?
1 second.
3 is going to be North Lindy, right? 2408.
Yep.
They're going to go to 23.
North Lindy.
2 is going to be Oyster Bay. Yeah, 24-29.
Yeah, they hung
They're
on.
going to go to
Yep.
11. And 1,
25-20.
25-20, Farmanville, is going to go to 4. So on the day, it is going to be Islip just squeaking it out at the end, 24-23. But after that, the Hobos with a comeback. Going to come in third with 13. North Bellmore at their home drill going to get fourth with 12. and the Oyster Bay Teddy Boys, who started out with the first 9 out of 10, end up with 11. They're going to come in 5th.
With 11.
Yeah.
Hey, some exciting racing down the stretch right there. A bunch of runs really come in handy there. 24-23, then it's 13-12, 11-9.
Yeah.
Oh, no, nine's out.
Right after, you could see it by C Hose that Islip and North Lindenhurst were just going to battle it out here and
Oh, okay. 24-20, 13,
Go
12,
away.
11. Yeah.
go away and hide. But everybody else, it became quite a drill.
Yeah, a lot of fun. It was chilly today. We don't eat like this anymore.
Chili today, hot tamale.
Hot tamale. Glad I bought some pants.
First place, 5 points, time 23:29. Number 18, Central Iceland. Second place, 4 points, number 1, North Bellmore. Third place, 3 points, number 19, will get the second place trophy, North Lindenhurst. Fourth place, 2 points, number 22, will get the third place trophy, Oyster Bay. Fifth place, 1 point, number 7, Barneyville will get the fourth place trophy, and Hagerman will get the fifth place trophy.
Well, that's going to wrap it up here, people. So
Yeah.
The Wolves taking first place, 24-23 for North Lindy. Then 13 Central Islip, 12 North Bellmore, and 11 for Oyster Bay for your top 5.
13, 12, 11. Yep. All right, they're going to give you the overall finals coming up.
And again, next week up in Deerfield, right, Paul? That's a drill up in Deerfield. So
Come out if you're up there, or if you're heading up from the island, and hang out with some of the guys up there from Northern and Western. It'd be a good combination of teams there.
and we'll close out June in Selden.
Fifth place, with 11 points, number 22, the Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys.
All right, good job for them today. They're happy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, congrats to the Teddy's boys.
Yeah, they hung on. They come out strong and finished up with just enough. North
Congrats to
Bellmore
the
showing,
Rinky-Dinks.
Yep,
Yeah.
showing in their own drill.
Third place, with 13 points, number 18, Central Iceland.
Central Ice slipping back a little more to reality, I would say, but still a good showing.
23 points, number 19, the North Lindenhurst
This
Pistons.
is the model of consistency right there. North Lindy's second 2 weeks in a row.
Yep.
Place, with 24 points, and the winner of the North Bellmore Invitational Grill, number 11, the Iceland Wolves.
All right.
And the Wolves getting it done.
How about
After
Islip?
taking a season off basically last year.
Comes right back. And
A lot of good numbers today for some teams. That 775 still to me stands out as the shot of the day. I mean, that really turned the fortunes, even though Islip scored in every event, right?
buckets.
Except for buckets.
North Bellmore scored in 6 events today
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Shot of the day got to be that motor pump run that really
Yep.
solidified the win.
So those 2 big runs by Islip today.
And yeah, that B-hole shot was very good. And North Lindy's shot was right there as well. If
Yep.
Kinley hits it just a little cleaner, that's a first place shot as well.
Agreed. All right, I guess we're going to see everybody in Selden. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for putting up with everything we've gone through. I'm sure Chris explained it all to you, but
Yeah.
enjoyable day here again.
We'll see you at Selden in a couple of weeks. And hey, let's go Islanders tomorrow, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, man.
They won?
Ha
They're winning.
Hopefully next time we talk to you, we're in the Stanley Cup Finals.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ha
Boy.
All right, New
All
York. Me, Lenny, Paulie, Noonan,
Chris.
Chris Murphy down below doing a great job. And all you people listening out there and
Yep.
the shout-outs.
And all the other guys that are chipping in down there, everybody on the
Yeah.
social media, and
Yep.
all the guys chipping in down at the
Scoreboard
trailer.
crew.
More people, Bones up feet. I mean, none of this happens without all you people put together. We just have fun doing this.
That's
But
for
these
sure.
other guys do all the work.
Yep. And once again, we'd like to apologize. Any comments that offend anybody?
Yeah, well, this is
Safe home, everybody.
PG-13 here, and thank
right.
the hosts here, thank the officials, everyone that puts a good time in. New York, as always, stay classy.